we do every single day here at HomeStory Cup, show you the bar and maybe talk to a few people. So let's get right into it. Good time playing some games, perhaps wagering some drinks, and I'm gonna be talking to some longtime fan of HomeStory Cup over there near the kitchen, which is next to us as well. Coach Harstem, good luck for your matches, and we'll let you focus for now. That's it with the intro. Let's get ready for the first match, and we're gonna have bangers going all day. So see you guys in just a bit.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the scuffed intro. I do apologize for that. But there was an issue with the clean feed. Regardless, it looks like the issues have since been resolved. And now we can just dive right into and get right back into HomeStory Cup. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to HomeStory Cup 25. Day number 2, still here in the group stage. Of course, if you missed out, yesterday we were live with day 1, and it was a banger of a night of StarCraft. We had some amazing games. We were able to feature a lot of Eon Blue, able to feature Sebestes, and many other players in both Group A and Group B. And tonight, we have the second half. The second half of the group stage, we have Group C and Group D as well. Oh boy, we have plenty of matches, plenty of players lying in wait, and likewise, we're also in anticipation here as we switch our scenes over and have a look at the bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. So far, again, we're halfway through. We have 4 players, 2 from Group A, 2 from Group B that have already made it through into the playoff bracket. You can see here Clem and Mana did advance on in Group A. Another heavy favorite there was Ryung, and Ryung had a close run. He had a very clutch series against Clem at the very end of the night. Likewise, had a close series against Mana, but Ryung went down 1-2 against both Clem and Mana, and alas, they were able to make it out instead. Likewise, over here on the right hand side, we have Gumiho and Skillus likewise make it out of the group. Neither one of them had as much of a dominant showing as Clem. Clem didn't drop a series. Gumiho and Skillus did drop series back and forth. I believe Skillus was able to take down Gumiho. Skillus also dropped to Geralt. Geralt was close as well. It's very clutch there between Geralt, Skillus, and Gumiho. In the end, I think it did come down to Geralt losing to Euthermal. Because of that, that allowed Skillus to advance on. If Geralt had beaten Euthermal, I think Geralt would have been advancing instead. Skillus did tweet afterwards, "Thank you, Geralt." Sorry, no, he said thank you, thank you, Euthermal. That's it. He said thank you, Mark. That's it. Thank you, Mark. Thanking Euthermal for bringing Geralt down and ensuring that he didn't advance on instead. So, yeah, Euthermal, I'm sure earning some extra prize money. Skillus is in debt to him, as Skillus has made it out of the group stage. And now we're getting into Group C, as well as Group D thereafter. Oh boy, some big names, some big players. We got Showtime, we got Harsum, Kelazur, Forjumi, Cuckoo, and Spazzy Mazzy. Ooh. An amazing lineup of players here. And looking at the first round, I believe on the mainstream is going to be the PvP. There's going to be Harsum versus Forjumi on the mainstream. We have Showtime versus Cuckoo, which we can jump into if our series is a little bit faster. And speaking of, we have a Kelazur versus Spazzy Mazzy, which is going to be our series to kick things off. Again, 5 rounds in total, 5 rounds of the round robin group stage. All the players will face off against each other, and after that initial round, after that initial group stage, we will be going on a break. There's going to be like maybe half an hour, depending on how far ahead or behind we are in the schedule, and then we can jump into the second group of the day, and we'll get into this later. So we'll get into that later. For now, again, Kelazur and Spazzy Mazzy is where we are focusing our attention, and we're just waiting for our players to ready up and to dive into our first series. Otherwise, I hope everyone in the chat is doing well for themselves. I hope everyone has been enjoying this weekend of StarCraft, the celebration of StarCraft, if you will. It's always a great time to have a HomeStory Cup. I think this is our first time being the B stream. Like, we've covered HomeStory Cup in the past, but usually it's via replays. Usually we cover the group stage via replays later on, a week from now or so. But yeah, for the first time, we're able to be an official part of the B stream. I think also a part of that is thanks to Steadfast. Steadfast, I believe he is at the event. He did travel to Germany to be a part of HomeStory Cup, so he's there enjoying the event live, which means the B stream slot has opened up for us. So that's why we've been able to jump in and kind of fill his shoes and be a part of the event, be a part of the broadcast. Do love to see it. We do now have the go-ahead to jump into this, but it looks like we still need a moment for our players to get ready. So we might go on a short break here. And again, I apologize for the intro being cut short. It was there was some latency going on, but we fixed it. We resolved it, and for the next kind of out-of-game segment, all things should be running smoothly. For now, it looks like the vetoes are done. Vetoes have concluded, but our players do need a moment here. Again, as a reminder, this is an offline event. Players have to get their setups going. They have to make sure that everything is working well for them. If there are any technical issues, they have to be resolved as well. So sometimes there are some things that do pop up that otherwise we're not ready for. So because of that, we are going to be going on a short break. Yeah, we're going to be going on a very short break. Should not last long whatsoever. And when we return, we will have Spazzy Mazzy versus Kelazur as soon as the players are ready. See you soon. welcome back. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that very short break with the Brutal OST as we have returned with our first match of the night. Again, we just needed a moment to kind of settle some technical issues, but we have returned. We're here. We're ready for some ZVT action. Let's go. As sporting in the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our Red Zerg player representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Spazzy Mazzy. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Blue Terran representing R8 Esports. It is Kelazar. Let's go. Spazzy Mazzy, of course, representing the land of Denmark as well as we dive into this. And I'm pretty excited to see kind of where this all leads us. Spazzy Mazzy, from my experience at least covering him and casting him in online events, in Team League matches as well, is a bit of a more aggressive Zerg player, does come out swinging. More often than not, doesn't really dive into more mid to late game play, but at least that's my experience of him. And it's been a couple of months, if not a year, since I've last casted Spazzy Mazzy, so I'm ready to once again be reintroduced to our player. At the same time, Kelazar across the map has been improving quite a lot over the past couple of months. Over the past almost year of play. Kelazar was on Team Liquid for a long time, did leave Team Liquid at the end of last year, at the end of 2023. I think it was mid-WTL season, and in the aftermath of that, I think a lot of people assumed that maybe Kelazar was going to be retiring. You know, he'd been a part of Team Liquid for so long, and for him to step away, we were a little bit concerned. But it was right after that where Kelazar is like, no, I fully intend to commit and to practice hard and to improve, and I'm looking for a team. And yeah, we were all a little bit shocked. Kelazar, as a result of that, performed very, very well in the DreamHack Atlanta regionals afterwards. DreamHack Atlanta, and yeah, did perform quite well, quite nicely, did kind of exceed expectations in a big way, and yeah, with that did lead into a really deep run and got picked up by R8 Esports. So it's really cool that he has found a new team, really cool that he's found some new support, even now competing in WTL again for Platinum R8, as there was a partnership between R8 Esports and Platinum Heroes. So has been competing more and more, and he's even potentially primed to make it out of the group. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he can make it past old mate Spazzy Mazzy. As the first Ling's going to be going down, the Reaper takes a lot of hits. Does take a lot of damage, but alas, we will get away. We'll pull back. Queen is going to pop out in a couple of seconds. Second Ling goes down. Oh my god, and we're one shot away from going down. Kelazar has to back the hell off. The Queen has arrived, and the Reaper will retreat. Behind all of this, it is a standard opener, just a Rax expand into factory. Back at home, Spazzy Mazzy going for a hatch gas pool, pulling out a gas, nothing crazy for the time being. Kelazar just doing the best he can to delay the expansion and to, even force out a gas geyser. That should not have happened. Yeah, a rough moment here for Spazzy Mazzy. The gas geyser did finish, and that is just wasted resources down the drain, a kill drone essentially, and then some. Meanwhile, the Queen is dragged out of position. The Reaper dives into the natural base. Another Link goes down. The drones are under fire. Can we get another drone? Up! We can! One drone goes down, and the Reaper will barely... Oh god! Will barely escape. The Queen threw down a tumor. Wasn't able to get the final shot off, and the Reaper will get away. And behind this, third CC before Starport. Very economic follow-up here at a Kelazar, settling into a 1-1-1 as a follow-up. And based on the add-on positioning, okay, I was going to say it doesn't look like an add-on swap, but we're going for it. So 3 CC in the Banshee here from Kelazar is going for a pretty stock standard opener here, very economic and very safe as well. The Banshee play allows you to harass, but it also allows you to shut down roach play, in case Spazzy Mazzy were to embrace roaches. At the same time, Kelazar dives into the mineral line. It just races past the Queens, goes for the drones. We'll get 3 drone kills in total, looking for a 4th. Oh! Does barely get a 4th worker towards the end. Not bad. Not bad. So we do get 4 workers. With that, we do get cleaned up. Behind this, we're creating additional Hellions, looking to defend, looking to survive the Link counterattack. Speaking of, the Links are moving out across the map. Spazzy Mazzy making his way over. Last Kelazar is going to be able to kite back. Yeah, he's in position, shuts down the Lings, and will defend. Kelazar does manage to defend. Meanwhile, back across the map, Overlord gets shut down. The Overlord did at least scout, did confirm the upgrade on the way. We're fully aware of Cloak Banshees. We should be getting ready. Again, Hellion just barely allowing Spazzy Mazzy to breathe here. Just non-stop aggression. Earlier, he dove into a mineral line once. Again, threatens the third base. Won't lose any Hellions. Shaves off some Lings. They do back off at the same time. Another Ling counterattack does get into the mineral line. Kelzer also going to take also going to be taking some losses here. 6 SCVs go down. Yeah, Spazzy Mazzy not taking this line down. Look at the units lost tab here. We've lost 6 SCVs for 5 drones. And we are going back and forth, but there's still a lot of potential here in these Banshees. Likewise, Hellions are still active and they can still move out on the map. Once again, Spazzy Mazzy moving out with another Ling run by. This is what I spoke about earlier, referring to Spazzy Mazzy and how aggressive of a player he is. But non-stop Ling aggression here. Just always ready for a counterattack, ready to punish. As he's hiding his Lings on the right-hand side. Well, Banshees do hit the natural. 3 drones going to be going down so far, and we're not done. We had a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th drone as well. Six drone kills in between the bases. Lings, they do dip back in. So do head for the 3rd. So far, 8 work kills. We're still not done. We still have plenty of HP to work with as more drones are going down. At the same time, Spazzy Mazzy Bailey Nest is done. We are sending a large amount of Lings across the map, but we're getting ready for a Bane bust. I mean, we don't have that much to defend. We have Hellions with Marines. The tank is still on the horizon. And we see a Spire in production for our Zerg player. Ling Bane Muta on the way. Muta play is seen more often here on Amphion just because of the base layout, because of the setup of the map. Again, it can be very awkward to actually harass with ground-based units just because of how secure this 3rd base is. What I'm referring to is that to gain access to this 3rd base, you have to mine through these mineral patches or you have to knock down these rocks. Things that Spazzy Mazzy has not done. So this 3rd base looking very secure, but less so against mutas once they do pop out. Likewise, Kelzer fully walling up. No Banelings morphed in. Just Baneling speed on the way. Just Lings ready for a run by. But alas, the wall is looking solid. Run by won't get much done. Kelzer moving out across the map does confirm that the wall is still up and running. And are we bringing any SCVs? The answer is no workers, no mules either. There we go. the mules have arrived. And hopefully they start mining, as I'm pretty sure that was the goal. There we go. 2nd mule as well. We might through the 1st patch, through the 2nd as well. The choke point here is going to be brutal. And Spazzy Mazzy, how do we engage? Mutas have arrived, but we have plenty of Marines. Pushing on forward, going for the Overlord. Mutas are banking up. We have how many? 9 mutas in total. And we're collapsing in. So far, hot pickup, but not enough fire, not enough anti-air. 1st tank goes down. 2nd one is standing strong. And yeah, there's just not enough Marines. Not enough Marines here, not against as many mutas. We clean up the army, we clean up the push. And this is quite a big loss here for Kelzer. A bit of an anti-timing. Combat shields and +1 finish up just after the fight. After the army goes down. It's a very clutch timing from Spazzy Mazzy. And now, we're moving out. We're catching reinforcements. Oh, there are Marines back at home. So far. Mutas do stand strong at the same time. We keep pushing across the map. We catch some reinforcements. 2 mutas full. We get into the mineral line and no Ling Bane in position. We're going for the nest. We're going for the Baneling nest. 0 Banelings morphed in. There are 2 Banelings on the way. We spend so much gas on mutas. And not enough on Banelings. Yeah, the Marines, they trade well. Oh, they focus out as many mutas as they can. The Queens. With that, Kelzer is getting out of hand, getting out of control. Finally, the army's going to be forced back. Will we have a tank? Oh my god. Takes down the Baneling. Yeah, and this choke point is brutal. We just cannot engage the Lings. They cannot touch this. And Kelzer just rallying everything across the map. Looking to break through, looking to snowball out of control. What can Spazzy Mazzy do? And the Lings, they melt, and the mutas are so vulnerable without any support. GG gets called, and Kelzer takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. A very intense game there, but again, you can see some of the features of the map coming into play, especially there outside of the natural base. That's that kind of attack path that you can go through, that you can mine through as well, whether it's with workers, whether it's with mules as well. That is just a brutal position to actually fight against and fight for. It does feel like, as a Zerg player, you do have to mine through those mineral patches ahead of time, just so we can open up that attack path and make it a little bit more engageable. Otherwise, you saw just how brutal it can be, you know, with just that one hex, that one mineral patch worth of space to work through. You just cannot really break through that. You cannot get on top of the tanks, not easily at least. Not with a ground army. And in the end, Spazzy Mazzy did find that out the hard way. And Kelzer did snowball out of control. Spazzy Mazzy had his own moments, you know, with his Ling counterattacks and Ling run-bys. Likewise, I was not opposed to his initial hold with his mutas, where he was able to clean up the tanks, clean up the marines, and even counterattack as well. Again, some good moments there for Spazzy Mazzy, but he did need to regain control of his side of the map, of his natural base. Again, he just wasn't able to open up that attack path. Likewise, didn't have the foresight to morph in Banelings ahead of time either. He was stuck with his pants down without any Banelings, or with only 2 towards the end. And now we're getting into Game 2. Here we go. The series does continue, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our red Zerg player from the land of Denmark, representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Spazzy Mazzy. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran, representing RAD Sports. Leading the series 1-0, it is Kelzer. Here we go. Sorry, I'm just trying to set things up, making sure everything is okay. Beautiful. Whew. Here we go as, oh my god, Spazzy, going for a pull first. Okay, you have my attention. It's going to be a pull first opener here out of our Zerg player. With this, we can be a little bit aggressive. As I say that, it is going to be a Churax Reaper build from Kelzer. Okay, so there's a bit of a give and take going on here. On the one hand, because of the pull first, that means we have access to faster queens, and faster queens will help us defend against these Reapers, don't get me wrong. Lings won't be too useful here, and we can't be too aggressive. So typically with this kind of opener, we would make 4 to 6 Lings. We can move out across the map. Usually the natural base is wide open. We can avoid the first Reaper and delay the CC. But there is no CC. The CC is delayed because of the additional racks. We have a full wall off. These 6 Lings that are being made won't achieve much, or at least they shouldn't achieve much. So just a bit of a rougher start here for Spazzy Mazzy. These Lings could have been drones, we're moving out, and again the goal would have been to delay the CC, but we can't. Not with this setup. And the Overlord is about to confirm. The Overlord of Spazzy Mazzy is soon to confirm the setup, does get eyes on the low ground Raxes. And what do we try to achieve here with these Lings? As we could try to force back the Reapers and make them come back home. True, like if we can force back the army, then we can expand, we can take a third base. The goal of this opener, by the way, from Kelzer is to contain, is to deny the third. That's all we're looking for, deny the third base. We macro behind this, build up, and get into a longer game. Reaper has arrived. We're going for a Roach one. Okay, that'll do it. Kelzer does not get behind the mineral line, but a Roach Warren is on the way. So Spazzy Mazzy, how does he respond? It's an all-in. We're going for an all-in. It's all or nothing here. Spazzy Mazzy cutting workers at 17. We have not made a drone in quite some time. There we go. 1 drone on the way, getting up to 18. And 3 Roaches are in production. The Reapers have yet to confirm. They're dancing with the Queens, but they won't be able to get behind the mineral line. Factories on the way, all the production's on the low ground, all the production's going to be vulnerable. And if Kelzer saw this coming ahead of time, we would see bunkers. We'd see bunkers in front of both these Raxes. We'd see Marauder production as well, but we don't know. Lings have right, we shut down the Marines, we're going for the Tech Lab. So important here again, without the Tech Lab we cannot make Marauders against these initial Roaches. And Tech Lab is going to go down. Likewise, Reapers across the map. We do get into the middle line. We get eyes on the Roach Ward. Now we know. Kelzer, he's aware of how much danger he's in. Bunker is now on the way. We can't throw it down on the other side. Don't have access to that kind of location. Kelzer is pinned back, and the Roaches are already here. So this is looking ideal here for Spazzy. He did lose 2 drones across the map, which is brutal. His worker count is very low. And it's only 3 roaches. It's only 3 roaches. The boys are being pulled. We can repair. And Kelzer is holding on. Roach is going down. We have 1 Ravager to work with. And things are looking a little bit bleak here for Spazzy just because of how low his drone count is and just because he so far has been unable to punish this. The Cyclone has arrived! With the help of the Cyclone, we focus on the Ravager. There's 1 Ravager left, 1 Roach left. Kelzer can just shut this down. Yeah, the Roach is the Overlord, the everything. And behind this, Kelzer getting into additional Cyclones. Starport's already done. We have a 2-1-1 follow-up. Medevac on the way. Now, the one upside here for Spazzy as he's being cleaned up is he denied the tech lab, right? Without, ooh, wow, did connect. But without the tech lab, no stim. The stim timing that we would have hit is going to be quite late for Kelzer. So we're getting into a 3rd CC, no add-on on the starport, tech lab on the factory. Things are being pieced together, but it's a shaky follow-up here from Kelzer. It's not clean. It's not what we wanted. Not exactly what we wanted. As the Kelzer is moving out. Does get eyes on the 3rd base. Lock on the Queens, but we're going to be able to hold our own, at least for a moment. Medevacs are soon to arrive, though, in Kelzer. Can he shut down the Queens? There's 1 transfuse. We have a 2nd transfuse available as well, soon to be a 3rd. But we zone away the army. We're going for the base, going for the hatchery. Instead, we just ignore it. We go straight for the main. Likewise, Spazzy able to keep up. Does force back the drop. Does force the drop back. Yeah, Queens are coming in, and Kelzer doesn't really have a way out. He has to make room for the Cyclone. Oh, yeah, he has to pick and choose, and the Cyclone is not going to be saved. Yeah, not enough room in it. We did pick up a Marine by accident there. Kelzer has to retreat back at home, settling into his 3 base play. Double E base with double upgrades, 3rd CC soon to be landed. The game is going to be calming down, and Spazzy has been able to somewhat recover his worker count. I say somewhat because Link Speed is just now finishing, Lair is still on the way, Bailiness as well. Spazzy still has some recovering to do here, but we're droning as hard as we can. We're actually taking a lot of gases. It looks like we're playing into Muta again. You wouldn't take this many gases unless Aspire was in play. Unless Aspire was on the horizon. So show us what you got. There it is, Spire for Spazzy. Now, I did like the Spire on Amphion. I think Amphion is a really good map for you to play. When it comes to Oceanborn, I'm a little bit more concerned. The bases, or I should say, the attack paths are a little more wide open, a little more vulnerable here for the defending player like Spazzy, especially this 3rd base. Keller's just moving out. We need Lingbane. We need as much Lingbane as possible. Like, we cannot afford to bank up resources for mutas, not right now. As here comes the push. Here comes the push. Kelzer moving out towards that 3rd. Thankfully, the creep is looking solid on the right-hand side, so we can go for a flank. We can attempt to surround. Gonna try to come in from multiple angles. We're going in from the front lines. The tank shot's gonna be going up. It looks like we should have enough. Yeah, we surround the bio. Good target practice on the Banelings. And just not enough Marines. The army is going to be cleaned up. Whew. And that means we can make mutas. We can make mutas. We do have over 1,000 gas in the bank. Kelzer are trying to move out once again, but doesn't really have much to work with. Which means mutas should be able to hit the field. There we go. 9 mutas in production. Kelzer looking to knock down at least as much creep as possible. Still being active with his army. Moving out with his tank. Upgrades are now kicking in. Kelzer has 1-1. His Marines are going to be that much more effective. Does deny creep. Oh, gee, that's 13 mutas on the way. And we have options. We can either try to deal with this army as Kelzer's backing off. Now we can go straight for the Mineral Alliance. Ooh, the Spire was spotted. I missed that. But if we look at the vision here, the Spire was spotted earlier. Now we have turrets on the way. Kelzer, he knows. Kelzer is aware. Throwing down turrets back at home, and he is committing with his main army. do have some Ling Bane to work with, but is it enough? As that's 13 Mutas diving in. The turret, do we repair in time? We do. Do repair in time. 2 SCVs go down. The Mutas are revealed, and that means we push across the map. We force to cancel the... Oh, God. It was a bit off center. 4th base is going to be denied, but no, we ignore the 4th. And we're going for both. To cancel the 4th once again. Pushing towards the 3rd. Ling Bane diving in. The Banelings, they go down. The Marines, they can stand strong, and once again, there's not enough Ling Bane on the ground. In a head-on fight, Mutas, they do nothing. Well, they struggle. Oh, the Banelings! Oh my God. That's target firing out of Kellezer, dropping the Marines. And it looks like we might barely have enough. We do. We barely have enough. The Marines are being shut down. There's 4 Marines left, 3 Marines left. They will be picked up. They will evacuate. Whew. Spazzy Mazzy barely holds on. Now, what is scary, what is dangerous, is that Spazzy Mazzy is stuck with 3 bases. We need a 4th. We need a 4th base. We need an expansion. Just to keep up economically, just to keep up production-wise as well. As Kelzer, he's not slowing down. Just rallying across the map. Pulling Spazzy Mazzy apart. Trading here on the right-hand side. Getting ready for another push towards the left. And you can see here that the supply is now getting slowly more and more in favor of Kelzer, just because Kelzer has been trading more efficiently and has been denying the 4th. Like, that's kind of his win condition here. Just keep the Zerg player on 3 bases. Get a handle on their production, on their economy, and just keep trading. Up! Macho going off. Takes down a Muta. Kelzer already on 4 bases. Kelzer, he's ahead economically, he's ahead of bases. Is where he wants to be. Need a counterattack on the way. There's 2 turrets to defend. And Spazzy Mazzy falling behind in those upgrades. Again, because we're spending so much gas on Mutas, we can't really spend as much on those upgrades. Stuck with 1-1. Turret holding on. 2 SCVs go down. Kelzer does have to push, or is pushing forward. Mutas are racing back home. Now instead of tanks, we have Widow Mines. How good are the mine shots going to be? Not bad on the Lings. Oh, big connections on the Banelings. Oh my God, every Baneling goes down. The mine shots were insane. And now the Bio Army can sim forward. Thankfully, we have some backup Banelings. And the Widow Mines have not reset. Oh, the splits! The splits, Papi. The splits are good, but it looks like we barely do have enough Marines reinforcements. They come just in time. And Kelzer keeps on pushing, and this time these Widow Mines are going to reset. And they are resetting. Banelings are on the way. We're running out of Lings. Running out of ground army here for the Zerg player. Kelzer, he stims on forward. Banelings rolling in the mine shot. Going off, doing a bit of friendly fire. Looks like we don't have enough Marines, but once again, we're still rallying. Reinforcements are coming in, and Kelzer, he's barely breaking through. He's barely breaking the back of Spazzy Mazzy. Mine shot's going off. GG gets called, and Kelzer takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Kelzer as he'll take the series. Again, just hyper aggression, just not allowing Spazzy Mazzy to breathe whatsoever, and more importantly, denying the 4th. Denying the 4th base time and time again. It was so important for Spazzy Mazzy to be able to spread creep, to be able to expand and actually hold on to that 4th base to try to keep up, but alas, he wasn't able to. Not just that, but also Kelzer was trading very efficiently. Each fight, Spazzy Mazzy was barely holding on and barely surviving, but it was always costing him all of his Ling Bane, and even costing him Mutas as well. Like, it was just rough fights, rough engagements there from Spazzy Mazzy. Wasn't quite able to get a handle on the situation. And Kelzer, once he got going, he didn't stop. Did not stop. GG, well played. Kelzer takes the first series, and now we're getting ready for the rest of round 1. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's try to figure out where exactly we are and how the bracket, how the round has been progressing. Okay, oh, we're done. Okay. Looks like our series was the longest one. Hearthstone took down 4Jumi 2-0. That was on the mainstream. Showtime took down Cuckoo 2-0. And we just casted Kelzer versus Spazzy Mazzy. You know what that means? Time for round 2. It is time for round 2 here as we're getting ready for our next set of matches. Up next on the B stream is going to be Hearthstone versus Spazzy Mazzy. We just featured our Danish Zerg player against a Terran player, but now he's up against a Protoss, the captain himself. So Hearthstone versus Spazzy Mazzy is coming up next. I believe the mainstream is covering Showtime. Let me just double check. No. The mainstream is covering Kelazur versus Cuckoo. So the mainstream has a TBT between Diego and Cuckoo. We have our series, which of course is going to be Hearthstone versus Spazzy Mazzy in the PvZ. When it comes to Showtime versus Forjumi, if our series is fast, if our series is short, then we could try to catch the tail end of Showtime versus Cuckoo. Of Showtime versus Forjumi. Apologies. So we can catch the tail end of that if we're fast. Otherwise, we'll just be focusing on Hearthstone and Spazzy Mazzy coming up next. And again, this is still just the beginning stages of the group. Still plenty more rounds. 5 rounds in total. We're done with round 1. We're getting ready for round 2. Oh boy, it's going to be a long night of StarCraft. Strap in, Bobby, strap in. I'm a Showtime fanboy, but no worries. I mean, I would love to cast Showtime, and I think we will cast Showtime later. No, never mind. We might be able to catch Showtime later on. For the most part, the mainstream have dibs. The way it works, the mainstream gets priority, and they pick their first match. The mainstream, they pick their first match, and then we are stuck with what's left over. Which is fine. The mainstream, they have priority. So I imagine they're going to be covering most of Showtime here in the group, which makes sense, not just because of how strong of a player he is, but he's also, one of the players in Germany, and the event is happening in Germany, so I'm sure a lot of people want to feature him. A lot of people there at the events and at the bar want to see more of Showtime, and here in Marine as well. Big Gabe later on down the line. So it does make sense. And with that, we are going to be going on a short break. Here. The players are conducting their vetoes as we speak. When they're done, we're going to be jumping in to Spazzy Mazzy versus Hearthstone. See you soon. Cut. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that break. Hope you enjoyed that brutal OST as we have returned with the HomeStory Cup 25 B stream, the HomeStory Cup 25 group stage round robin group C. And we're jumping into our second match of the night, second match of the evening, into a PvZ. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our red Zerg player from the land of Denmark, representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Spazzy Mazzy. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Blue Zerg. Blue Protoss player representing Shopify Rebellion. It's the captain himself. It is Harston. Let's go. Let us go. Again, earlier we did feature Spazzy Mazzy versus Kelazur versus Diego in a ZVT. It was a very intense ZVT matchup as well. Very high octane. A lot of just fights and non-stop action throughout the course of that series. But now we're calming things down a little bit, getting into our PvZ. Again, I'm more than curious as to how Spazzy Mazzy approaches this matchup as well. Likewise, from my experience, from my history casting, Spazzy Mazzy does come off as a very aggressive player himself. But in the last series, we saw a lot of attempted meter play. Against Diego, against Kelazur. Here against Harston, Spire play against Protoss is not unheard of. We see it, especially in the mid game, you know, if we can get that far. But it does depend as well whether or not Harston does allow the game state to get there in a more comfortable fashion for the Zerg players who do throw down the thumbs up. Love to see it. The spray is back. The spray has been thrown down. It's going to be a hatch gas pool standard opener out of Spazzy Mazzy. Likewise, Harston going for a gate expand into a cybercore. Everything looking as it should so far. I'm curious where our tech takes us, where Harston will be taking towards. Again, whether Stargate or a Twilight Council, we can be a little more aggressive. We did notice Harston, especially last year around DreamHack Atlanta era, we saw a lot of more greedier play from Harston in the PvZ matchup, and he got away with a lot of greed as well. But I think that was more of like, at the time, that's what he was going for. It has since kind of shifted things around. I think at the time we were seeing just a really fast third base before even the first Oracle. Just these greedier builds out of Harston, but has since adjusted and adapted. So now just keeping an eye on things. Lings have arrived. Harston trying to be annoying, trying to delay the third base, but the probe is going to be forced away, and we have our tick of choice. It's going to be a Stargate from Harston. Okay, Stargate opener out of our Blue Protoss player. Overlord goes in for the scout, has to dive in pretty deep, but will get eyes on the tick of choice. Spazzy Mazzy does confirm the Stargate opener. Does confirm, is aware. From here, back at home, we're expanding, taking the linear third base. Are taking our turn, droning up, and should just be focusing on droning and making queens, keeping up with the Adept and the Oracle aggression. I'm assuming it's an Oracle. It could be a Void Ray opener out of Harston. I feel like Harston for a long time was known for his Sky Toss play, and that's also quite viable here, depending on our unit of choice. And it is going to be the Void Ray. Okay! I was curious because I don't know if you noticed, this Stargate is a little bit closer and further back than normal. Usually if it was an Oracle opener, the Stargate would be thrown down on the edge of the main. Here it was thrown down a little bit further back, a little bit closer to the main base itself, and as a result, it's going to be more difficult to scout the follow-up. What I'm referring to, Void Ray first will be shutting down this Overlord will be shutting down any kind of vision from the Zerg player and hiding what comes next. It could be a second Stargate, right? It could be a second Stargate into Mass Void Ray. It could be a fast Fleet Beacon into Sky Toss. It could be a Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts. Or it could even be a standard game with a Forge and Twilight Council. It could be anything. Spazzy Mazzy will have a hard time figuring it out as the Lings, they come in for a cancel. And it looks like they do. Oh my god, just barely in time. Third base is denied. Probe goes down as well. Very nice counterattack here out of Spazzy Mazzy. Back at home, happily droning. Spores are on the way. Queens are getting in position. And there is that Twilight Council follow-up. Now we'll keep an eye on whether or not there is a Forge. If there is no Forge, if we throw down extra gateways, this could be for Glaive Adepts, or it could just be fast Blink. I do recall Harston playing very hero-esque and going for fast Blink as his take of choice, but extra gateways are on the way. It does look like it's going to be Glaives. We'll see. We'll see where this takes us. We'll see where Harston does take towards. Again, the reason why Glaives can be really powerful in a moment like this is because the Zerg player is used to droning. They're used to just droning up, delaying their Roach Warren, cutting corners. And there it is, Glaives are on the way. At the same time, Hearthstone gets into the natural base. Drones are going down. We got 5 worker kills already. 5 drones get picked off so far. Good damage dealt here by this first Oracle, second Skytoss unit. And I'm a little bit concerned for Spazzy Mazzy because, do you see what I see? I see a lair and no Roach Warren. We're at the 5-minute mark. There is no Roach Warren. What does that mean? That means we have purely Lings and Queens to defend. And these Glaive Adepts, they're coming. Initially, we have a vanilla adept push. This is standard, you know, just 6 adepts, poking, prodding, threading the bases. Lings are on the way. Now, alternatively, we could throw down a Bailey Nest. We could have a Bailey Nest to defend. That's another way that we can defend against Glaive Adepts. But based on the lair that's about to finish, based on the fact that we have no tech, it looks like Ling Hydra. And Ling Hydra struggles against Glaive Adepts. So I am quite concerned here for our Zerg player that we are cutting too many corners and that we have misread the situation. We're warping in Adepts back at home. We are reinforcing. We're pushing out across the map. Bearing in mind, there is no War Prism with this, but Glaives is going to finish up in a couple of seconds. And we catch a Queen. First Queen going down. We just made a wave of drones. Lings are amassing, but again, Lings against Adepts, they melt. And we commit to the shade. Oh, brutal position. Lings, they cannot engage. Queens are going down. Drones as well. And we can keep pushing. And there's just not much to stop us. 12 workers falling. We shade into the natural. Lings are lying in wait, but again, they only last a couple of seconds. Boys are being pulled. It's going to be a massacre. How many drones go down? 20! GG gets called, and Hearthstone will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, it did unfortunately look like Spazzy Mazzy was going Ling into Hydra, and both players rolled the dice. Basically, both players, they gambled a little bit. I mean, again, the chances of there being at least a safety Roach Warren is quite high, especially with a Void Ray opener. It is not uncommon, especially if you look at higher level play, you know, with players like Dark, Shin, Raynor, Serral. If there ever is a Stargate Void Ray opener, it is not uncommon to throw down a safety Roach Warren because Glaive Adepts are a possibility. It's a hard decision to make because if it isn't Glaive Adepts, then you throw down an early Roach Warren and it's kind of a waste of resources. But we see what happens if you take that risk. You know, if you gamble incorrectly and if your opponent is going Glaives, you're caught with your pants down and you have nothing. You have nothing essentially. Like Lings and Queens, they do nothing here against those Adepts, and GG. GG, well played. Hearthstone takes the lead. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. We're getting ready to see if Spazzy Mazzy can bounce back or if Hearthstone closes it out. Oh boy. Alternatively, we could have thrown down like a safety Bailiness as well. Like, again, corners were being cut. We were punished for cutting those corners. It was a risky move there out of Spazzy Mazzy. Likewise, a little bit risky out of Hearthstone as well. He wasn't necessarily 100% certain that there was no hidden tech, but he was at least getting some scouting information with his Oracle harassment. You know, he didn't see any tech and did quite well with it. And now we're getting into that second game. We're settling in to Site Delta. Let's go. Now, I don't expect to see the same build twice in a row. From both players, to be fair. Like, I don't expect Hearthstone to once again go Void Ray into Twilight Council into Glaives. It can be a very cheeky way to play, and it can catch our opponent off guard. But typically in a series, now Spazzy Mazzy's on notice, and now he will most likely throw down a safety Roach Warren. He'll be playing a little bit more careful, and this won't work the same way 2 games in a row. So I'm excited to see what else we have up our sleeve. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our Danish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Spazzy Mazzy. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Blue Protoss player from Land of the Netherlands, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Hearthstone. Here we go. So far, so good. Hearthstone opening up with a Gate Expand. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if it's another Stargate opener. Now, what I would personally love to see is Hearthstone going for a Stargate opener, once again opening up Void Ray, and then going for something different instead. To make it look like the same build, to make it look like he's going for the same thing 2 games in a row, and then hard switches something different. Into either maybe a second Stargate, into a Skytoss, right, with a fast fleet beacon. We could throw down a Forge, a Twilight Council into Blink with a 3rd base. just try to like deceive your opponent and try to play with expectations, as Spazzy Mazzy is going pool first. Okay. Before I get ahead of myself and talk about what Harsum could be doing, let's talk about what Spazzy Mazzy is doing. Pool first here at a Spazzy Mazzy. With this, faster Lings are going to be moving out, looking to harass across the map, looking to disrupt the opener. Here we go, 6 Lings are on the way. We'll see what we can get done. Meanwhile, Harsum comes in with a probe scout. He does confirm that the hatchery is late. It's a delayed hatchery, so there must be an earlier spawning pool. And Harsum will confirm the spawning pool timing. And the Lings. Harsum, he sees everything coming his way. The probe is going to go down. But back at home, we can prioritize Zealot. There we go. Zealot should be chronoed as we speak. We have 1 pylon. We can throw down a 2nd pylon on the low ground. And even pull some boys. As for now, we are walling up. Cybercore is done. We wall off with the 2nd gateway. Now, this is a little bit greedy. We did cancel the Zealots, and we just waited for the Cybercore for the Adept instead. But to make up for that, we have a probe ready to wall off, ready to throw down a pylon. So this pylon has been thrown down. We fully wall up. And these Lings don't achieve much. We cancel the gateway, going for the Stargate. Harsum being as efficient as possible. He doesn't play it safe. He does end up re-walling. And we do have our Stargate opener. And so far, the opener of Spazzy Mazzy has not been worth it. We delayed our expansion, we delayed our droning in favor of these Lings, and they didn't get much done. They didn't really slow down Harsum. Harsum didn't even make the Zealots, which I'm sure Spazzy Mazzy was hoping for at least. So far, very crisp play here out of Harsum. Settling into his tech of choice. Meanwhile, across the map, Harsum keeping tabs on Spazzy Mazzy, getting a Ling kill, forcing back the army. And it is going to be Oracle first, not Void Ray. Okay. We're mixing things up. As I mentioned before, I was hoping to see like a very similar build and then try to catch Spazzy Mazzy off guard. Instead, just a standard Oracle opener. Looking to get across the map, looking to harass, looking to expand and take a 3rd base. And the Overlord will confirm this. Does confirm at least a Stargate. Spazzy Mazzy went in a little bit deeper to make sure there's no hidden tech. Oracles are spotted. And back at home, we need to set up our spores and set up our queens. We have 1 queen in the main, 1 queen. Do we have 2 queens? Oh, bit of a lower queen count, but we're about to reinforce. 2 queens at the natural at least. Who does dip in? Is zoned away. So far, so good. Ooh, a bit of an overreaction out of Spazzy Mazzy there. That does deal quite a bit of damage. We get 1 drone kill in the main. 2nd Oracle moves out. 3rd Oracle on the way. Harsum is keeping the pressure up. Oh, does take a couple of hits. Does sustain some hull damage. Spazzy does rotate over towards that natural. At the same time, we have eyes on the 3rd base, but Harsum's in position. We have 2 Adepts. We have a would-be 3rd Oracle. Like Harsum's 3rd base this time will not be cancelled. And that is a much earlier Roach Warren. Okay, you have my attention. This was around a 440, 435-ish Roach Warren timing out of Spazzy Mazzy. This feels like a safe Roach Warren. Like, you know, just under 5 minutes here will keep us safe. It's a little bit unnecessary. As we can see, we're only harassing with Oracles, and we do get eyes on the Roach Warren. Harsum does confirm. Likewise, in the main base, we have a Forge, we have a Twilight Council. This should be for +1 and Blink. Slightly faster +1, slightly delayed Twilight Council. So we are headed into the mid-game. This time, Spazzy Mazzy isn't going to die suddenly to a mass amount of Adepts. Likewise, Harsum is settling into his 3-base setup and harassing with a handful of vanilla Adepts. 3 Adepts are moving out. Lair is on the way, we're droning up. Alright, droning up as Oracles, they do hit the natural once again. Catching another drone. We haven't killed too many workers, it's been 5 in total, but it's slowly been adding up. Slowly has been building up here for Harsum, shaving off Lings. There's that take of choice, as I mentioned, +1 and Blink, on the way. Oh, and Spazzy Mazzy taking all 6 gases and going for a Spire. That I was not expecting. I was leaning more along the lines of Hydras again, but it could also be the case that last game, this was the original plan, that we wanted to go into Mutas in game 1, which is why we had nothing. I assumed it was going to be Hydra tech, but Muta's on the horizon. We saw Muta play at a Spazzy Mazzy against Kellizer earlier today. Now we're seeing it against Hearthstone. It is a bold move, and we'll see if it goes unscattered. Lings, they're going for a dive. They do catch a Stalker. Ooh, Stasis Trap does go up. And massive Stasis on the Lings. So far, the kiting is looking solid here. Throwing down a Proxy Pylon. How many gateways are we on? Only 6 gateways, but Hearthstone is in Spazzy Mazzy's face. And we're pushing through. We catch Roaches, we catch Ravagers. Oh, the Force Field is brutal here, or at least the Stasis is brutal. Locking down the army. Blink is done. Do get away. We have another Stasis. Up. Yeah, more Stasis going off the Lings. They do get trapped. And we can keep pushing. Now, Hearthstone is not all in. He can reinforce on the front lines, and he will. But he's got tech on the way. He's got +2, Templar Archives. Getting ready for Storm, for Archon production. He has taken extra gases. But Hearthstone is committed. We do shave off those Lings. Mutas are on the way. Now, Hearthstone has not scouted the Spire. He is unaware. But doesn't matter. We have plenty of anti-air, plenty of Blink Stalkers. And soon to be Archons as well. As we continue to reinforce here on the front lines. Queens are falling. Mutas are going to have to force to reveal themselves. So take down another Queen. And a Roach. Mutas are moving out for a counterattack. We have Phoenixes on the way. We spotted the Mutas. He knows. He's fully aware. Mutas have been spotted. Phoenix is on the way. Cannons, shield batteries in the mineral lines. We're getting ready. And at the same time, we're pushing into the natural. Spazzy Mazzy just does not have a standing army. Not anymore. We aggressively blink on top of the Roaches and Ravagers. We focus them down at the same time across the map. We get shut down as well. GG gets called. Hearthstone. He attacks, he defends, and he takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Very bold move here for Spazzy Mazzy to commit into the Mutas despite being under pressure of those Stalkers. Because we made Mutas, we had less Roach Ravager and less Lings to work with, as all the resources and Larva was spent on Mutas of all things. And it was a really risky move. He was maybe hoping that Hearthstone would not feel confident enough to push in, but he did. You know, he was trading well for himself. He was pulling the Roach Ravager apart, and yeah, with that, the investment into the Mutas was not the ideal play. You could argue that at that stage of the game, it didn't matter. That Hearthstone already had too much momentum anyway, and it was going to be an uphill battle for Spazzy Mazzy. It's true, things were looking a little bit bleak there. But yeah, the Mutas was a bold choice, and unfortunately was scattered as the Mutas were spawning in, as the Mutas were popping out. And congratulations to Hearthstone as he does take the series 2-0. Does bring down Spazzy Mazzy, and with that, Hearthstone takes another win for himself. Puts another point on the board. GG. GG, well played. Again, the group is progressing quite nicely. We can head on over to the bracket, try to catch up on what's been going on. Again, round 1 did conclude. Round 2 is underway. It looks like the mainstream was covering Kellizer and Cuckoo. Did go 2-0 in favor of Kellizer. Likewise, we just finished up our series. Hearthstone took down Spazzy Mazzy. And there is one more match ongoing. Showtime versus Forjumi. They're currently in game 2. Showtime leads the series. And that series might have just concluded. Ooh, Forjumi just got out of game. Showtime just got out of game. Do we have an ace match? Or is it over? Let's refresh. Let's refresh the bracket. And it's still not updated. What's going on? What's going on? We have the vetoes. But they just got out of game. And yep, there it is. There's the update. Showtime did indeed 2-0 for Jumi. Round 2 has wrapped up. Yo, these rounds are so fast. Yesterday when we were covering our series were much longer. Our games were a lot longer, it felt. And it took us a little bit longer to actually like get this group going, or get the previous groups going. But just like that, round 1 and round 2 in the books, and now we're getting ready for round number 3. Look at how ahead of schedule we are. This is meant to start in an hour. Scheduled to start in an hour. We're already here, Pappy. We're already here. Okay, so what is coming up next? We have Showtime versus Kellizer. Ooh, 2 of the big names. 2 of the big boys in the group, Showtime and Kellizer. They're facing off on the mainstream. As you can imagine, the mainstream is going to be covering Showtime and Kellizer. We will be casting Hearthstone and Cuckoo. Okay, so we're going to be following the captain himself. We're going to be giving Spazzy a break. I mean, at least on this stream. Spazzy, he's going to be going up against 4 Jumi in another ZVP. But our attention is going to be on Hearthstone and Cuckoo. That is our next series. Once again, if our series is fast, if our match is quick, then we might be able to catch the tail end of 4 Jumi versus Spazzy. So just as a heads up, that's kind of how we structure things here, is that we have 1 series and we have a potential 2nd series available. I say potential because all the matches are happening at the same time. It's all starting up at the same time. And we still have 2 more rounds thereafter. They're called rounds, but they're rectangles on the bracket. Ahí están. I'm shaking my head. I'm shaking my head. You're an animal, Papi. You're an animal. I'm catching up. I'm catching up. Second Cybercore because it builds faster? From my understanding, yes. I believe it does. He's sailing, cruising. Is Lad also observing? Yes. I'm observing. We haven't had a Zerg win a series yet, right? Is this how Protoss fans used to feel in big tournaments? Is that true for the entire tournaments? I didn't. Let's see. Oh, we casted Fiant to win some series. We casted Fiant, right? Who did Fiant bring down? A ZVZ. Fiant, he brought down Hydra, right? Yeah, took down Hydra. There you go. 1 series. We got you. We got you, Pappy. We didn't get to cast it, but yes. What else is happening? Lots of PvPs in this group, so lots of quick games. True. Group D looks nice. Group D does look pretty stacked. I compare Group D and Group C. I do think that in Group C, Showtime, Hearthstone, and Kellizer are pretty interchangeable. So I don't think it's quite clear-cut with who makes it out. Likewise, we have other players here that can definitely pose threats. Same here for Group D, where we have a Hero Marine, a Laser, and Trigger. I guess the really cool thing about Group D is we have 3 strong representatives of each race. A Laser is the strongest Zerg player in the tournament. As was kind of alluded to earlier, we don't really have the strongest Zerg representation in these other groups. I mean, there was no Zerg in Group B. Fiant is a young up-and-comer, and he had a good showing for himself, but again, kind of pales a little bit in comparison to Clem, Mana, and Ryung. And here Spazzy as well is you know, making a name for himself, but is not as established as Showtime, Hearthstone, and Kellizer. So that's like the big difference about Group D, is that we have 1 strong player of each race, which definitely leads into some really good matches, and it's definitely something to look forward to. Something to definitely look forward to there. Forward to it. Until then, we are going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here. After the break, we're going to be jumping into Hearthstone versus Cuckoo. Vetoes are currently underway, and then we'll be jumping into a PvT. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that short break and the brutal OSC as we have returned with the HomeStory Cup 25 group stage, day number 2. We're still halfway through Group C, and we're jumping right into our third match of the night. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Red Protoss from the land of the Netherlands, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Harston. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Romanian Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Red Pack Esports. It is CranKy. Go. CranKy, of course, another young up-and-coming player. I mean, I say young and up-and-coming player. I remember when he was still a teenager competing in StarCraft. Nowadays, I think he's 20. I think he's an old man. He's let me just double check. Yes, he is 20 years old now. So, past his prime, Bobby. Clearly, Kappa. But it puts things into perspective, like how many years have gone by, how long he's been competing. I still remember when, again, he was like around 17 or so years old, competing in StarCraft events and competing in tournaments. But, you know, time has gone on. CranKy is still, of course, improving. Still, it's great to see that he was invited over to this event. And historically, CranKy has been a very aggressive player. Very aggressive player here. A lot of cheeky builds up his sleeve. Speaking of, hello, Mr. SCV. What are we up to? Where are we going, Papi? Where are we going? Back at home, we do have our racks finishing up. Likewise, our SCV poised to throw down a proxy. Rope Scout coming in. Harsum does read this as a Rax expand. And we'll be delaying the expansion. I mean, the CC should soon be on the way. Oh, there it is. We have our command center on location. Probe is zoned away, and the question becomes, again, what are we going to be making use, or how are we going to be making use of this SCV? What is our plan? Now, I was imagining that this was going to be a proxy starport, but the SCV was really early for that sort of thing, so here we go. It's going to be a proxy factory. I imagine this is proxy factory into a proxy starport as well. I'm curious how this all comes together. I'm imagining this leads into a Hellion drop, but we'll see. That's another probe continuing to dip in, getting eyes on the command center. Marine will zone the probe away. Back at home, it was a Gate Cyber Expand, standard setup here out of Harston. And show us that starport. Our eyes are still on CranKy. Show us what you got. Aggression continues. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener here out of Harston. Very safe opener, working towards Blink. And we are getting into a Cyclone. Okay, not Hellion production. You have my attention. What do you got for us? Meanwhile, the CC is going to be delayed. Now, if this Cyclone was back at home, we could shut down the Adept and we could finish up our expansion and take care of our 2-base setup. Alas, Marine's going to have a bit of a harder time having control of the low ground behind this. We have a second and a third racks on the way. We have a bit of a 3-rack setup here alongside the proxy factory. Second Cyclone on the way. Now we have 2 Adepts. Oh, CranKy's in a rough position. The CC will not finish. We're just stuck on 1 base. Marines trying to fight back here. Oh, even a bit of a supply block, forcing down the high-yield supply depot. More Marines under fire. Oof. And Marine goes down. We're down to 4. We're down to 3. And still no completed base. We're still stuck on 1 base. This was not designed to be a 1 base all in. I'm pretty sure we were hoping to at least finish the base and get some mining going. So a rough start for CranKy, but he will be coming in from behind with these Cyclones. Going for the natural base. As we dive into the main. No shield battery. No shield battery, no overcharge, but with 2 Stalkers, we zone away the army. Adept still out on the map, going to be shut down. The Adept will fall. And we're going for a proxy tank? Again, we're seeing this again. We did have proxy tank yesterday. I think Moja did whip out a proxy tank at some point in last night's StarCraft. And now we're seeing it from CranKy. Let's go. I'm ready for it. I'm here for it. Tanks are on the way. We're rallying Marines across the map. We have completed the natural base, finally getting it up and running. And the proxy has been scattered. We are fully aware of the tank production. Stalker's moving out, chipping away at the Cyclones. Cyclone barely does escape. Immortals are on the way. Immortals are going to be so invaluable here to defend and to focus down those tanks and Cyclones. So Immortals are backing up. We have one shield battery and an overcharge available. I would love to see a second shield battery even just in case. But we can collapse on this. Stalker's blinking forward. Catching reinforcements. One Stalker goes down. And the army is dragged away. Oh, the tank's exposed! No, the tank goes down. It was left all on its own. The first tank does go down. We have one tank left. But already, this 2-base all-in, we're bleeding out too much. More Marines falling. Hearthstone, beautiful control here, preserving his Stalkers. Shuts down even more Marines. It does escape the clutches of that Cyclone. Likewise, still keeping tabs on the tank production. The army's moving out. We're gunning for the factory. We're going for the proxy. Blink going forward. Cyclone goes down. The tank as well. The tank falls. And can we get both tanks? No shot. We do get the Cyclone Marines. They do push forward. No stim. They have vanilla Marines. The gas being spent on tank production. One Immortal goes down. There's one Immortal left. At the same time, Stalker's still catching reinforcements. Tank is slowly pushing forward. But Cuckoo is just running out of units. He's running out of resources. We scan. GG gets called as we see the third base, and Hearthstone takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Hearthstone just being proactive, shutting down the proxy ahead of time, or even before the proxy. It was just such a brutal beginning for Cuckoo, as his CC was denied. He just could not expand. He just could not really get into his economy, and that did slow down his all-in. Did mean he had that much less resources to work with. On top of that, Hearthstone being able to come across and find the proxy was brutal, and yeah, as a result, Hearthstone was able to prioritize his immortal production, able to be proactive with his army, catch reinforcements, zone the army back. And very well done by Hearthstone. Very cool, calm, and collected play, and with that, Hearthstone takes the lead. Does take a lead, but we'll see what Cuckoo has in store for us in game number 2. What is our plan? How are we approaching this? Where are we headed? As game number 2 is going to be on Alkyone. Okay, a much larger map, much more macro-oriented compared to Oceanborn. So something crazy like a proxy, I doubt we're going to be seeing it here. Not attempted again, but we mentioned before that Cuckoo is known for his aggression, so even if he doesn't proxy, we could still see a 2-base all-in. Just aggression in general. We'll see. We'll see how Cuckoo does pieces all together. We weren't able to see Cuckoo in the previous matches, but has had a bit of a rougher time so far. Cuckoo, oh my god, I just checked the earlier rounds. His first series was against Showtime. His second series was against Kelazur. Now his third series is against Hearthstone. Like the 3 strongest competitors back to back to back. So it's been a rougher start for our Terran player, but hopefully we can bring it back. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkyone, we have our red Protoss player representing Shopify Rebellion from the land of the Netherlands. It is Hearthstone. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Romanian Terran player, the blue Terran representing Red Pack Esports. It is Cuckoo. We go. So again, I appreciate the initiative out of Cuckoo in game 1, but unfortunately it did kind of fall on his face. It just had a really rough start to the build overall. Build was slowed down and was stifled, and in the end it did peter out. But I'm hoping we can piece things together, bring it all back, and have a more back and forth game 2. See, as Hearthstone is quick to check his natural, is scouting the third base location. Hearthstone very paranoid, and I do not blame him, especially after what happened in game 1, considering his opponent of choice as well. Hearthstone is just checking the third base, and moving over towards the left-hand side before coming in for a scout. So just again, really safe start here out of Hearthstone. And is going for his expansion. Nexus on the way. Interesting, and Cuckoo, he is going for the SCV scout, but he's going Reactor first, not Reaper. Going for the Reactor first. Meanwhile, CC is forced to be off-center. Thankfully, as we're a Terran player, we can just lift and land, but it is going to take a couple of extra seconds to get going. So still a nice start for Hearthstone, does delay the expansion by a couple of seconds. Back at home, we did open up Gateway to Cybercore into expansion. Standard opener at a Hearthstone. Factory's on the way. It was an economic opener here at a Cuckoo. And this time we should be able to finish up with that command center. This time we should be looking to have a stronger start compared to game 1. The CC is almost done. First Adept is moving out. There are Marines in position. We have 4 Marines in total. We should be okay. See Cuckoo keeping up, getting a couple of hits in. Force the Shade to cancel. Behind this, going for a second Rax. Okay. What do we see here? We see a delayed starport. I would not be surprised if we throw down a third Rax behind this, and this can be very committed on 2 bases. Just prioritizing hyper-fixated on building up an army, delaying any kind of medevacs, any kind of air support in favor of an army. Yep, there it is. A third Rax is on the way. Now, this can be the beginnings of a 2-base all-in. I'm referring specifically to building up a bio army, working towards tanks, and then pulling the boys. Pulling the boys and going all in on 2 bases. There's the add-on salt for tank production. We can build up towards 3 tanks, and we have a very strong 3-tank timing. Now, I'm curious if we commit to a 2-base all-in, or if Cuckoo throws down a starport and goes for a longer game. Oh my god, that is the 4th Rax! A 2-base all-in. Let's go! I was not expecting the 4th Rax, but now we see why. This is interesting. No add-ons. We have not invested into add-ons here. Instead, we're going for a 4th Rax. Now, what this also means is that there's no stim. Like, there's no earlier tech lab for any kind of upgrade timing or anything like that. We're just hyper-fixated on tanks and Marines. Very interesting. Now, I believe because of this hits a little bit faster. I believe this is faster than it otherwise would if we did wait for any kind of upgrades. But again, there's no longevity here with what we're building up. Back at home, it's going to be a Blink-based opener. How many gateways? We have 2-gate Blink into a 3rd economic start here out of Hearthstone, which is going to be more ideal for Cuckoo, as Hearthstone should be working towards an expansion. Yep, there it is. 3rd base is on the way for Hearthstone. He's only got 2 gateways and no safety immortals. So Hearthstone is looking a little bit more vulnerable here. Going for the Bay. Going for the Bay for Colossus production again. No safety mortals whatsoever. Going for observers, and here comes the push. And we do pull a couple of boys. Not too many. 4 workers. We're going the long way around. We're avoiding the Zelnaga. Okay. I see you. I see you. But we are all in. Cuckoo is all in. I mean, you can see here, we barely pulled any boys because we barely have any boys to pull. 25 SCVs, that's all we have. The army is spotted. But again, this push is faster than normal. Tanks are leapfrogging forward, gaining ground. A tank volley goes off. Hearthstone has to slow this down. We do have an immortal on the way. Shield battery as well. The immortal's almost done. Hearthstone is buying time. Ooh, another tank shot goes off. Bunkers on the way. Solid kiting here out of Hearthstone. Immortal has arrived. With the help of this Immortal, we can focus on these bunkers or these tanks. But now we're up to 3 tanks. And we blink before we take some big tank shots to the face. First tank goes down. The Immortal did well there, focusing it down. At the same time, trying to catch reinforcements. Another tank on the way. But we're getting within range of the shield batteries. We're pushing forward. We catch another tank. No! The reinforcing tank goes down. Cuckoo pushing forward. He has enough Marines. He will protect those tanks. Gaining ground. But again, the main amount of DPS here, the firepower behind Cuckoo's army are the tanks. Less so the Marines. Now we're down to 2. Once again, catching more reinforcements. Gateway goes down. Ooh, an Immortal falls. Cuckoo's pushing in at the same time, though. What do we have in to defend? Oh, that's a lot of Marines. That's a lot of Marines. Disruptor has arrived. Never goes off. Oh my god. That could have been so much worse. Never goes off. Grazes the army. And the tanks were pushing forward. Stalkers, they turn around. Coming in first round, but who's surrounding who? The Marines not too far behind the Stalkers. Tank volley's going up. Mortal losing his shields. Nova will connect. Ooh, takes down a tank. We're down to 1. 1 tank left. 1 tank remaining. At the same time, Stalkers get caught out. 2 Stalkers go down. Arston is beating out a good portion of his army. The final tank fell! Without the tanks, there's nothing left. There's nothing here. I mean, these Marines are just for show. They're vanilla Marines, papi. No combat shields, no stim. Ooh, Disruptor is focused down. Another tank has arrived. Let's go. Okay, we get the Immortal, not quite. Colossus on the way. Cuckoo, he can still keep pushing, just barely. We pop the overcharge. We're gonna break through. Yeah, the tank is exposed. The tank goes down. We did trade the tank for an Immortal. But again, this Bio army just doesn't really pack much of a punch. GG gets called. Harston, he will hold and he will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We expected a 2-base all-in at a Cuckoo, but this was a very different kind of 2-base all-in. Again, we stayed on 25 SCV, so just a very low worker count. No add-ons on those Raxes, went up to 4 Raxes, pushed out with a mass amount of vanilla Marines, and we were able to avoid the Zelnaga for a while, but Harston was in position. He spotted the main army. He was able to respond in time. More importantly, catch reinforcements. It was so important that he was able to stifle those reinforcements and even take down tanks as they were making their way across the map. Imagine that all in with 2 extra tanks behind it. Maybe we win. Maybe Cuckoo breaks through. Like there was a lot of potential there with it, and we were gaining ground, but just barely was not enough. Not enough in the end. Congratulations, Harston. We'll take the series. And with that, we have wrapped up our 3rd series. Again, our matches have been quite fast. Fast matches, buddy. Fast matches. But this time, we were the fastest. What do I mean by that? Let's have a look at the bracket. !B in the chat. You can see here round 3, Harston with the 2-0 over Cuckoo, but it looks like Showtime versus Kellizer and For Jumi versus Spazzy Mazzy. It does look like they are still in game 1. Looks like they are both still in game 1. That means we have a treat. That means we can catch an extra series. Now, the mainstream is covering Showtime and Kellizer. As you can imagine, 2 of the bigger names in the group, they're facing off. Mainstream is covering them. For Jumi and Spazzy Mazzy, because they're only in game 1, we can jump into game 2. Assuming that this is correct and assuming that they are in game 1, if when they finish up, if there's a game 2 or a game 3, we can jump in and we can cast. So it's not going to be a fresh series. We're going to be jumping in mid-series, but it's going to be an amazing one nonetheless. So I do need a moment to set things up, to get ready for what comes next. Beautiful. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will be jumping in mid-series into For Jumi versus Spazzy Mazzy. When it comes to the next round, when it comes to round 4, we will be going over, I believe, For Jumi versus Cuckoo. Yep, For Jumi versus Cuckoo is going to be afterwards on this channel, on the B stream. Meanwhile, Harston versus Kellizer versus Diego is going to be on the main stream. Again, makes sense. You know, Harston, Showtime, and Kellizer, if they're ever facing off against each other, that should be covered by the mainstream. Those are going to be the highest profile matches, so it does make sense. Can you catch For Jumi versus Spazzy Mazzy? We will try. We will try. Again, it depends on whether or not they're in game 1, so we'll do our best. Just catching up. But for now, we're going to be going on that short break, and when we return, we will be jumping in mid-series into Fujimi versus Patsy Matz. Potentially. We'll keep you guys informed. Until then, take this moment to hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, massage your marines, and drain all of your disruptors. When we return, we'll have some more StarCraft. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that break as we've returned and we deliver with what we promised. We're jumping in mid-series into this PvZ. We missed out on game 1 as it occurred when we were covering our entire best of 3 earlier. It was a much longer game that they did have between themselves. Now we're jumping in mid-series and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura. We have the German Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing his new team, the Platinum Heroes, leading the series 1-0. It is for Jumi. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Red Zerg player from the land of Denmark, representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Spazzy Mazzy. Oh, we're going pool first. Now, we of course covered Hearthstone versus Cuckoo earlier. We casted an entire best of 3. It was a short best of 3 as Cuckoo did go for non-stop all-ins versus Hearthstone, and Hearthstone did hold. And in the midst of our best of 3, they did have their own game 1 of this series. We missed out, but did go the way of for Jumi, did go in his favor, and now we're settling into game number 2. The Probe Scout will confirm the... oh, never mind. The Probe Scout is gonna get eyes on the timing of the hatchery and will realize something is amiss, does check the main, confirms the spawning pool's almost done, does confirm the pool first. For Jumi is aware, for Jumi is preparing back at home. So should be rolling up. We have the option to prioritize a Zealot here, or we could just wall up, go for the Adept, and just be a little bit more efficient and cut corners as Lings are on the way. Interesting. Okay, pool first, but you can see here we only have 2 Lings. Only 2 Lings, so Spazzy had the chance. He had the opportunity to invest into 2, 4, or even up to 6 Lings. It's only going to be 2. Basically, Spazzy Mazzy is hoping, because he got scouted, he's hoping he can force an overreaction. Speaking of, there's a Zealot on the way. The Zealot is on the way, and if we allow this Zealot to complete, I mean, that's damage done. You know, that's minerals down the drain that otherwise could have been preserved and spent on an Adept. Now that the Cybercore is done, you can see, yeah, the Chrono being spent on the Gateway as well. We do chrono out the Zealot, and Spazzy Mazzy does confirm, and I'm sure he's feeling somewhat content here. He only made 2 Lings, and he spent a Chrono. We made a Zealot. Did force a reaction. And as long as we don't lose anything to the Zealot, we should be okay. Zealot does move out, does at least fake out and move out as we're patrolling here outside the base. Adept has arrived, and now we move out together. The Adept and the Zealot as one. Has quite a lot of potential here. We can chip away at the Lings, we can potentially get into a mineral line. See how this all comes together. As we have our take of choice, going to be a Stargate opener out of Fort Jumi. The Overlord Scout will confirm the Stargate at least. Whether it's a Void Ray or an Oracle, yet to be determined. Zealot gets across the map. Adept threatens a Shade. Oh, we don't quite commit. Just chipping away at the 3rd base. 3rd shouldn't go down. We have plenty to deal with. Plenty to handle this army or these units. But now a 2nd Adept has arrived. It comes in to reinforce. Lings coming in, but Lings are getting shaved off. So far, good trades here out of Fort Jumi. He breaks through the Lings now. He's going for the Queen. And he's going to get it. The Queen getting very low, and do we commit to the Shade? We do! Zealot is with the Queen, Adepts a Shade into the main base, drones are being one-shot one after the other. Ooh, big losses here for Spazzy! Spazzy Mazzy, no! 5 drone kills, brutal position here behind the mineral line. Lings are going down, more drones falling as well. And did we get the Queen? We did not. Thankfully, the Queen survived, but we get 7 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. An insane amount of damage this early on. 7 drones for a Zealot and 2 Adepts. We haven't even gotten into the Oracle, and now we have. The Oracle moves out. Spazzy Mazzy forced to go into a big lane counterattack, but we have a wall-off set up back at home. 2nd Oracle not on the way. Oh, we have a very interesting response. Okay, we'll get into it. It's going to be 1 Oracle. We skip the 2nd and the 3rd Oracle because we're spending gas elsewhere on a Twilight Council on the main and a Robo at the natural. This is very peculiar. Something we don't see too often. Oracle across the map doesn't get much done. Queens do zone it away. But for Jumi, he delays his 3rd base in favor of tech. Now with this, we could see faster Immortal production. This could be for fast Temple Archives for Archons into a bit of a slow lot all in. I'm curious if that's the case. Do we go for the upgrade or do we go for the Temple Archives? Prism is on the way. Yep, there it is. Temple Archives. We're going for Archons. So we have seen For Jumi do this build before. We've had the luxury of casting For Jumi in online tournaments, and with this, basically, it's a pseudo Archon drop. the prison's going to move out, it's going to siege up, and we're going to be able to warp in High Templar and morph them into Archons and go for an Archon drop. And we can follow this up with additional gateways with either Slow Lots or Vanilla Stalkers, regardless, Vanilla gateway units. Let's see if we can get done. Meanwhile, that one Oracle across the map gets 3 more drones. Drones are going down, they get eyes on the lair. Once again, it looks like Spazzy Mazzy doesn't want to go into Mutas. We've seen Muta play attempted out of Spazzy so often today against Kelazur and against Hearthstone. And it looks like he might want to do something similar because there's no Roach Warren, there's no Bailey Nest, extra gas is being taken. It feels like we want to get into a Spire. If that's the case, we are going to be vulnerable. So base gets thrown down. Ooh. We did force a cancel, a big explosion, but there was a cancel at the third. Archons have arrived, hunting down Overlords. Dropping into the main. Going for additional Overlords, drones, queens, whatever we can get our hands on. Splitting up our forces, going for a warp in. GG gets called. We have nothing to defend. No roaches with supply blocks, barely any lings, and for Jimmy will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Once again, Spazzy Mazzy just being a little bit too greedy, cutting a lot of corners, working towards Spire Tech. I'm pretty sure that was going to be Spire Tech once again, taking all these gases, droning up, and we just did not have a standing army. And to be fair, this opener, this follow-up, maybe is a better way of putting it, this follow-up of Templar Archives into Archon Drop is very uncommon. It is very uncommon, and Spazzy Mazzy was not able to scout, was not able to confirm, was caught with his pants down, and with that, for Jumi to take advantage of Spazzy Mazzy. GG, well played. Jumi takes the series, and I believe that is us wrapping up the next round. Round 3. Let's find out. Let us find out as we do refresh that bracket. Round 3 has wrapped up. It looks like Showtime versus Kelazur going to the ace match, going all the way to game number 3. You do love to see it. We just wrapped up with Hearthstone series, with Hearthstone versus Cuckoo, with Forjumi versus Spazzy Mazzy. What does that mean? It means we're getting ready for round 4. Round 4 is coming up next, and we will be following Forjumi into his next series. It's going to be a Protoss versus Terran, Forjumi versus Cuckoo up next. That will be coming up next. Both Cuckoo and Forjumi have finished up their series, so the break shouldn't be too long. It does depend on whether or not the production team or the admins want us to wait and start the round together. So yet to be determined if we want to start the round together or if we want to accelerate the brackets and just jump right into it. We'll see. We shall see. Just because we are a little bit ahead of schedule. We are an hour ahead of schedule. As we've been blazing through these matches. And only 2 rounds left in the group. When it comes to the group itself, let me just refresh. It looks like there was an update. Yeah, there was an update. Unfortunately, because of how the bracket, also how the group has been progressing, Spazzy Mazzy and Cuckoo, mathematically, they just cannot advance. They cannot advance out of the group, so that is why they already have the highlighted red backgrounds. They are confirmed out of the group stage. But when it comes to who does make it out, it's still up in the air. Hearthstone, Showtime, Kelazur, and even Forjumi can all make it out of the group. They all have the potential to make it through. Who's it going to be? Still to be determined. Still to be determined. Again, check out the main stream for Kelazur versus Showtime. Right? Yeah, check out the main stream for Kelazur versus Showtime. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a small break, getting ready for our next series. We're going to be getting ready here for our next series, so enjoy the Brutal OST, get some snacks, get some food, stretch your roaches, papi, marinate your marauders, and we'll be back soon with the finale, the remainder of Group C. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to day number 2 of HomeStory Cup 25, the group stage. We're still diving into Group C. We're almost at the tail end of it, though. 2 rounds left in the group to determine who makes it out into the playoffs. I'm, of course, your Live VIP, and with me, we have joined by these amazing players. We're diving into our next series, spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta. We have our German Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is for Jimmy. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Romanian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Red Pack Esports. It is Cuckoo. Let's go for Jimmy and Cuckoo, 2 players that we have not been able to cover much of. We casted a series between Cuckoo and Harstem earlier. In that series, Cuckoo went for 2 base all-ins, 2 games in a row. Different variations. In game 1, Cuckoo went for a proxy factory into proxy tank. In game 2, Cuckoo went for... we do have quite a bit of a battle here between the workers. But in game number 2, Cuckoo went for a 2 base all-in, going up to, 4 axes? 4 axes. We lacked add-ons, Mass Marine. We rallied across the map with 3 tanks to try to skirt around the Zelnago and Alkione. Committed to the all-in, and it was looking strong, it was looking powerful, but Harstem shut it down. The question becomes, do we still plan on doing purely all-ins, or do we have something else in store for us here against 4Jumi? What I will say is that the skill level and the skill gap between Cuckoo and 4Jumi is much closer compared to Cuckoo and Harstem, so I want to believe that maybe we can get a more back and forth mid-game. I say I want to believe. I still do know, though, that Cuckoo is still a very aggressive player. He is prone to going for these all-ins and aggressive styles. It is his style, it is what he enjoys, it is what he loves. We'll see what we got. We'll see what we embrace. As for now, it is going to be a reactor first. Reactor first, racks expand here at a Cuckoo, as Cuckoo did only take 1 gas in the main, so we will take our CC on the low ground. We attempted to delay, and we did for a moment or 2, but alas, we do get our base up and running. Meanwhile, across the map, it is a gate cyber expand, everything looking as it should. No proxies, no shenanigans, nothing out on the map yet. Nothing yet here between our players. For Jimmy, keeping that probe hidden, coming back in for a secondary scout, just going to read what's going on, just to delay the expansion if at all possible. We'll see where our players lead us. We will see as we do delay the expansion, as we forced off the CC. Another worker forced back in. Factory on the way. We're not going for a 3-rax follow-up. The probe scout is shut down, but we do get eyes on the factory of choice on the next building here. So a nice scout out of 4Jumi is aware that there is no 3-rax or 2-1-1 setup. And back at home, our tech of choice is going to be a Twilight Council. No Stargate play. Stargate play can be a little bit greedy, can be punished, especially against a player like Cuckoo. So going for a Twilight Council makes a lot of sense just because of Cuckoo's aggressive nature. Twilight Council leads into Blink and can lead into something safer like 3-gate Blink, for example. Before we take a 3rd base and expand, we can build up a Stalker count, be active on the map, and contain the Terran opponent. For now, Adept Shades keep an eye on the production. So far, continued Marine production. We're getting into a 1-1-1 as a follow-up. Starport is on the way. Likewise, Cuckoo trying to keep up with the Shades of 4Jumi to manage to at least force the cancels. Do defend our natural base, getting it saturated, up and running. Behind this, we can see 4Jumi throwing down the robo. There is 1 gateway on the low ground and 2 gateways in the main. And my apologies, I assumed it was going to be 3-gate Blink. It is not. We're being far more aggressive here. We're rushing into charge very quickly. So we prioritize charge. We're going for additional gateways. That's going to be a 4-gate setup with charge. And we could even go up to 6 gates, maybe even an 8-gate 2-base all-in. 4Jumi looking to be the aggressor here instead, stripping that away from Cuckoo. Meanwhile, Cuckoo going for an add-on sub, going what looks to be a Banshee tank. Yep, Tech Lab on the factory, building up tanks, building up Banshees. Banshee tank has been quite popular as of late, especially in the aftermath of IM Katowice. A lot of the Korean and European top-tier Terran players have been embracing this and mixing it into their series, especially as of, again, a couple of months ago. Has been quite trendy. And even Cuckoo looking to embrace it as well. Meanwhile, the Prism is on the way. Gateways are finishing up. And here come the charge slots. Again, charge is going to finish just as the Prism gets across the map. And what do we have to defend? I mean, Banshees, they'll help a little bit, I guess. Tank, the first one is on the way. but the bio army. The bio army is lacking. There's no bunker on the low ground. There's no bunker in the main either. The adept does confirm the lack of bunkers. And we can get out of control. We can drop into the main base. The tank yet to siege. Go for a massive warp in. And CranKy sees. Tank does siege up, but the bio army's exposed. We go for the marines. Marines are going down. The tank as well. Boys are being pulled, but it's too late. We get on top of the tank. The tank is surrounded. The tank goes down. Oh, and now we can go to town here on the mineral line. Nice hold position, Michael, on the SCVs, but regardless, we're getting to the mineral line. Workers are going down. We get 5 worker kills. We get a good chunk of marines, a tank, but we have defended. We deflect the main army. Big scout, though. We did get eyes on the tech lab, of course. Banshees across the map. Probes are going down. Do we have detection? 4, 5 probe kills. We do an equal amount of economic damage, even a greater amount of damage. 6 probes for 5 SCVs. The Banshee is forced back. But again, remember, Forjumi didn't just get worker kills. He also got the tank. But again, it looks like CranKy has defended, has deflected the army. Forjumi has to back off. Forjumi is expanding. We're not all in. We're taking another base. Working up towards Archon production and even towards Storm. Meanwhile, there's another big warp in here across the map. What is on the low ground? Not much. The observer confirms this. Where's the tank? The tank is further back in the main. The natural's exposed. We deny mining time. We don't quite break into the main base, but we deny mining nonetheless. Tank does siege up. Tank is now in position. Observer does confirm. Forjumi does back off. Waiting for an extra round. Sim City on the way. With eBay. Walling out, this Zealot gets 2 SCVs here at the natural, getting even more damage done. Oh my god. Forcing friendly fire, 6 workers in total. Meanwhile, across the map, Banshee, they do hit once again. The 2 Banshees can't one-shot probes. Forjumi late to respond, late to react. 8 probe kills across the map. Meanwhile, we're not done. We push into the natural. We overextend. The Prism. Oh, the Prism barely survives. We do pull back in time. You can see the trades here. It was 12 Zealots for 9 Marines, for 1 tank, for 6 SCVs. Not the best trades. I mean, getting the tank was nice, but it's costing us so much. It means that Forjumi doesn't have much of an army, as we've been losing it. Throwing away so many Zealots here, and the Marines, they're sneaking up on the Prism. No! No reaction. Doesn't see. The Prism goes down. Massive pickup here for CranKy. Shuts down the Prism. Now he's safe and sound back at home. He can calm things down. He can settle into his 2-base setup. Working towards stim, combat shields, eBay upgrades. And across the map, Forjumi likewise. Oh, still bleeding out probes. The Banshees are doing so much for CranKy. Got 4 kills on one. We have another 4 on the other. Wait, 5, 6. Now 6. Oh my god. Getting 6, 7 probes. I believe 1 Banshee went down earlier. Yeah. So it's been 3 Banshees so far. Getting 25 probes between them. Very impressive. 25 workers. And as a result, CranKy, he's still not done. We're catching even more probes. Forjumi getting pulled apart by the Banshee harass. Not even Cloak here. And again, because we spent so many warp-ins on Zealots, because Blink was delayed, or Blink isn't even done. So keeping up with those Stalkers is just so difficult. 13 probe kills. We can still get more. Forjumi lying in wait in position. Oh, we cloak in time. We do cloak, we avoid those shots. Detection not available. And the observers are still 1 across the map, 1 at the 3rd base. Banshee backs off. And CranKy, he's not looking too bad here. Is still on 2 bases, but now 3rd CC is on the way. We're building up quite an army. And there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure on Forjumi. We're moving out once again with another Prism. Charge lots lying in wait. For a moment there, I assumed it was going to be a Storm drop, but no, we keep the High Templar back at home. Storm is done, but they're chilling back at home instead. Likewise, Observer is spotted. Army does stim, but alas, we do get away in time. Oh! Ooh, never mind. Did cause us a 2nd scan. We did shut it down. Double jump towards the north. We do have an army lying in wait. Jumi is ready to receive. He is ready in the main. Likewise, ready to dive into the main base of his opponent. Marines are in position. It's a very tense moment here between our two players. Do we have detection? We do. Do have the observer at the third. Double jump slips in, but gets eyes on the army, gets eyes on the shield battery. Yeah, we do commit before we pull back. Cuckoo does pull back. So we're getting towards a ghost production. Third base should soon be taken. The army moves out to expand, and that means that suddenly... Okay, no, we've left some Marines. Never mind. I was going to say that we exposed our main base and we can go with the prism, but Marines have been left behind. We are ready for the prism, for the drop. Scan across the map reveals the army in the main. Blink is finally on the way. Upgrades. When it comes to splash damage, again, we're just heavily reliant on Storm. Prism does dive in. We have Marines going for another big warp in. 4 zealots at a time. The warp in does complete. And we're getting from the Marines, getting on top of the army. We have plenty of reinforcements. Looks like with the help of the production, we can clean this up. Once again, another scan. We've been scanning quite a bit, actually, from Cuckoo. Have been a lot of scans. How many less mules as a result? As Cuckoo is building up on 3 bases. Able to keep up in terms of supply. Another big warping into the main, not enough anti-air. Zealots are getting damage done. They collapse on top of the Marauders. SCVs are going down. Even delaying the second eBay. And Jumi's pushing right through the center. Jumi's moving out. He's being cleaned up across the map. And at the same time, we do try to hit the natural base, but we're ready for this. Immortals, we go for the surround. The prism, sorry, the medevacs will barely get away. We'll pick up. But Jumi is still pushing. Again, we have 6 High Templar, plenty of storms. Plenty of storms available. Likewise, we have EMPs from the side of Cuckoo. Does get ahead of time. High Templar in the War Prism. Oh, big mine shots on the Zealots. The Zealots are softened up. Storms coming in. Not quite. EMP grazes the High Templar. The army sitting on board. Mine shots once again. They clean up the Zealots. But we're still holding on to those storms. EMPs, they connect with the Immortals, but not on the High Templar. And the army zoned away. Shot 2 High Templar over the storms. They do connect with the army. We still have 3 storms left. Ooh, 2 storms remaining. GG gets called. It's just too much. The third base was broken. And Jumi takes game number 1. Ooh, GG. A very chaotic game between Jumi and Cuckoo. Jumi lost so many probes. I lost count. It was over 25. Honestly, I want to say borderline 30 probes went down to the Banshee Harass. At the same time, though, the Zealot Harass was likewise able to nullify some of the advantages that Cuckoo would have otherwise had, with the tank count, with the bio army, with the SCVs as well, just keeping Cuckoo pinned back at home. Tried to go for some counterattacks, tried to go for some drop play, but alas, Jumi was able to keep up. And then when it came to the final push, it came down to the spell caches. The storms were insane, and the EMPs were not connecting with the High Templar the way they needed to. As a result, Cuckoo just could not engage, could not push in, was zoned out. And with that, Jumi takes a lead. Jumi does take a lead, getting into our next game. Going to be loading into Crimson Court. I'm going to be loading into Crimson Court here. A map we don't see too often. Again, we're used to seeing Kione, Oceanborn, Side Delta. This is more picked maps in the map pool. Have to embrace some of these other more unorthodox maps. As we're spawning in, and in the top right hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our German Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes, leading the series 1-0. It is Jumi. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the Romanian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Red Pack Esports. It is Cuckoo. Very chaotic game. A lot of workers going down left and right. in the end for Jumi. Did get out of hand with, of course, his Storm, with his ground-based army. Was able to break through. Kuku was not quite ready at the third base. The third was exposed. That's the other thing I should emphasize as well, is that Kuku was out of position. Remember, he was stuck on the low ground, pushing up towards his third, whereas the third was under fire the entire time. Lost every single worker there. Did lose the base. It was an uphill battle for Kuku. Now we're selling into game 2. Kuku does mix things up. Okay, this time, double gas. Double gas opener out of Kuku, as opposed to the previous game, which was a Rax expand with a reactor first. So with the double gas, we can go for a faster factory. We will go for a delayed command center. And we'll see exactly how aggressive Kuku wants to be. Back at home for Jumi, setting up his Sim City in his main base. No going for any kind of Reaper Cliff wall-offs. Does keep his production further back. His tech as well. We have our expansion on the low ground. We should soon be seeing that factory. We'll keep an eye on Kuku. You can see for Jumi, he's scouting, he's checking for a proxy out at his third base location. So for Jumi, a little bit paranoid, and again, I don't blame him considering the opponent he's up against. Factory's on the way. Probe dipping in. Ooh, the wall is not a wall. We got a full scout of the main base. We confirm the factory location, that there is no proxy, at least not initially. Oh, SCV goes down to the probe. Oh my god, almost getting a second SCV kill. Doesn't quite get it, but not a bad pickup nonetheless. There's a CC on the high ground. Will eventually be landed on location. So Kuku is expanding, is not all in, but still a bit of a more aggressive opener here. Hellions on the way. Reactor Hellion. Okay, there we go. Reactor Hellion. Sorry, Reactor Reaper Hellion out of Kuku. Now, as we build up an abundance of Reapers and Hellions, we can attempt to dive into a mineral line and to roast up some probes. The goal here is to get economic damage done. We'll see if we can. So we settle into a 1-1-1. Looks like we've only made the one Hellion, so we're not going for additional Hellion production. We could have... Oh, there we go. Okay. I was going to say we could have gone up to 2 and then 3 Hellions. Likewise, we can go up to 4 and then 6 Reapers. Okay, only 3. Only 3 Reapers here for Kuku. With this, we can apply some pressure, but Jumi should be able to keep up. Depth shade back. Keeping up with the army. Zoning it away. Back at home, Twilight Count's over. This time it is Blink. This time we're not going crazy and rushing into charge, which is what Jumi did attempt in the previous game. See how he pushes in. The first step should be going down. But we were able to catch a Hellion, the other very low. Yeah, second Hellion goes down. Not quite the Reapers, as the Reapers, oh god, getting so low as well. Juggling quite nicely, 1 Reaper falls. Can we get another? Oh my god, so close. Not quite. Regardless, we weren't able to get into a mineral line. We have preserved our workers for Jumi soon to expand, taking a third base. How many gateways do we have? 1 gateway in the main. We have 1 gateway at the natural. So just 2 gate Blink into a third. A very economic build here out of Fort Jumi. Much more macro-oriented. As we hunt down another Reaper. Meanwhile, what do we have across the map? 1-1-1 into a 3-rack setup. Raven into tank production. This should be towards a longer game. Keep an eye on the third CC timing of Kuku. And once again, okay, interesting. Raven first, followed by Banshees. We saw how much damage Banshees did last game against Fort Jumi. No reason not to reinvest into additional Banshees. Does make sense. We go. Does move out. Likewise, getting a probe kill. Probe gets 3 workers, actually. Not too bad. 3 workers go down. We catch the observer. We deny high ground vision. Jumi cannot blink into the main. Actually done there by Kuku. At the same time, this one Reaper popping up. 3 kills. 3 probe kills for the one Reaper. Ay. Calm down. So we got some economic damage done. We also got eyes on the third base timing. We're fully aware that, again, Forjumi is being more macro-oriented. As Cuckoo is still building up. Building up his bio army. Banshee's moving out. Raven likewise threatening with auto turrets. 1 kill so far. And Cuckoo is looking quite secure here on 2 bases. Still working on those upgrades. Stim, combat shields, eBay, and +1 just now started. Night shots going off. Banshee has arrived. Now, I believe there's no cloak this time, so we don't need detection to keep up with the Banshee. Likewise, it was a blink-based opener, not charged, so for Jimmy, he's much more secure and has a much better setup against these Banshees. Much better setup. Oh my god. Is just going to be calming things down. So we're throwing down 2 more Raxes. This is a 5 Rax setup on 2 bases. Basically, we made a choice. We could have afforded a 3rd CC instead of a 3rd base. Extra Raxes here, extra production. Cuckoo is doubling down on 2 bases. The Observer will confirm for Jimmy. Oh, ooh, does catch a glimpse of additional production, of additional Raxes. For Jimmy, he has an idea. We can see he's checking for the 3rd base location. Getting ready for a drop into the main. Stalkers are out. We're pushing. Here we go. We are going to be pushing soon. Here comes the big on siege. We can see Cuckoo is set up even to try to catch some of these Stalkers. Oh, from behind! The trap has been set. We still on forward and we catch the Stalkers. 1, 2, 3. For every Stalker going to be falling. Massive pick off here. At the same time, we drop into the main base, but we have reinforcements. Zealots are warped in. Oh, we cancel the warp in. And here comes the push. Again, we're very committed. 3 tanks, 4 Widow Mines. We have a massive amount of bio. Anti-armor missile on the army. We caught the Stalkers. The Zealots, how can they engage? They're going to melt. Zealots, big tank shots going off. The volleys are real. Overcharge gets popped, but there's barely any Zealots left. And Cuckoo, it looks like he might just have enough. He gets an immortal. The army is getting low. We are getting overstimmed. Be careful. Fine shots going off. Cells are coming from behind, but the numbers just are not there. We have it over. We connect with the tank, but the tank survives, and Cuckoo has done it. He's broken through the main army. Sims on forward. Boys are being pulled. What can they do against the man with gun? Yeah, the 2 base all in, hitting hard. And Forjumi just could not contend against this. Again, the prism across the map was denied. The Stalkers were caught. GG gets called, and we are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. Oh my god. Again, a very powerful 2 base all in there out of a Cuckoo. Forjumi did recognize what was coming. Like, he was able to at least catch a glimpse of the lack of 3rd and the additional Raxes on the way. But it was just brutal that his Stalkers got caught in the center of the map. That was the beginning of the end. That was a big blow to the army of Forjumi. And the setup, the layup there of Cuckoo to catch the Stalkers, to get the anti-armor missile, the Dorito cannon on all those Zealots, just made them so vulnerable, so fragile. They melted almost immediately. And that was the army, essentially. That was the army that Forjumi had left. Almost nothing. And with that, we're going all the way to game 3. Let's go. Let us go. Is Arcfire younger than Eba? I don't think there is a younger player than Eba. Yeah, I don't think there is. I mean, that no one exists younger than Eba, Pappy. He's too young. He's a child. He's a baby. I should say, I don't think there are any pro players that are as young as Eba. I know that GG Machine is, I think he's 15, right? I think GG Machine is 15. But I think he's still like a year or 2 older than Eba. Like, I think GG Machine is the closest. Yeah, as I see in the chat, someone talking about GG Machine. Yeah. I think he is older. From what I remember. still really impressive stuff. Oh wait, no, sorry. in my brain, in my mind, GG Machine is 14. Yeah, 2015 student. In my brain, I was about to correct myself. In my brain, Iba is still like 13 years old. But I have to remember that he hit GM when he was like 12 or 13, when he was really young. But it's been a couple of years since then. So time does, you know, is a constant. Time advances forward. It's crazy. Like, it's one of those things where every now and then someone in the chat is like, oh no, yeah, like Maru, he's young, right? And then he's still like a teenager, right? It's like, no. Like, maybe at some point when you were watching, but we're all getting older, Bobby. We're all getting older. Smurge. Iba confirmed forever 12. In many ways, Iba is still 12. I will say that. I will. Iba's an animal, Bobby. He's an animal. In many ways, still 12 years old. Our same age, so yeah. Like a lot of people, like they remember Maru competing as a child, so they think of him as a child. But like, and I guess it doesn't help that he's still. It's not like, you know, he's like a dark now with like a goatee and like, you know, a mustache and facial hair and all that stuff. It can be easy to forget just how much time has progressed and how much older some of these players have gotten. But we're settling in. We are settling in and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the blue Protoss player from the land of Germany representing the Platinum Heroes being forced into the ace match. It is for Jimmy. Same thing as Clem. Yeah. Clem looks really young. Like Clem, he looks like he's like 16 years old, but he's like 32. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the opponent. We have the Romanian Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Red Pack Esports. It is Cuckoo. Let's go. Raider has always been older than Clem, despite being younger. True. Let's go. Just recently, Clem looks a bit older, I think. I don't know. For me, he still looks quite young. Like even today, like yesterday. I don't know if you saw, but Clem was like playing. I think it was playing soccer with like Roddy and the others on the roof of HomeStory Cup. And yeah, I don't know. He still still looks quite young, but he's old inside. Mature. Let's go. But now we're settling in. We are settling in. It is going to be a Gate Tiebreak fan standard setup here out of for Jimmy. Likewise, a Cuckoo going for the Rax Expand. Economic opener out of our Terran player. This time we're calming things down a little bit. Now, this doesn't mean it's not going to be a 2-base all-in, but at least early on, it is an economic opener out of our Terran player. Calming things down, we're expanding. Does he look 2 years older than Cuckoo? That's the thing, like, unironically, Cuckoo does look older. Like, Cuckoo does look older than Clem specifically. Not saying he looks old, but he does. Like, Cuckoo has less of a baby face, if that's what I don't know. It's hard to say. And Clem has, okay, I should, maybe this is a better way of putting it. Clem still has like this innocent like look to him, you know? Like he still has hope in his eyes, right? Like his happiness hasn't been stripped away. As we denied the proxy. Proxy scattered, proxy is denied. It is shut down. Clem, he still has that smile. It's not been taken away, Papi. It's beautiful. Cuckoo has no happiness. There's no happiness left in Cuckoo. It's only Smurge, Papi, only Smurge. The Terrans would understand. They understand the Smurge, you know? Vindicta, he understands the Smurge. Cuckoo understands. Baby Marine, he understands. Like Clem, he's the outlier. He's a Terran player that doesn't Smurge. It's crazy. He shouldn't exist. to shut down the Adept, who did wreak havoc in the main base. And we can focus on the game now. Once again, for Jimmy, he's been quite fond of this. A very interesting and unorthodox follow-up. We're not going for a blink, we're going for a charge once again. Okay, it's going to be a charge-based opener. Now, we saw that this was a detriment in game 2. I'm sorry, in game 1. If you remember in game 1, one of the big reasons why the Banshees got out of hand, they killed over 20 probes, is because we had no Blink Stalkers. You know, because we had invested quite heavily into these charge lots, and they just weren't able to do enough across the map. Of course, in the end, 4Jimmy did win, but it was not a clean game. It was not the easiest of game 1s. Interesting. Okay, so we're getting up to 3 gates. It's going to be 3-gate charge into a third. Third is on the way. And we'll see how aggressive we're going to be with this Prism, with this move out. Meanwhile, across the... That's a second starport! Wait, what? I was so confused. I was like, this is not a TVT. Why is there a second starport? It was almost done. We cancel it. A bit of a mistake there from Cuckoo that will delay his production, unfortunately. I was ready to experience like Mass Viking or something. I was so caught off guard. I was like, is this like an Uwu thermal build? Like Mass Viking, like Penguin, like Waddle Buy or something? Like what's going on? We canceled the starport. It is canceled. Prism moving out across the map towards the main base. There is an area, a patch here where we are hidden from the vision, from the eyes of Cuckoo, where we can warp in. Cuckoo has no idea, and Gumi, I said Gumi here, for Jimmy, they'll slip in. Oh, likewise, the Marines, they do check. And Marines, they do manage to get in position. Zealots forcing friendly fire from the tanks, and can we get a tank? Ooh, not quite. 2 Zealots go down. Cuckoo in position. Behind this, we're getting into our third. Saturating. Storm is on the way. Temple Archives done, of course. +1 armor to help out those Zealots. Again, armor is a little bit more important for a charge out composition just because it allows Zealots to survive, to actually get on top of the army, get their swipes in. Similar concept to +1 carapace in ZVT, foiling Bane. But the goal is to allow the Banelings to survive, to engage with the army, likewise, here for the Zealots. And Maru. I was thinking of Maru as well. Yeah. And meanwhile, we are pushing out, and let's go. We have our 3-1-1 set up, and we pull the boys, a lot of boys. Workers from the natural and workers from the main. We leave 7 SCVs in that main base mineral line. The army hasn't spotted. We're aware. Shield batteries are on the way. Ooh, shield batteries at the third base. Bearing in mind, we can afford to give up on the third. And we can pull back to the natural, but no, for Jimmy, he wants to defend both. Gonna try and hold on. Zealots across the map, crippling what little economy is left. And it's all or nothing. One way or another, Cuckoo will end the game. Either he wins or he dies trying. Storm is done. Oh, massive storm. Oh, does connect. A storm on the tanks as well. Immortal has arrived. Do we have another storm? We do not. But the Immortals are focusing down the tanks. There's 1 tank left. Protoss Army is forced back. We have charge lots. We have charge lots. We have the overcharge. We have a shield battery. We're shutting down every single Marine. GG gets called. And for Jimmy, takes the series 2-1, taking down Cuckoo. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to 4Jumi. Again, that was a wild build out of Cuckoo. It was a little bit delayed again because of the starport did delay Marine production. We went, of course, without stim, without combat shields, without any bio upgrades, focusing and hoping that the tanks could carry on through. Alas, the storm was brutal and the Immortals did pop out just in time. It wasn't just that. Thankfully, 4Jumi did see the push coming with the Observer. There was an Observer outside the natural, did see everything moving out, so 4Jumi was able to warp in, was able to set up his shield batteries, had time to respond, precious seconds to get ready for the all-in. With that, GG. GG, well played. I was concerned that he was being a little bit too cavalier, trying to defend the third base as well, but he was more than ready at the natural, with the high ground, with the ram. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. 4Jumi will take the series. And the question becomes, what else is going on in the brackets? Let's see. Let us have a look, Pat. Let us have a look. Also, I needed to post some smudge in the chat. Just because of the earlier conversation. But here we go. !B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let us refresh the Wikipedia page and jump on in. Okay, round 4 is wrapping up. For Jimmy took down Cuckoo 2-1. Showtime took down Spazzy Mazzy 2-0. And Harstem is mid-series versus Kelazur. Harstem leading the series 1-0. They are currently in game 2 on the mainstream. So, the mainstream, they've got you covered with Harstem versus Kelazur. And it's still up in the air. If Harstem wins the series, I believe that's going to be... I don't know if it's going to be possible for Kelazur to actually make it out of the group. Just because it took a loss earlier. So it's going to come down to the wire and going to come down to map score if Kelazur is able to win in the next round. A lot is riding on the line there between Harstem and Kelazur. It's brutal. We still have 3 players vying for top 2, and it's only top 2 that make it out. So one of these 3 won't be able to make it. Who? We'll find out. Scrolling down, we're getting ready for the final rounds. We're getting ready for the end of Group C. We have a Showtime versus Harstem, Kelazur versus Forjumi, and Cuckoo versus Spazzy Mazzy. We have our series ready. It is predetermined. Up next on the channel is going to be Cuckoo versus Spazzy Mazzy. I believe Cuckoo and Spazzy, they're both at the bottom of the bracket. You can see here, neither one of them has any wins to their names, unfortunately. But one of them will. One of them is about to claim a win. Who's it going to be? Who will be at the bottom? Who will be at the top? Between our Terran and our Zerg player. We'll soon find out. Now, it looks like we might be able to cast this series a little bit sooner, just because both Spazzy and Cuckoo are available. It depends. We might start ahead of time, or we might, depending on, again, the admin's choice, they might choose to hold the series and wait for Harstem and Kelazur to finish. So we might just wait for this to finish, and then round 5 can begin at the same time. We'll see. We'll see if we wait and we start everything at once, or if we, just rush into it. Likewise, Kelazur versus Forjumi, Showtime versus Harstem. I believe the mainstream has the PvP. I believe the mainstream has... Actually, I can just double check. Hold on. I will double check. The mainstream... Yes, the mainstream, they have Showtime versus Harstem. So we might be able to catch a bit of Kelazur versus Forjumi if our series is faster. We'll see. We shall see. I saw in the chat, Roddy dominated Clem. He did. If you're referring to the shootout, to the penalty shootouts game that they had on top of the takehouse, that did happen. Props, bro. Oh, thank you. Oh, mic contact. Gracias. I cast more than any. I do my best. The quantity, the quality. We're grinders, papi. We're grinders. Catching up. I wish we could see more Baby Marine. Yeah, but Baby Marine, he's been less active. I don't know if you noticed, but he has been competing a lot less. He's not, from my understanding, he's not retired. Like, he has still been like popping up every now and then in a couple of tournaments here and there. But I think he's focusing on other things. Like, I don't know if he's like, I imagine maybe he's still in school or university, focusing on studies. Yeah, we don't get to see too much of Baby Marine nowadays, which is a bit of a shame. Love to see more. Quantity greater than quality. Nah, equal, papi, equal. We do our best. I said before that I could feel myself like crashing a little bit last night. Like when we hit like hour 10 of the cast, I could feel myself struggling a little bit. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit tired already. I think because maybe I didn't sleep enough. But we're good. I got some coffee. I got some water. I got some agüita. We're good to go. We are good to go. Shout out to Tater Tutor in the chat for the gifted sub to Bobdon's Prime. God, papi, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. I don't think we have alerts set up on this overlay or on these in the scene collection, but thank you. Thank you so much. Do appreciate the support, Tater Tutor. How many games after you started playing SC2 did you realize you were becoming a worse person? Look, there's the ladder. The SC2 ladder has claimed a lot of victims. It's claimed a lot of victims, papi. It's taken the smile away from a lot of people. Be careful with the ladder. Is Vegemite with Tim Tams a good wake me up? That sounds crazy. I've said this before, even though like I'm born and raised and I've lived in Australia all my life. I've never had Vegemite. Never had the appetite for it. I guess because I was never introduced to it as a child, right? Like because my family's Latin American, so like why would they? Like why would there be Vegemite in the household? So unlike some other people out there, yeah, I've never had it myself. One day I'll probably try it just because I'm curious. The problem with trying Vegemite is that what am I gonna do? I'm gonna like buy a jar of Vegemite, and then if I try it and if I don't like it, then I'm stuck with the jar of Vegemite. Like what am I gonna do with it? So, yeah. We'll see. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Asher, yeah, Asher does. Of course he has. Asher, he likes it, Bobby. He likes it. They sell these really small packs. I don't know if they sell them though. As in, what I mean is when you're referring about these small packs, I think they sell like bags of the small packs. Like you don't buy like an individual packet. Like it's like a group of them, you know. So you still have like a bunch of Vegemite. Yeah. But for now, I was gonna be cutting to a break, but we talked about Vegemite for a little bit, and that means our lobby's ready. That means we have our lobby. Vetoes are done. You can hear the beeps in the chat. We're getting into our round 5 series already. We're getting into Cuckoo versus Spazzy Mazzy. There's no brakes on this train, Bobby. We're going in. Get a jar of Marmite to mix it with, obviously. Let's go. All the layers, Bobby. All the layers. As we are getting into our next series, into our final round 5 of Group C, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Danish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Spazzy Mazzy. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Romanian Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Red Pack Esports. It is Cuckoo. No shot. Bane Glory, you didn't know? How long have you been watching the stream? You didn't know I was Latin American? Bobby, what's going on? Both my parents are Peruvian. From Peru, Bobby. I've been to Peru. I've met a bunch of my family. I've got like half my family here and half my family in Peru. And when I say half my family, I mean like a solid like 100, 200 like close relatives. As you can imagine, like Latin American families, especially from back in the day, are quite large, just because they had a lot of kids. So on both sides of my family, I've got like my parents have like 12 siblings each. So I've got a lot of uncles and aunties, as you can imagine. I've got a lot of uncles and aunties, a lot of cousins. And like a good half of them came to Australia and the other half stayed in Peru. So a big family, big family. Let's go. For now though, we're settling in. We are settling in. It's going to be an economic open out of Cuckoo. It's going to be a Rax expand from our Terran player. Meanwhile, across the map, Spazzy Mazzy is going for a hatch. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Is going for a pull first. Pull first here out of Spazzy Mazzy. Lings are moving out across the map. It's going to be 6 Lings. The goal here is to delay the CC on the low ground. I'm getting deja vu. If you remember earlier today, we were casting Diego. We were casting Kelazur versus Spazzy Mazzy. And when Spazzy tried this, Diego went for a 2-Rax Reaper build and completely shut it down. It was a bit of a gamble. This time, CC on the low ground, and we're going for the SCV. We're going for the command center. To throw a wrench in the works here of the opener of Cuckoo. Reaper moves out, Lings move in. Lings have arrived, CC is delayed, we get a kill on the SCV. Oh my god, the SCV is barely saved. Instead, we settle for the reactor. That's a kill, not a cancel on the reactor. Lings pull back, delay on the command center, Reaper is racing back home. So far, so good. Again, this is not designed to kill, it is designed to delay, and that is a lot of lost mining time. So many SCVs off the mineral line. And we're going for the Marine. Oh, we go for the dive. Alas, the Marine is saved. We do lock down that wall. We wall up, shut down the Lings, and whew, now we can settle down. We can settle down. We can get back into our expansion. Third TC on the way to make up for our otherwise lost economy. So Cuckoo is following this up with a bit of greed. I say a bit of greed. Still 3 CC before Starport, like a standard economic build, but Cuckoo still has to recover. Meanwhile, back at home, Spazzy Mazzy has been droning. On up. Link speed is on the way. We have a handful of links in production just to keep up with the Reaper. Ooh, as we have delayed our queen production. Only 2 queens. But the Reaper shouldn't get much done. As from here, we're going to be droning on up. We'll keep an eye out for any kind of hidden tech, whether we throw down a Roach Warren. Likewise, Cuckoo is settling down as well. Even getting the safety bunker on the high ground just to be sure we don't die to any kind of follow-up Roach push or a Bane bust. We can see that there's none of that of the sort. Cuckoo just playing safe. Spazzy did make an extra wave of lings, and we have more lings on the way! Uh-oh. Okay, Spazzy Mazzy, that's a lot of links to work with. We made a choice right now. We could have droned, and we are still droning, but these extra lings, they're eating into our worker counts. I'm not so sure if this is worth it. I mean, we'll find out. Basically, I imagine what we're waiting for is the Hellions move out. Once the Hellions move out, and they're going to be revealed with this Overlord or with this Spotter Ling, then the lings move in. And we eviscerate the economy. We go for the mineral line. We saw this against Kelazur, if you remember. Spazzy Mazzy, he was so quick and so good at counterattacking and punishing the economy whenever Kelazur moved out with his Hellions. Looks like we're doing something similar. But this will impact our drone count. And now we're droning up. Extra gas is on the way. It's Spazzy Mazzy we're talking about. There's something about Spazzy this entire day of StarCraft. If you've been watching his ZVTs and ZVPs, you would know one thing. Spazzy Mazzy, he likes his mutas. In every matchup so far, we've seen Spire and Muta play at a Spazzy Mazzy, and I mean, there it is. We have the Bathing Nest, we have the Lair in production. No Evo Chambers yet. We'll keep an eye out. If we throw down Evo Chambers, it's going to be Ling Bane. If we avoid the Evo Chambers, it's going to be for the Spire. As Cuckoo is pushing right through the center. As Cuckoo moves out, here comes that Ling runway that we spoke about. And the Hellions are across the map, and we do hit the mineral line. SCVs are falling. And Cuckoo does not turn around. He's committing. There's only 2 queens. The queen count is quite low. Hellbats have been morphed. SCVs are going down. Ooh, 11, 12, 13. 13 SCVs fall, but at the same time, we have nothing to defend. We have queens. But is it enough? We're getting on top of the Bathing Nest. 12 Banelings morph in just 1 second before the Bathing Nest goes down. We have Banelings on the way, but we're getting on top of them. We're trying to. Lings, they amass just in time. The queens, they hold the line, and the Banelings will finish. The connections. Massive connections here on the Hellbats. Spazzy Mazzy holds. He does hold, shuts down the Hellbats, does defend. Lair is now done. We don't really have the money for a Spire right now, but I imagine, yeah, we just don't really have much saturation going on at the moment. Do you see more Lings on the way? Behind this, we're building up towards Marauders. 3rd CC yet to be taken. There's that Spire that we spoke about. Again, Muta play. It's consistent with every game that we've casted from Spazzy Mazzy. It's all about Mutas. And we'll see if Spazzy Mazzy can get away with it. As his Ling Bane aggression is being shut down. Oh no! Oh, don't chase this! No! Oh my god! Decent Baneling connections there. As we did bait the army into the tall grass. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Spire's halfway done. Creep is being shut down. We do see Cuckoo getting into additional Raxes. Again, remember, he opened up 3 CCs, so he was not all in with his Hellbat push. He's on 3 bases, has been the entire time. Did lose a lot of workers, so he's stuck at home replacing all those SCVs. And I would give the edge to Spazzy Mazzy as a result. He shut down the Hellbat push, he crippled the economy, which means he's free to invest into Mutas. Cuckoo's moving out, and that's a lot of Hellbats. My god, that's, what, 12? 4 Marauders, 12 Hellions, soon to be Hellbats. Do we have some Ling Bane to defend? We have some. We only have 4 Banelings. Uh-oh, that's not going to be enough. Yeah, the Hellbats reveal themselves. Mutas are on the way, but we're pushing in. Fun fact, 0 anti-air. 0 Marines. Mutas will clean this up eventually, but still a lot of DPS, a lot of firepower. We hit the 3rd base. Queen goes down. The hatchery, oh my god, is melting. A transfuse will keep it alive. And here we go. More banelings have morphed in. Nice spread here out of Cuckoo. Mutants reveal themselves, and it looks like we should clean this up. The spread is nice, but not good enough. And Spazzy Mazzy will shut down this push. We barely save the hatchery. GG gets called, and Spazzy Mazzy takes game number 1. GG. Zerg player does take the first game. We take a lead.
There's an issue with your Apple Music account. To resolve this, check that your account is up to date.
Why is Siri listening to me? Did you hear that? I was so confused. I was like, what is this voice? Phone, calm down. But with that, GG, well played. Oh, Spazzy does take a lead here in the series. Again, hyper aggression out of Cuckoo with his Hellbat pushes. Alas, he was shut down. Again, we spoke about some tendencies of Spazzy. He was able to punish the move out, go for these Ling run-bys, embrace the immunities. Did work out quite well for him. There was limited anti-air or 0 anti-air. And with that, Spazzy takes a lead. Now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Catching up. I can barely handle communicating with 5 people. I say it's 100 here and 100 at home. Oh, sorry, 100 in Peru. So it's like 200 in total, you know? Like it's, yeah. And as time goes on, the family's growing because, like, you know, cousins, they're getting kids, I'm getting nephews, all that good stuff. Imagine a family party. Yeah. As you can imagine, I mean, if you're Latin American, you would know, or if you've seen it like in media. But like whenever there's a family gathering or a family party, like like once a month sort of thing, everyone gets together. We get some chelas, papi. Get some chelas. Everyone brings food. It's food. It's beautiful, beautiful. Here we go. We are getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta. We have our blue Terran player from the land of Romania representing Red Pack Esports down in the series, looking to bounce back in this best of 3 and force the ace match. I'm hoping he can, as this is our final series of the group. Give us an ace match, papi. It is Cuckoo. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from the land of Denmark representing Bing Bong Exports. Once again, going pool first, it is Spazzy Mazzy. So once again with the pool first opener, once again we can invest into additional lings. Now if you remember the series against Kelazur, Spazzy Mazzy game 1 went for 6 lings on Oceanborn, and here on side Delta he only made 2. He only made 2 lings just to apply some pressure, just to fake out his opponent and kind of play with the series. We'll see how many lings we invest this time, as we are banking up some larvae. Only some though. Okay, so we do make an extra drone, 4 lings on the way, not 6 like we saw in the previous game, so less committed here out of Spazzy Mazzy. So there's a little bit less potential for damage, but the idea is the same. The goal here is to avoid the initial scout, get across the map, and get on top of the CC. Now with this SCV scout, Cuckoo should confirm that this hatchery is late, the hatchery is delayed. So we should keep... Oh, I love what's happening. Okay, so if he scouts this, which he's about to... And I mean, he already saw the links. He knows it's a pull first. He should be keeping the Reaper at home. Reaper stays at home. The SCV needs to scout, though. We need to get eyes on the Roach Warren. The Queen comes out. We deny the scout. Cuckoo sees nothing, and it's a follow-up Roach Warren. Again, it looks the same as game 1. It looks like the same build, right? It looks like pull first, 6 lings. Reaper stays at home. As a result, that means no scouting information. That means we do not see the Roach Warren. Cuckoo's in the dark, and here come the roaches. Roaches are on the way. Again, this is just a really smart way to play out the series and make things look the same when really they aren't, as that first game. So again, I don't blame Cuckoo for keeping the Reaper at home, but yeah, he has to make a tough decision. He moves out. As he moves out, the lings, they move in. And can we delay the CC? It's close. It's so close. Up. It looks like we will not. Ooh, the CC does complete just in time. Reaper moves out. Roaches are spotted. Roaches are confirmed. And now we need bunkers. There we go. Immediately bunkers on the way. Again, if we did not see these roaches, there would not be a bunker. We would be in trouble. Thankfully, Cuckoo, he does respond. He does scout. Pulling back. Second bunker on the way. And behind this, Spazzy Mazzy is droning. He's droning up. He's not going all in. This is designed to get control of the low ground and then drone up and expand. So again, just some light aggression here. It's going to be 4 roaches and 1 ravager. Now with these ravagers, we can pick away at the depots. We can shut down these depots one after the other. They're a little bit more vulnerable. We could maybe get the reactor as well, as the bunkers have completed. Yeah, with the high ground vision, that depot is under fire. Did we cancel the cyclone? Oh, no. Cyclone is out. Yeah, I'm blind. Cyclone is out. The cyclone can threaten the Overlord, but the Sim City is brutal here. The cyclone has to go the long way around just to get access to this. We're supply blocked. Okay, we're good. We're getting back into marine production. Another depot on the way. Behind this, a 3rd base is being taken. And all we really need here is the 2nd depot. And we should barely get at the Overlord. Oh, the Overlord goes down. With the Overlord going down, we do lose high ground vision. But that depot, it's gonna burn. Okay, just in time we do repair. Whew. We keep the depot alive. Spazzy Mazzy backs off again. He overextended with the Overlord. And Cuckoo can now expand. And now we can settle into a longer game. Cuckoo getting into his 1-1-1. Sorry, my apologies. This is a 2-1-1 setup. Okay, I see you. So it's going to be a 2-1-1 follow-up here with a 3rd CC afterwards on the horizon. So 3rd CC was delayed in favor of a stronger stim timing. Once we get the resources for it, stim should be on the way, so we can be active with a bio army. Meanwhile, back at home, Spazzy Mazzy has been happily droning, expanding, taking a 3rd base, saturating, working on a 2nd gas geyser. This should be for lair. Should be getting into a lair, into roach speed, just so we have ravagers to support. Cuckoo will back off. Things speed kicking in a couple of seconds. Specimen is actually investing in quite a number of lings here, quite early on. We won't be able to achieve too much with it. It looks like Spazmazi just wants to be safe. I say that he's actually pushing out. I don't know if we can break this. We have 2 tanks. We have SimCity. We have the high ground. I'm not too fond of this decision, but we'll see if Spazmazi can make something happen here. Like, I'd prefer just droning. But we're committed. That's a lot of lings. That's 22 more lings on the horizon. It's going to be 50 in total. But we have 2 tanks. We have a wall. Trying to bust on forward. The first tank is going to go down. The piles are solid. Boys are being pulled, and we do repair. Oh, and now we drone. Yeah, this is a big investment by Spazzy Mazzy. There was just no breaking this position. Sure, we got a tank, but we could have done the same thing with not making all these lings. Like, all these lings could have been drones. It could have been fully saturated 3 bases. We could have a 4th base on the way. The lair just now starts. Cuckoo, he's recovering. Like, thankfully, because of this decision by Spazzy Mazzy, Cuckoo is able to recover. His now worker count is even. It's even with the worker count of Spazzy Mazzy, or the Zerg. And we have a 3rd CC. So Cuckoo is still in this. There is still potential with these lings, and we could try to go for a run by or a counterattack, but again, this natural is looking very secure. And the lings are spotted. Behind this, Spazzy saturating spaces, getting up to just under 3 base saturation. We are taking extra gases. Lair is now done, but we are investing into upgrades. So, hey, for the first time tonight, I believe, Spazzy is not going into a Spire. Not going Spire, not going Mutas. Committed and stuck with Roaches for now. Meanwhile, Cuckoo does move out. Stim is done. Stim has completed. We have medevacs to support, 2 tanks. And we're pushing it towards the 3rd base of the Zerg. Let's see what we can get done. Rotating around. Army pushing in, catching the tanks. Ooh, 1 tank goes down. Does get filed. 2nd tank under fire as well. The Bio Army staying on board, but we have plenty of Roach Ravager. As both tanks are going to get picked off. Again, this is where the army that Spazmazi made comes into play. Right now, he's actually able to make use of it. Does shut down the push. The Bio Army does survive. And we can trade nicely here. We get some Marines. We get a Queen. Meanwhile, across the map, ooh, Lings are going down. That was not the best trade from Spazzy. Bleeds out a lot of Lings. And now Cuckoo establishes his third. Third base getting up and running. We do scan the main. We get eyes on the would-be infestation pit. With this pit, we could just be working towards Hive, or we could get some safety infestors. Infestors, they can pair quite nicely with Roach Ravager with their fungal growths. As Spazzy moves out, we do get on top of the tank at the same time. We're stepping into the mineral line. And very little to defend. Drones are going down. At the same time, we're pushing towards the third base. And the third base is vulnerable. Yeah, workers are going to go down left and right. The base will fall. The drones, they came back too soon. No, the drones, they came back. 19 workers go down. Ay, ay, ay. And can we save the hatchery? With these transfuse, we barely can. Oh my god. Clutch transfuse. We'll keep the base alive, and we did deny the third, but that was 19 drone kills. And just like that, the economy of the Zerg player is in shambles. 38 workers, barely an economy. Barely 2 bases. And back at home, the SCVs were saved. The workers, they were pulled away, they survived. The miles! Ooh, they don't quite connect, there was potential. Roach is coming in from the right-hand side. It looks like Spazzy, he can still get some damage done. We pick up, we get the hell out of there. The SCVs are evacuated. Cuckoo, he cares about his workers. He looks after them, Papi. He looks after them. Does pull away once again, preserving his higher worker count. Is denied the third. But still, a very tense moment here between these two players. Spazzy is rushing into Hive. Okay. I don't know if we could really do anything with Hive Tech right now. Like, Infestors would be good to support. I guess we can try to rush into Vipers. I guess that'll help against the drop play. Like, we have limited anti-air. Like, Power Bombs can be useful. I just don't know if we have the economy to sustain that right now. Speaking of, Army does step forward. We catch 2 Queens. We catch 3. 3 Queens go down. 4 Queens go down. Speaking of lack of anti-air, the anti-air looking even more dire here for our Zerg player. We do snipe one of the medevacs. Medevac goes down. Double drop towards the left-hand side. Oh, Spazzy Mazzy being pulled apart. He's not ready for this. He is not ready. Does peel off a couple of units. Drones are going down. We get 1. We do defend. Drop into the main. Catch even more drones. 5 drone kills. Hive is done. And what can we do with the Hive? There we go. Vipers are on the way. It does make the most sense just because we need to shut down these medevacs. The Miles, they take down a medevac. Who needs Vipers? Who needs it to just Bile forehead? True. But very nicely done here by our Zerg player. Shuts down the medevac. Cuckoo still being active with his drops. Again, the goal of these Vipers should be to parasitic bomb these medevacs, to yoink them into Queens, help support the army. At the same time, Spazzy is still pushing right down mid. Tanks do siege. Oof. Big volleys going up. Miles going for the command center. SCVs finally going down. 6, 7 SCVs, soon to be 8. Files up. Don't quite connect. Don't quite connect. SCVs are trapped. Pushing into these tanks though. This is not the fight we want to take. Yeah, the tank volleys are insane, and we crush the Zerg army. Roach Ravager crumbles. Third base being retaken. We did lose 12 SCVs though. That was a lot of workers down the drain. So this is turning into a scrappy game. We're getting down, we're getting dirty, we're getting scrappy, Poppy. Let's go. As Cuckoo does move out. What are we moving out with? We have 2 tanks. 2 tanks, 2-1. As +2 attack is done for Cuckoo. Likewise, 2-1 out of Spazzy Mazzy as well. Funny how that works out. Likewise, Roach Ravager does engage. Tank shots going up. Here come the Vipers, the blinding clouds. We cover the Marines, we yoink in the tank. But do we have enough on the ground? Do we have another spell? Barely not. Another blinding cloud would be insane right now, but it looks like the Bio army barely is not enough. Spazzy holds. He holds, he survives, he barely defends. It costs him a lot of the Roach Ravager. But the Vipers, they hold their own. Double drop moving out. Cuckoo pulling back. 45 drones against the 46 workers of Cuckoo. Cuckoo does have the economic lead. Remember, he has mules on top of just SCVs. So he does have that economic advantage. Meanwhile, Ultra Kavanaugh. I don't think we can afford Ultras, Fappy. I'll be honest. Ultra Kavanaugh on the way. That's ambitious. That is Spazzy Mazzy. 2 queens go down. Oof. 3 queens go down. And the base. The base is under fire. The hatchery falls to the double drop. We do have the power bombs. The army a little bit too slow to respond, too slow to react. The base goes down, and we're not done. Cuckoo looking to pull Spazzy Mazzy apart with this bio play, with this drop play. I mean, that's where Ling Bane helps out. Ling Bane is quite a mobile army. It's quite fast. We need to split up. We need to be in position. Alas, we're just not able to. And we may find ourselves in an ace match. We're so close. Yeah, the drop comes in. Nothing's in position. 15 drones go down in the blink of an eye. And we shut down the hatchery. Spazzy Mazzy, he's down to 2 bases. He lost his third, he lost his fourth. He's down to 2 hatcheries. Again, the economy in shambles. We catch the Overlords! No! The Overlords get caught out. They get shut down. And Spazzy, he's just being pulled apart. The Zerg player cannot keep up. Not with Cuckoo. The power bombs will shut down the Medivacs. But it's too little too late. It's too late at this point. Cuckoo recovering. +3 attack on the way. Upgrades are insane. We have afforded ourselves 2 ultras. Okay. we got a handful of ultras coming out. Let's go. They're going to have +1 carapace. They will have kindness plating, which will help. But again, this army, it's still so difficult to make work. I mean, the Vipers do help. They will add a little bit of support here to the army. They add a bit of complexity. But there's no pushing into this. There's no pushing into the siege line. We are ready for a run by towards the left-hand side. Likewise, Cuckoo ready to receive. No sensor tower yet. We're a couple of seconds away. Here comes the army. Yeah, the army is spotted. We're mainly working with Marines. Ooh. And Marine tank. No marauders. Oh, the blinding clouds are brutal. They are brutal. The Cuckoo. We're able to kite back. We shut down one of the ultras. Files, they connect. 1 ultra falls. 2nd ultra as well. We're down to 1 ultra remaining. The army getting overstimmed. SCVs are going down. Can we bow down some libs? Looks like we won't be able to. Spazzy barely holding his own. Liberators leaping forward. Are slowly pushing forward here. 1 lib does get filed. And do we have enough bio? Looks like we do. Yeah, we stim on 40. Focus down the roaches, the ravagers, and the lings. We clean everything up. And only the Vipers survive. The Vipers got out, but that's it. Oh, the mule hammer is real. Oh my god. Is that like 10 mules? Jesus. Again, Cuckoo may only have 40 workers, but he's playing like he has 60. He does have a strong economy with this. And what do we have left? What does our Zerg player have left across the map? 2 Ultras, 2 Vipers, a handful of Roaches, 10 Lings, double expanding. If given time, I do think that Spazzy can recover. But I don't think Cuckoo's really going to give him that time. He's been so active with these drops. Stimming on forward. Trades against the Lings. Powerbomb on the Medivacs. We'll soften them up. An Ultra gets sniped. An expensive loss there for Spazzy. Bleeding out an Ultra of all things. I was like, where are we going? Also, what's going on here? Ah, the Liberator. I see. Liberator does deny mining time. We just lost all of the Ravagers, remember? Limited anti-air. Liberator does deny mining, and now we're getting to Marauder production. We're pushing forward, focuses down another Ultra. Again, the Ultras on their own, they melt. They're so fragile. 3 Ultras go down. GG gets called. And Cuckoo ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 3. A very chaotic game between both these players. It was a strong start for Spazzy Mazzy, but remember, he followed it up with a follow-up all-in, essentially, where he massed up Lings with Ravagers, and he tried to break Cuckoo on 2 bases. He was unable to break through. He got a tank, but that's all he got, and that meant that Kuku was able to maintain his economy and keep up with Spazzy Mazzy. Likewise, the big downside with going Roach Ravager, especially Roach Ravager into Ultra, as you can imagine, is anti-air. The drops they popped off. Like that's really what carried Kuku throughout that game. The drop play, just non-stop drops towards the main, towards the third, towards the fourth, getting into mineral lines, sniping queens, sniping bases. Just a very fast play there out of Kuku, and Spazzy Mazzy just could not keep up. Eventually, we got into the Vipers. Eventually, we could, actually shut down some of those medevacs, but it was too little too late. The damage was done. And now we find ourselves in Game 3. Let's go. Let us go. Classic Australian accent. True. Sorry, I'm catching up with the chat. Catching up, Pappy. Speaking of catching up, oh my god, a shout out to Phoenix. It's been so... Del Dutch Scott himself. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás, Phoenix? Thank you so much for gifting a sub. For those that don't know, Phoenix, he is a longtime friend. A friend, of course, and even a Duckling himself, a CranKy Duckling. Phoenix, he even helps out a little bit behind the scenes whenever he can. Much love to Phoenix, much love. And thank you for the gifted sub to Warbuffle. Gracias, papi, gracias. As we are settling in and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our Romanian Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Red Pack Esports. It is Kuku. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have Spawning once again going pool first. Every game so far in this series has been relying on this. The Red Zerg player from the land of Denmark representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Spazzy Mazzy. Let's go. Let us go. Definitely wasn't Maru's TVZ. No ghosts ever. Nah, we don't need ghosts, Pappy. What do you mean? The ultras, they melt. I mean, it helps as well that, if you remember, our Zerg player only had +1 carapace, so because of that, the ultras were more vulnerable than they otherwise would be. They weren't as tanky as they otherwise are in kind of a late game setup, so Kuku was able to focus them down quite nicely. But it was a very chaotic game. Very chaotic game. The original Phoenix, exactly. So I'm catching up in the chat. I'm catching up. As for now, remember it was a pool first, we have 6 Lings moving out. This time we're committing a little bit harder. In game 1 we saw 6 Lings, in game 2 it was only 4. Here we're committing a little bit harder. The SCV Scout does confirm the pool first. Kuku is aware. And once again, we're going for the Roach Warren. Just like the last game. Okay. Oh, never mind. Spazzy Man, he changes his mind. It's not like there was an SCV Scout. The SCV Scout was denied. But, there's a lot going on. Like, did we cancel because the SCV Scout was denied? Like, were we trying to fake it out? Were we hoping that the SCV got in? And then it sees and then we cancel? I'm a little bit perplexed. a little bit. Meanwhile, or maybe we just changed our mind. Meanwhile, across the map, just say Rax expand, stand opener, the Reaper will stay at home. The Reaper does stay back. And Spazzy Mazzy will take a third. We're expanding. We're expanding, we're droning up. Likewise, third CC on the way for Kuku, third CC before Starport, so economic builds out of Kuku, and a bit of an economic follow-up out of Spazzy Mazzy. Again, his economy is less than ideal because he made so many Lings. Ooh, but we shut down the Reaper. Now do we throw down the Roach Warren? Now do we... What's the plan? Checking the vision, Kuku did not see the third. Ooh, so Kuku, because of his limited scouting, he may think that there could be roaches behind this. It's possible. Okay, it's going to be 3cc, 2-1-1. Second Rax is on the way. We have Marines amassing, Hellions, and yeah, Kuku should be okay from here on out. Lings can threaten the mineral line, but we have enough to defend. Yeah, the Hellions are revealed. Lings ahead for the SCVs. Oh, can we get one? Looks like we barely get one worker kill. Only the one. As the Lings are cleaned up, Stim is on the way, as we did mention. This is going to be a Stim timing. Now, this 2-on-1 variation is going to hit later than normal, as Kuku is working towards his third CC. So the Starport is a little bit more delayed. You know, in general, Marine production is more delayed as well, as we made Hellions. Well, we're getting there. We will eventually work towards that sim timing with medevac support. Meanwhile, Spazzy Mazzy back at home. Once again, there's something about Spazzy. He's crazy. He's so chaotic. He's so aggressive. We just made 16 lings. 16 lings just came out. We have a Bailey Nest on the way. We cut workers a little bit earlier. We should be getting back into droning, but again, like, Spazzy Mazzy, he's always content he's always just ensuring he has a harassing force of lings. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, the Hellions are spotted. So the goal here, when he spots these Hellions move out, the lings move in. Like, the Overlord is in position. Likewise, an Overlord here on the right-hand side. Cuckoo does stay back home. Hellions are in position. Lings are deterred. Cool. So far, good positioning here out of Cuckoo. Back at home, Lair is on the way. Now, the Zerg player, our Zerg player who's droning. Likewise, our Terran getting into stim. There's that medevac production. Medevacs are about to finish up, and we are taking a third. And when the medevacs pop out, then Cuckoo can push. Like, Cuckoo's been stuck at home almost this entire game. That is soon about to change with the arrival of the medevacs of the drop play. And we'll see if Spazzy Mazzy can keep up. We are calming things down. There we go, double jump moving out. Engaging with the army. Lings are able to keep up. Queens as well. They focus out the medevacs. Yeah, the medevacs, they take a lot of hits. Oh, one of them almost goes down. Nice kiting here out of Cuckoo, and he does pull back. But he bleeds out, what was that, 8 Marines? 6 Marines go down. A nice defense here from Spazzy Mazzy. Again, he had already invested into all these lings. They pay for themselves. And we missed out on mutas in game 2, but now we're getting back to what we do best. Spire, additional gases, muta tech. Again, if you've been watching the B stream today, then you would have seen Spazzy Mazzy go mutas against Kelazur. He tried to go mutas against Harstem. A lot of muta play out of Spazzy Mazzy here in this tournament. He tried to do it against Fort Jumi. And even game 1 against Cuckoo, and here in game 3 as well. Spazzy, it feels like stylistically he's very fond of muta play in all matchups. I can't speak for ZVZ, but it's possible that he maybe enjoys it there as well. Does seem to be very characteristic of Spazzy. As Cuckoo is getting into Bio Mine. Shutting down tumors, pushing onto creep. Just paving the way for his follow-up push. At the same time as the army moves out, Lings move in. But Hellions are in position. One Hellion does get surrounded, but the others are nicely tucked away behind the mineral line. Cuckoo does defend. And he attacks. Again, clearing up a lot of people on left hand side. The Banelings! The Mine Shot! Oh my god, decent connection. We do catch a couple of those Banelings. The Marines are kept alive. We do back off. Not a single Marine dies. Scan into the main reveals the mutas. Spire is spotted. Mutas are on the way. And Cuckoo back at home, he responds. We have turrets in the natural, turrets at the third, and turrets in the main. The mutas will not be a surprise. We're getting ready. Likewise, Ling Bane moving out towards the third base. We are walled up. We are set up here to receive. And again, like, I'm just really concerned for Spazzy just because he's so unwilling to drone. Like, we have an even worker count with the Terran, which should not be the case here. Like, we're always just focusing on either tech or, I mean, mutas, Ling Bane. A drone count is still not ideal. It's like against his nature. It's like, I gotta hit the Ling Keep up here. I gotta morph in Bailey. I need an army. It's like, sure, like you do, but still. We deny the fringe base. 5th is denied. Again, Cuckoo being active with 2 armies, ensuring the creep doesn't get out of hand. The creep is barely connecting the base as we catch a stray muta. As mutas, they attempt to hit the 3rd. They are zoned back. And Cuckoo has control of the map, taking a 4th base quite freely. That's a terrifying thought here. Cuckoo about to be on an even base count with the Zerg. We dive on the 5th once again. We force another cancel. Clearing up more creep. Just stripping more map control away from Spazzy Mazzy. And the mutas have yet to really pay for themselves. Mutas trying to catch the Medivacs. Unable to. 2-2 on the way. Thor production as well for Cuckoo. Thors, they grant a really strong anchor point for the main army against the mutas and even against the Ling Bane, as they take quite a bit of banelings to bring down. How many mutas do we have? 15. 15 mutas here for Spazzy Mazzy. He's going for the Medivacs and he should be able to shut them down. Oh, not on their own though. We do need the Ling Bane. So they do bleed off 2 mutas. And Cuckoo does evacuate in time, does unload. Ling Bane cannot support. As we get over the wall, and as we defend on the left-hand side, we're pushing on the right. With Thors, with Widow Mines, a mass amount of bio. 2-2 still on the way. Ling Bane is in position. What can we split? So far, so good. Mutas are behind. Ooh, the connections. The mine shots go off. Not again. Oh my god. Yeah, 3 mine shots on the mutas. But Cuckoo doesn't commit. He pulls back. He recognizes he's in danger of being surrounded. He pulls back. That's a lot of Ling Bane available here for Spazzy Mazzy. And instead we rotate. We're looking to rotate over towards the left-hand side. Mutas moving in. Job moving over. Hive is done for Spazzy Mazzy. We have Adrenal on the way, 2-2. For those curious about the upgrades, they're a little bit later just because of the Mutatech. Ooh, as the drop got shut down, we caught the Medivac. But because the investment into mutas, that's why our upgrades are less than ideal, but we're getting there. We are getting there. 2-2 just now finishing up for the Terran. 2-2 finishing up in 5 seconds, just in time for this fight. And he's going to be going off. Widow Mines are setting up. Again, the creep here is almost non-existent. The mutas off towards the left-hand side. They won't be here to help. Yeah, they're going for a counter-attack. And we're pushing in. Mine shots go off the Thors. They tank a lot of banelings as well. Oh, the turret is not going to be good enough. SCVs are going down, but so is the base. We have broken the hatchery. And back at home, we defend. The Thor micro. Hatchery goes down. Spazzy Mazzy trying to sneak out a hidden base on the right-hand side. But Cuckoo might be aware of it as he sees these Ling. Yeah, he sees. He knows. He will rotate over. He scans towards the top left. Sees full saturation. And I'm sure this is where we're headed next. This hatchery will fall. Mutas desperately going for a counterattack, trying to force back the army. We do shut down 2 turrets. And now SCVs. SCVs are finally going down. We have control of the natural. The army has to stim back home. Yeah, Cuckoo, he turns around. He's going to try to catch and cut off these mutas. Oh, can we catch them? We can. We get one. Just one. That could have been so much worse. But 14 SCVs fall at the natural base. Cuckoo rotates around. He's knocking down these rocks. Now, as we mentioned before, we're going for top left. And there's no creep. There's no creep set up here. Very little to defend. I mean, towards the top left. Ling Bane is amassing. Ultras are on the way. Kindness plating is about to finish up. No 3-3. 3-3 has not yet begun for the Zerg. Use a catch a command center, but we're pushing in. And how well can we split? Banelings off of creep. Banelings are being shut down. They run into the Marauders. We're getting out of control. Cuckoo stimming on forward, shuts down the Ultra. The Banelings, they do nothing. Yeah, the Banelings melt, the base will fall, and we can keep pushing. There's only mutas to defend. Spazzy Mazzy desperately making as many Banelings as possible. 11 Banelings are on the way, 6 Ultras as well. I should say 5. As we do catch an Ultra. GG gets called. Yeah, it's just too much to handle. An insane fight for Cuckoo. And Cuckoo will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Cuckoo almost in full control of that game. There's so many layers that really came into it. On the one hand, the Muta tech didn't really do much. We did get some SCVs towards the end of the game, but in the lead up to it, we had very little map control. Like, typically, Mutas, ideally, they give you map control, they keep the army pinned back at home, you deny drop play, and you allow yourself to spread creep. There was zero creep on the map. The Mutas, they almost did nothing in the first half, the first 75% of the game. Cuckoo was doing such a great job being active with his drops, denying creep, keeping the Zerg player at bay. Whenever Spazzy tried to catch out those medevacs, he just couldn't, and yeah, things very quickly got out of hand and got out of control. Again, because of the lack of creep, the engagements from Spazzy Mazzy were less than ideal. He just could not get the surrounds or the fights that he wanted, and yeah, Cuckoo was able to just really show off a little bit there, and looking good, looking strong. GG, congratulations to Cuckoo as he does take the series 2-1. Does bring down Spazzy Mazzy, and that is the end of Group C. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's have a look at the Wikipedia page and catch up on the rest of the group. Have we wrapped up? Were we the final series? We were not. Oh, we were the fastest one. I'm impressed. I'm not gonna lie, I am impressed here. The other matches are still ongoing. Showtime versus Hearthstone. They're in the ace match. They are in game number 3. They're duking it out for who places first and who places second. Looks like round 4 ended earlier, and Hearthstone took down Kelazur. I wasn't able to catch that earlier because we started our own series, but Hearthstone, he 2-0'd Kelazur. That means Kelazur, Diego, is knocked out. Kelazur, he's knocked out of the group stage. We have our top 2 confirmed. It's going to be Hearthstone and Showtime. In what order? Yet to be determined. Again, Showtime and Hearthstone, they're fighting for first and second place. Meanwhile, we have Kelazur and Forjumi mid-series. They are mid-series. Fun fact, I think they're in game 1. Like, what the hell? Part of me is like, how long is game 1? Like, we just finished a series, a full game 3, and they're still in game 1. But I saw that they might have started late. And they did start late because if you remember when we started Cuckoo versus Spazzy, I believe Hearthstone and Kelazur were still playing. I think they were still playing, so I think this was a later start. And I'm just checking, they're 10 minutes into the game. So they're 10 minutes into their game, so it was a later start for Kelazur and for Jimmy. But you know what that means? That means we can cast another series. That means that when they finish up game 1, we can jump in to game number 2. We can jump in. It's going to be a little bit chaotic in the sense that it's not going to be a fresh series, but we can catch the end of Kelazur versus Forjumi. So I need a moment to set that up. Platinum Heroes. Kelazur, he's on R8 Esports. Beautiful. Beautiful. I can also catch up on the bracket. What's been going on? They couldn't get a lot of Koreans because of GSL and other people were getting ready for the EWC qualifiers. Yes, yes. For those that are curious as to the low amount of Korean invitations, only Gumiho and Ryung, only 2 Koreans were invited to the event. And a big reason for that is because 2 days ago was GSL. And HomeStory Cup started yesterday. It takes quite some time to travel from Korea to Germany. So basically the players that were competing in GSL were not able to confirm and not able to take part in HomeStory Cup, so that's why a lot of the Koreans weren't able to be there. Likewise, Rainer's in Korea, Cyril's doing his military service, Lambo's on vacation. There are some of these other players that were otherwise preoccupied. So if you're wondering, like, you know, where are certain players, that would be the reason for it. It's a bit of a shame, but regardless, the tournament is still stacked, and we still have plenty of competitive players. Still plenty of amazing matches coming up ahead of us, especially in the playoff bracket. I mean, I say especially, like here, even in the group stage, like that was a banger of a ZVT. Like, that was a great match. I mean, I should emphasize as well that it's also why casting amateur StarCraft is is still entertaining even for us here, because it isn't about the level of play, it's about the disparity between both competitors. Like, if you can get some two players that are close in skill, like, they can perform. they can give you a series, Pat. Like, this was more dynamic and back and forth than Spazzy versus Hearthstone, for example, or Cuckoo versus Showtime, for example, right? It's good. Catching up. I think HomeStory Cup usually has funds for travel. They do. They do. Mutas hasn't worked in 3 series. Let me make Mutas again. I mean, Mutas are a lot of fun. Mutas are difficult to make work, right? Like, Mutas, they're so fragile. They're so expensive. Like, they leave you vulnerable. Like, it's... Whenever a player is going Muta in any matchup, it's always a risk. But, I mean, we've also seen it can really pop off, especially in ZVP. I'm sure you've seen these moments where, you know, especially Dark. Dark is really good at this. Likewise, so is Shin. Where they go for a Spire tech and they hide the Spire, it stays hidden, and then bam, they pop out with like 15 Mutas. They get into Protoss mineral lines, and there's no shield batteries, there's no cannons in position, and probes die so quickly. And then you gain map control. Behind it, you can get in. You can either go mass Muta and just snowball out of control, or transition into some other tech like Ultras, for example. It does work, but, you know, I feel like a lot has to go your way. You know, you have to be able to hide your tech, get away with it, defend against it. It is risky. But clearly, you know, Spazzy, he enjoys it. Stylistically, it's a lot of fun to work with Mutas. Side note, last chance for Cyan to get points on Monday. Yeah, we'll be there, we'll be there. We'll be casting ESL Asia. Of course. We will be there. Can we watch Keller versus 4Jimmy? We'll try. When they get out of game. We will jump on it. Hearthstone versus Keller ended before we started. Oh, okay. My apologies. I assumed they were still going. Who is streaming Kelzer versus 4Jimmy game? It might be off stream. Like, either there's no one casting it, or there's another language caster. Like, you know, maybe not indie. Maybe Take. Maybe. Oh no, they'd be on the mainstream. They'd be following the main. I would suggest checking the other language casters, like indie, like I don't know if there are any Latin American casters, Glide. And check their streams, and they might have your series that you're looking for. You need to sell shirts with Snowball out of control. I've noticed I've been saying it a lot recently. I'm trying to slow down. I'm trying to stop. I'm intentionally trying to catch myself. I'm like keeping an eye out for it. And recently I've been like mixing in, like, I don't know, like escalate or like other words instead, to like convey the same meaning. So I have been intentionally trying to stop myself and say other things, because I have noticed that I say it a lot recently. So I'm trying to break that habit. It's hard to break something like that. I'm working on it. Sweet stream had there you go. Shout out to Rob, the Swedish caster. Imagine snowballing out of control on a non-winter map. True. Get a thesaurus. I'll try. Meanwhile, looks like we have a lobby. Looks like game 1 has concluded, and we're jumping into Kelzer versus 4Jimmy. Jumping into game numero 2. Let's go. Kind of need. You kind of have to be a thesaurus as a caster. True. I try, Pappy. I try. Just get a list of words that start with L and E. What's good enough for me? That's like half of the game right there. The intros, Pappy. The intros. But we do have our lobby jumping into that second game. It looks like the mainstream might be joining us as well. Just because this is the final series, I think, of the group. Has Showtime versus Hearthstone finished? Is it over? It has. Showtime takes on Hearthstone 2-1. Showtime coming out of the group in first place, which means this is the final match of Group C. Kellezer versus Forjumi. All the casters are coming together ourselves, the mainstream, the side streams, the other language streams. We're all coming together for this TVP. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcione, we have our Brazilian Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing R8 Esports. It is Kellezer. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Forjumi. We go. Kellezer, of course, has a lead. We missed out on the game. If you want to check out the VODs yourself, then I recommend checking out Rob's channel. I say Rob, it's Robski, I think. Robski. The Swedish caster. He was covering this series earlier. Was in game 1. And now we're settling into game number 2. Drogo is in. Just catching up in the YouTube chat. Someone's asking, where is Drogo? Oh, maybe he retired. Drogo's in the tournament. He's in the tournament. He's in Group D. We'll be casting some Drogo later on. Later on in the evening. He is competing in Group D. We'll get there. We'll get there. May have a Twitch link for this. Yes. Here you go. So someone asking for a Twitch link. I got you. You're welcome, Pappy. You're welcome. Hello, as Forjumi spicing things up here, going for a proxy pylon towards the left-hand side. Going for the proxy pylon, going for what looks to be a proxy Stargate. The Cybercore is almost done. When the Cybercore finishes, we can throw down either a Twilight Council or a Stargate. Twilight Council would lead into proxy DT. Stargate would lead into... would lead into some Oracles. We're going for the Twilight Council. We're going for Dark Shrine! The Invisible Man. The Invisible Man is on the way. Cheeky move here out of Forjumi. Can we get away with it? Can it go unscattered? SV across the map, looking to delay the expansion. An expansion that is not coming. SV is for now distracted. I was confusing Drago with Stefano. Okay, fair enough. I mean, we casted Stefano last year. Stefano, he was competing in the last HomeStory Cup, but yes, very inactive. He is basically retired. He is retired. And there it is, Proxy Dark Shrine out of Forjumi. Robo's on the way as well for the Warp Prism. Very committed here out of Forjumi. And we'll see if we can pull this off. Back at home at Kellezer going for an eBay block. Again, like delaying an expansion that doesn't exist. There is no expand. We've committed quite hard here to the proxy. And Kellezer has no idea. Kellezer is in the dark. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, do DTs really work against Terran? I mean, don't they have scans? They do have scans, but this early on, we're muling quite hard. Like, this early on, we don't really have that much free energy here to scan, so there's an opportunity. There is an opportunity for these DTs to wreak havoc and to get out of hand. To escalate. See what I did there? See what There's no snowballs here on Alcione, Pappy. No snowballs. No. There's no snow. I'm freezing. As here we go. The Dark Shrine is still seconds away. This is not exactly lined up. The Prism is here. We have to wait a little bit longer for the Dark Shrine to finish. Is almost done. We do have scan energy. We do have a scan available. Reaper's moving out for our scouts. DTs are waddling in. As long as we don't mule, we're okay. We don't mule! Up! DT has revealed. 2 SVs going to be going down. And we don't use the scan yet. DT into the main. Prism gets locked on. The Prism goes down. Massive pick off. And again, there's two DTs left. One in the natural, one in the main. And we don't want to waste a scan. There we go. We scan the main base. Ooh, we shut down the first Arc Templar. Second is denying mining time, but we haven't gotten much damage done. And we haven't walled off. No, the Reaper gets in. That's unfortunate. Our SimCity just a little bit off center there. The Reaper just goes in anyway. I mean, we're not going to get much done. But back at home, we're defending. Turrets are on the way. How many workers did we lose? 3 SCVs. Oh, we were hoping for more damage. As now we're going for an Archon follow-up. A backup Prism is on the way to drop into the natural. We're going in. There's no snow, but plenty of balls, Bappy. True. Oh, no. As the Archon dives in. Oh, my God, the splash damage. One more shot. One more shot would have been massive. Look at how low these SCVs are. Jesus. Calm down. We were so close. Only 2 SCVs go down. They did bunch up quite hard. If we can get back in there, like, there's no repair. There's no repair on these workers. We have potential to get some damage done. One more shot back. Behind this, working towards charge, working into immortal production. Again, we're still making use of the proxy. Archon rotating around. Headed towards the main. Kelzer in position. Oof, the Archon's quite low. And 4Jimmy has to back off. Back at home, he's saturating his second base. Getting into a massive gateway explosion. That's going to be 7 gates. Wait, it's going to be 8? Yeah, 7 gates set up on 2 bases. 2 base all in here out of 4Jimmy. This will not be a long game. At least 4Jimmy's hoping it won't be. Charge is now done. And we're going to have so many Zealots available. Kelzer confirms that there is no third. The army is getting ready. Just waiting for the gateways to finish up. And we'll warp in as much as we can. And can Kelzer survive? Okay, so we have a bunker. We have a turret. We have the Raven with auto turrets as well. Going to be available. Widowmines are on the way. No tanks. Widowmine's going to be an interesting choice here defensively. There is potential to break the natural. Not the best SimCity available. We'll see. It's going to be close. Is it going to be a close push? Close hold. Still waiting for reinforcements. More Zealots on the way. We have an 8th gateway finishing up. Second Immortal has arrived. And we're going in. We're committing. Show us the mine shots. Mine shots on the Zealots. Bunker goes down. Auto turrets get thrown down. They do hold the line. The Archons are falling. And we're holding. We're shutting down the main army. Prism goes into the main base. Zealots are wreaking havoc in the main. But the main army does crumble. The Immortal goes down. And we're hunting down the high-tech units. Zealots are going for combat shields. Unfortunately, not stim, but a good pickoff nonetheless. SCVs are going down as well. And combat shields is denied. But we have reinforcements. And Kelzer runs back home. Immortal survives. The Immortal and the Archon, they do survive. Kelzer forced to retreat. And at the end of this, Kelzer lost 11 SCVs, but he has a 3rd orbital. He has a 3rd orbital available. We can land, we can saturate our 3rd base. We have an even worker count plus mules. 4Jimmy's still all in. 4Jimmy is very much so all in. And now we have that much less to work with. Thankfully, we do have a 2nd Immortal coming in to reinforce. So 2 Immortals, 2 Archons, and mass Zealots. The bunker was not rebuilt. Uh-oh. And we're taking our 3rd base. We're looking vulnerable. Widowmine soon to burrow. Zealots charge in. We do land an anti-arm missile on the left-hand side. Mine just going off. Oh, a bit of friendly fire. And can we break through? We're getting to the mineral line. 8 SCVs go down. But it's just so awkward to push in. The choke point is brutal. They're working against 4Jimmy. We step on forward. We focus out the Prism. And SimCity was good enough. Zealots just had a hard time engaging. And it looks like Kelzer has defended. We shut down the Zealots, the Immortals, and this time we can keep pushing. There's nothing to force Kelzer to turn back home. There's nothing to keep him back. We can send it, Papi. For Jimmy, in a moment of desperation, he's going for a counterattack. He's hoping that maybe this will force Kelzer to turn around. Going for a massive Zealot run by. Back at home, there's nothing. There's actually nothing here. No gateway units, no immortals, no archons. Kelzer has arrived and we can knock everything down. So Ramai gets in, but we have reinforcements. Mines are going off, we have production. Natural goes down. From here we can push into the main. We could try to warp in DTs defensively, but I'm sure we're holding on to scans. And GG gets called. Kelzer will take the series at 2-0. He survives, defends against the 2-base all-in, and Kelzer takes down 4Jumi. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations to Kelzer for winning the final series of Group C. He does take down 4Jumi, and that is Group C in the books. That is the conclusion of our group. GG, well played. We can have a look at the final standings over on Wikipedia. And here we have them. We have Showtime and Hearthstone coming out as first and second. Kelzer, just barely at their heels here, coming in third place. But it is only top 2 that advances from the group stage. It is a brutal format. Only 2 players out of 8. Oh, sorry, out of 6. Wait, what am I saying? Yeah, 6. So only top 2 out of 6. So unfortunately, there's just not enough room for any more. So my condolences to Kelzer, to 4Jumi, to Cuckoo, to Spazzy Mazzy. Feels bad, man, as only 2 advance on. And with that, we're halfway through the broadcast. We're halfway through, Papi, halfway through. What do we have left? Group D. Group D, scheduled to start in 42 minutes. I believe there's going to be an extended break. I don't think we're going to wait 42 minutes, but like at least 15. At least 15-minute break. What I'm referring to, basically, how things work in HomeStory Cup is that they have limited PCs. They have enough PCs to host one group at a time, essentially. And because of that, all the players from Group C, they have to pack up. They have to, get rid of their setups, load up their keyboards and get rid of the settings, all that stuff, log out, and then in comes Group D. Group D will take their place, and they need some time to get their setups ready. So there's going to be an extended break, and then Group D is going to be upon us. And who do we have? We got Hero Marine, we got a Laser, we got Trigger, Petite Drogo, Mixu, and Holy Hit. 6 players step in, and only 2 will make it through into the playoff bracket. Oh boy. And what I love about this group, we mentioned this earlier, is that we have 1 top player from each race. We have Hero Marine, we have a Laser, we have Trigger. There were some people earlier lamenting in the chat, talking about the lack of Zerg representation. That is true. We do have Zerg, we had some Zerg players in the group stage. We had Fiant, we had Eon Blue, we had Spazzy Mazzy, but there is a bit of a gap between them, or again, they're not as high caliber players as some of these other big names in these groups. That is where a Laser steps in. A Laser is the Zerg hope. Likewise, Mixu has been on the grind as well. Mixu is also an up-and-coming Zerg player in the European region. He also has potential as a player, but a Laser is really the player that a lot of people look to represent Zerg in the playoff bracket. Can he pull it off? It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy, especially if you've been following Trigger recently. Trigger, he is our most recent SC2 Safe House champion. If you're wondering, what the hell is SC2 Safe House? Well, last weekend, we casted a tournament. Likewise, just like how with the B stream here, we were also the B stream for the SC2 Safe House. Actually, technically we were the C stream. I think Rotterdam was the B stream. Roddy was the B stream, we were the C stream. And SC2 Safe House is the NA version of HomeStory Cup. Kind of. It's kind of like the NA version. Zombie-Gub, Nathanius, Fear Dragon, Steadfast, Chicken Man, Zergirl, they all hosted an event in Las Vegas, in the Americas, and they hosted a tournament, and Trigger was our champion. He was able to bring down Estrella, he was able to bring down Future, Cham, Chamaco, all the players that did compete there in that event. So Trigger was able to pop off. He is on fire. He tweeted afterwards saying that he played some of the best StarCraft of his life at SC2 Safe House. And with that, he's in form. He's looking strong. He's looking powerful. Can he make it through instead of either a Laser or a Hero Marine? It's possible. It is possible. We're going to be here to find out. If you're curious who we're casting first, I just mentioned his name, Trigger. In the first round of Group D, we have a Laser versus Drogo, we have Hero Marine versus Mixu, and Trigger versus Holy Hit. I believe a Laser versus Drogo is going to be on the mainstream, and we are casting Trigger versus Holy Hit in the PvP. We avoided the mirror matchup for the entire day so far, but only for so long that we could only avoid PvPs for so long. We will embrace them here in Group D. So Trigger versus Holy Hit into Trigger versus Mixu into Holy Hit versus Drogo. We do have our series lined up for us. At times, we might be able to cast extra series if some matches are faster, some matches are slower. We'll see. We'll see how it all comes together. Back-to-back HomeStory Cup, true, possible. Zombie Grub is the new Dennis, exactly. SC2, what? Safe house. SC2 safe house. It's catching up. Third place in each group, so close. Yeah, so close, might be so close. Oh. So close. But with that, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on an extended break. With that, take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water. Take a break, look away from the monitor, look after yourselves. Posture check. No slouching in the chat. No slouching. Take this moment to massage your marines, to drain your disruptors, hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches. What else do we have? Cuddle your colossus, tuck in your tempest. I'm sure we have more. We had to pet your probes, and we'll be back soon with the second half of the broadcast. Take care, Papa. Take care. I'm gonna go get some food. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to HomeStory Cup 25. Day number 2, the group stage continues. We just wrapped up with Group C, and now we are here with the final group of the tournament, Group D. And we are jumping right in. We have our players, we have our veto set, our lobby is made, and we're jumping into game 1. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the pink Protoss player from land of Germany, representing himself. It is Holy Hit. Let us go. Shout out to Holy Hit, of course. He is a long-time streamer. He has a long-time content creator and also a competitor as well. Has been improving over the course of the past couple of years. And likewise is, I believe, embracing his first HomeStory Cup. I could be mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is Holy Hit's first HomeStory Cup of his career, so I'm happy to bear witness to how he does contest against some of these more established players. It is going to be brutal for a series because up first we have Trigger, the NA representative. We've got Diego Kelzer representing Latin America in this tournament, and we have Trigger for North America. As they're, you know, we don't have Estrella, we don't have Scarlet, we don't have Future, but we do have Trigger standing in their place, representing the region here at HomeStory Cup. And we'll see if he can be stopped. Especially in the PvP. It's a PvP, anything can and anything will happen. Now, it's been a while since I've casted Holy Hits. I think the last time I casted him was he on Berserker back in the day? Was he on Berserker Esports at one point? I remember casting Holy Hits in a Team League match, like a couple of years ago. It's been a while though. It has been a while. Potentially even casting him during like a Passion Craft tournament or something like that, which is, again, more an event for amateur players, for those that are curious, for up-and-comers, and we'll see. We'll see how he does compare here to Trigger. For now, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Trigger, 2-gate opener out of Holy Hit. So far, so good. We are mirroring each other. We're keeping up. We are holding on. And where does this take us? Cybercores are about to complete, and we're getting to our first units of choice. It's going to be Stalker Sentry out of Holy Hit and Double Sentry out of Trigger. So Trigger being a little bit greedier here. We could even cancel a Sentry and go for a faster Nexus. Speaking of, we just go straight for that Nexus. Anyway, again, our units cost a little bit less, so we can be a little bit greedier here. So Trigger is cutting corners. Meanwhile, Holy Hit's going for a safe standard opener. Sentry Stalker does allow us to have a bit of DPS, a little damage output with the army. Likewise, some scouting information as well. Sentry-based openers are very common in current StarCraft in the new patch, as there was a buff to the Sentry, which specifically does increase its efficiency and increase its utility in the PvP matchup. Does make it a little more viable, a little more safe to get into these Sentry-based openers, and that's what we are. So Trigger does have the slightly faster expansion, is settling in, throwing down his safety shield battery. Again, Trigger, he's going to have less DPS to work with, less damage output, but that's why we have a shield battery, to maintain ourselves, to defend the natural base. Meanwhile, Holy Hits, what are we up to? The probe does skirt around the edge of the map, had the Zonaga for a time, now going towards top right, and okay, we're just scouting. We're just getting some scouting information, nothing too major. Hallucination diving in as well. Holy Hit is not hiding tech. He's also settling into his own base. And going for our tech of choice, Robo Opener out of Holy Hit, Twilight Council out of Trigger. Hallucinations will confirm. Trigger, he's aware of the Robo. Likewise, Holy Hit is aware of the Twilight Council, is aware of the would-be Blink, and we are settling in. Are going to be settling in now. With Blink, Trigger will have the more mobile army. 100%, he will have a much more mobile army available. He has a little micro potential with Blink. Meanwhile, Holy Hits with the Robo Opener can have access to faster Immortal production to be able to make up for an otherwise Stalker deficit and to counteract that. Did go for a Prism for a moment. I'm curious if we go for a Warp Prism, an Observer, or an Immortal. We have our choice. It is going to be Prism. Now, if we go for a Prism Opener, basically the goal here is economic damage. What do I mean by that? Well, as you can imagine, adepts are quite commonplace when it comes to harassing mineral lines and threatening bases, but it can be difficult to actually get into a main. At this level of play, players are so good at walling off and walling up and denying shades into the main base. A Prism means you can just go straight in. And I'm not thinking deep enough here. I'm talking about adept harass into the main, but we double down. We're going for a Dark Shrine. Calm down. Let's go. Okay, Holy Hit. Spicing things up here in game 1 now. It's risky. It's risky because of the Sentry Opener hallucinations, right? We send constant hallucination after hallucination after hallucination. This is the meta of current PvP, the non-stop scouting, so it's hard to keep this hidden. Speaking of, here comes the hallucination. Holy Hit is in position at his natural. He does rotate over to deny the scout, but too little too late, and oh, we don't get the scout. Okay, pretty good. Hallucination goes down, and Trigger has not seen the tech yet, but moves out with a second hallucination again. That's the power of the sentry, is just the non-stop hallucinations here. Prism is waiting outside of the main. Hallucination diving in. The first hallucination didn't quite see much, and the second doesn't see much either. Okay, the rally less than ideal. So far, so good. Dark Shrine will finish, and DTs are about to warp in. Now, when it comes to our defensive setup here, we have a shield battery, we have a solid army at the third base location, as Trigger already has his third. Holy Hits is still on the way, but what about detection? Observer just spawned in. We just now have one observer just in time. DTs are about to waddle into the third base and in towards the main. At the same time, NF Station in. We spoke about the depth rise earlier, and 4 probes go down, almost a 5th. Pretty good damage so far to Trigger, and Holy Hit, the pressure is on. We have to get some damage done. There we go. Prism into the main base. DT rocks up at the third. There's only one observer. Soon to be 2. Probes are going down. 5 workers so far going for the Artosis pylon, but the observer's coming in. And we do save it. We save the pylon, we zone away the prism, and the DT goes down at the same time. Second observer popped out, and we deal and clean up all the Dark Templar. 6 probe kills is good, but remember, we just killed 4 probes with 2 adepts. So it was an okay amount of damage. Trigger still ahead. Trigger still maintains a lead. He's on 55 probes against the 48 workers of Holy Hit. What does Holy Hit have that Trigger does not? Immortals. We spoke earlier about the Robo Opener and how that gives us access to Immortals, and that makes up for a smaller army. That's all we have. 3 Immortals. They pack a massive punch against a Blink Stalker based composition, but that is why in PvP you tech up further from here. Yes, we have Blink Stalkers, that's true, but we're soon about to have Charge. Charge dots do an amazing job at buffering for Stalkers, tanking Immortal hits specifically, and allowing the Stalkers to break through the defensive line of the opposing player and get on top of those Immortals. So Charge is going to be a valuable option here, valuable addition to Trigger's army. Meanwhile, Holy Hit rotating around. Charge is not quite done yet, and we can make use of these Immortals. We can still make use of them, we can still take a better fight, a better engage as we rotate over towards the 4th base. Trigger in the midst of expanding, taking a 4th, but it looks like we can force a cancel. Will we though? Force fields are thrown down, we zone away the army. Oh, but likewise the counter force fields, we catch an Immortal. Yeah, the Immortal is trapped, the Immortal goes down. And one Immortal does fall, but we are still going for the Nexus, and we force a cancel. Holy Hit gets a cancel, he backs off, he gets away, and hopefully he's able to escape with most of his army as he does not quite catch the Observer. Going back in, going for the pylon. At the same time, DTs, they harass the right-hand side, but there's a cannon and a shield battery in position. The DTs, they do nothing. Trigger defends, Trigger holds. And even though Trigger was denied a 4th, it was a cancel on the 4th base, not a kill. And likewise, Holy Hit doesn't have his own 4th. He doesn't even have saturation at the 3rd base. We're still down in workers. That was a good denial of a base, but Holy Hit still needs more. He needs more damage dealt, especially considering he just lost an Immortal. Now, speaking of tech, with Charge coming into play, we have Colossus production here for Trigger. Now, you may not be aware, but Colossus do quite well in PvP. The downside of Colossus is they do poorly against Disruptors. If your opponent happened to be going into Disruptor production, Disruptors are kind of the checkmate move to Colossus, and you have to get out of that kind of tech. The force fields are thrown down, we catch another Immortal! Another Immortal does go down, Extend the Malins is on the way. Colossus production is well underway here for Trigger. The first one is about to pop out. We can see Trigger spending his better economy on a larger army, on a higher quality army. At the same time, DTs do hit the 4th. This DT harass doing quite well. We do cancel a couple of shield batteries. We don't quite get on top of the Nexus. Observer does get here in time. Holy Hit still being active, getting his own 4th base, about to finish. But in a head-on fight, I have to give the edge to Trigger. Like, Holy Hit is going for these guerrilla tactics and going for these counterattacks left and right, trying to drag or pull Trigger apart, attack wherever he isn't. And we've been somewhat successful with that, but now Trigger is stabilizing. Now Trigger, he finally expands, he takes a 4th base, shield batteries, cannons, stack defenses on the way. And now we can push. Now we can move out with our main army. And what does Holy Hit have? He's keeping up with his gateway force, but +1 is almost halfway done. Trigger, he's about to finish +2. There's a timing, there's a window where Trigger will have +2 and Holy Hit will be on 0-0. There's a brutal timing ahead of us, and Trigger with the upgrade lead, with the Colossus production as well. Trigger, he can break through this. Holy Hit needs to buy time. The goal here is to go for these counterattacks, and there it is. Prism in towards the main base. We have DTs and Zealots. We need to force Trigger to stay back at home so that Holy Hit can buy time to build up an army, to get into upgrades. The Prism, oh my god, the Prism barely survives. Trigger out of position, we're going for the 4th. We send it, Papi. Go up the ramp. The Prism, oh, so close to going down, will survive. You can see Trigger, he's rotating on the right hand side, and here we go. We push up the ramp, we force a recall. We have to back off. And the recall will be in time. Trigger did not recall his entire army, but is rotating over. He is collapsing on the force of Holy Hit. Now we have to get the hell out of here. And we have the counter recall. Holy Hit, he does come back home, does make it, does preserve most of his army, but did bleed out some Immortals. And now we're pushing out, and now we're in trouble. Now there's nothing holding Trigger back. And Trigger, he has a 40 army supply lead. He's pushing in. And here in this mirror matchup, the soup does not lie. It does in other circumstances. Does often lie, but not this time. This time it's telling the truth. We dive on forward, we blink on top of the Immortals, we blink on top of the Colossus, but alas, the numbers are in favor of the red Protoss. The Stalkers, they melt. The Colossus stands strong. GG gets called, and Trigger takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Holy Hit, he had some flair in this game, is what I will say. You know, the DT harass, the counterattacks as well, was a nice addition. The Dark Shrine was not scouted. Somehow, some way, the Hallucination Scouts missed the Dark Shrine. But despite that, we weren't able to get enough damage done. We got 6 probes. That's all we really got in the end. And if you remember, Holy Hit was still losing his own workers at the same time. So it was just a brutal position there for Holy Hit. Wasn't able to make up for that, was denying bases, but his own economy was suffering, and with that, GG Trigger takes the lead. Does take a lead, but we're getting ready for game 2. We're getting ready to bounce back and potentially force the ace match. I'm curious, what does Holy Hit have planned? Game 1 was Dark Shrine. Game 2, what do you got for us? One base all in, proxy. I feel like the map is going to play a big factor here into how and what builds we want to flex and what we want to bring to the table. We'll see. We're loading in to Amphion. We are going to be loading in. It's catching up in the chat. These colors are hard to tell who or who. Who's who? Protoss, Papi, Protoss. I do apologize, but we are settling into our next game. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our red Protoss player representing Basilisk. Leading the series 1-0, it is a Trigger. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the pink Protoss player himself, representing, or from the land of Germany, it is Holy Hit. Holy Hit, his color of choice is always pink, always has been, always will be. Similar to the Polish Protoss players, a lot of them do also either embrace pink or purple, just to keep the alliteration going. You know, pink or purple Polish Protoss players on Platinum Heroes. Yeah. All the P's, Papi, all the P's. Holy Hit's attempting to do the same. But now Probe Scouts are moving out. And Trigger is going for an economic opener. We have the setup for a gate expand. I imagine gate, cyber expand here. Trigger staying on 1 gas for the time being, so he's going to be delaying his tech. So Trigger is cutting corners. Is cutting corners for the time being. We'll see if we take another gas geyser. Meanwhile, Holy Hit opening up 2 gates. So Holy Hit has the option. Holy Hit has the option to go for an all-in and try to punish the greed of Trigger. Speaking of, straight up gate expand. This is the greediest opener you can go for. Even Max Pax doesn't do this. Basically, Max Pax, his go-to is second gas, Cybercore first, into a Stargate, then an expansion. But this is as greedy as you can be. The pressure and the onus is now on Holy Hit to punish this. I mean, we just can't let Trigger get away with this, right? The problem is that we're on Amphion. Amphion is a unique map that has a unique feature. similar to Side Delta and Post Youth, ramp. There's a ramp coming up into the natural base. This is why PvPs on this map lead into gate expands more often than not. Likewise on Side Delta and Post Youth as well. Does give you quite a defender's advantage in a mirror matchup. That is huge. And Holy Hit, how does he respond? So far, it's going to be a double Adept response. And, oh, it looks like we're going to be expanding. If we do expand, we're just going to be playing... we're just going to be working with an economic deficit. Robo's on the... Okay, okay. Robo's on the way. Holy Hit, he's cooking. I'm ready for it. I'm ready. So we have 2 gateways. We have a Robo. I imagine we're going for a 3rd gateway and a 1 base all-in. I imagine that's where we're headed. Probe Scout gets denied. And we can see back across the map, Trigger trying to get ready. 2nd gateway has been thrown down. Probe gets shut down. But again, because of Trigger's single gas opener, his tech is later than we otherwise would expect because of how greedy his opener was. Adepts have arrived. We have a full wall off on the high ground. Adepts shouldn't get much done. They do confirm the Robo. Ooh, this Robo looking a bit exposed. We could try to punish this, and there's the 3rd gateway. 1 base all in. Straight up, 1 base all in here out of Holy Hit. We're amassing gateway units. We have options. We can either go for a Robot, sorry, Immortal. If it was an Immortal, it should have been proxied, so I imagine a Prism here from Holy Hit, just so we can reinforce, and there it is, yeah. The Prism is moving out across the map. Now, with this Warp Prism, we can not just reinforce, we can also try to come in from behind and go straight into the natural and avoid the wall. We can go straight to the natural, we can go straight to the main base. We have options. Do have options here. How we want to progress. You can see the Adepts are at least rotating around. The goal here is going to be to get Adepts into the main base to try to cripple the economy and then push in towards the front lines at the natural. But Immortals are amassing. Immortals are on the way. This is not going to be an easy push here from Holy Hit. More Stalkers rallying. Again, like the lack of proxy makes this all in really awkward. It does take a while to really get across the map, but Adepts, they do shade in. They shade in towards the natural. Trigger's in position. Would you commit? And how many probe kills can we get? So far getting 1, potentially 2 probes. At the same time, we do try to push in. The Immortal, the high ground, the shield battery, the overcharge. We're going for the Robo. The Robo is exposed. And we can knock it down. But we pop the overcharge, keeping it alive. The Immortal, we can juggle back. Yeah, Trigger's holding. He's holding on. The Robo refuses to go down. And juggling back with the Immortal. 2nd Immortal is about to pop in. And Holy Hit just doesn't have enough. Is ahead in Stalker, sure, but this position is just so brutal. It's just so entrenched. Yeah, especially with the 2nd Immortal now arriving. Prism tries to dip in, but alas, we do get eyes on it. Trigger keeps up. Trigger does keep up with the rotation. And Trigger even going for his own counterattack. And again, Trigger is on 2 bases. He's up on workers. Holy Hit is all in. Holy Hit barely has an economy. He's expanding. He's trying to transition out of this. And we force a recall. The Stalkers a recall back home. Prism. Oh, barely survives. Adepts threatening the main. Catching some probes. Yeah, 2, 3 probes go down. We confirm there is an expansion on the way. And GG gets called. There's no macroing out of this. Trigger will take the series 2-0. Starting off strong here at HomeStory Cup. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Trigger. Again, he's coming in as the NA representative. Of course, from Canada, representing the lands of the Americas here, and does start off with a win. Holy Hits, I did appreciate how he approached game 1 with the DTs. I got some damage done, and he was being active on the map. Eventually, he was overwhelmed, but didn't look too bad at all. Here in game 2 was just a really awkward position for Holy Hit. As we mentioned, Trigger didn't just open up economically and greedily. That was the greediest opener you can go for in PvP. Going for the straight up gate expand off of 1 gas, like you don't get greedier than that. It was just a wild build there at a Trigger. The onus was on Holy Hit to punish it, and he did go for a 1 base all in, but it did feel like it took a while to really get going, and unfortunately the Adepts were shut down as well, so the Adept harass in the main didn't quite get much damage done. Time was working against Holy Hit, and the longer the game went on, the better it became for Trigger. GG. GG, well played. Trigger does take it, and we're going to be getting into our next series. We're going to be following our players here and following our matches. !B in the chat. If you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves, let us hop on over, refresh, figure out what the hell's been going on. Our series did start a little bit later, and let's have a look. Okay, we have Hero Marine versus Mixu. Big Gabe did take down Mixu 2-0. Meanwhile, a Laser versus Drogo currently mid-series. That is on the mainstream. A Laser up 1-0 versus Drogo. And of course, Trigger taking down Holy Hit 2-0 as well. Round 1 is wrapping up, and we are getting ready for round number 2. Again, the heavy hitters are these 3 players here. A Laser, Hero Marine, and Trigger. They are the big names looking to vie for top 2. Can anyone contest against them? Can anyone bring them down? We're here to find out. So far, they've all done well for themselves, and a Laser is poised to take his own series. We'll see if Drogo can make him stumble. And round 2 is on the horizon. Round 2 is coming up next. We have Trigger versus Mixu. That is going to be our next series on the channel. We're going to be following Trigger into a PvZ. Mixu is an up-and-coming Zerg player from the land of Finland. He is Cyril's firstborn, as far as we know. So Mixu, a fellow Finnish Zerg player, and we'll see how he can compare to Trigger. We'll see if he can make his papi proud, as Cyril, of course, cannot be a part of this event. Cyril is in the military. We got Mixu to take his place. Scrolling down, we got Hero Marine versus Drogo. Ooh, I believe that is being covered by the mainstream, and we also have a Laser versus Holy Hit. That is going to be occurring off-stream. Once again, if Trigger versus Mixu is a fast one, then after we wrap that up, we can then jump into a Laser versus Holy Hit. In case our series is fast and their series is slow, we could do that. It's also possible because Trigger and Mixu are currently available. They just wrapped up, and a Laser is still mid-series. So if we start a little bit faster, again, we could cast some more StarCraft. We could cast another series. It's possible. It's possible. I'm greedy, papi. I want to cast everything. I want to cast it all. So we'll see. We'll see. With that, I just mentioned what our next series is: Trigger versus Mixu, coming up next on the B stream, and the main stream will be having Hero Marine versus Drogo after their current series. I believe that is the current plan. Yeah. Otherwise, just catching up. Catching up in the chat. Speaking of Germans, where's Battle B? True, no Battle B. Yeah, we're missing a couple of players here. I mean, that's the thing with HomeStory Cup. You know, we have limited invites. We can't get everyone in. Would have been cool to have seen some Battle B action. With today's matches being done faster, we might settle for only a 10.5 hours of light casting. Oh, can I sleep? That would be amazing. Fun fact, I do need to sleep earlier today because after HomeStory Cup, in less than 24 hours, we're casting Sparkling Tuna Cup. We're still hosting our own weekly tournament, a weekly open cup. I'm sure players like Cristiano are going to be there, Hon Mono, Nice, many of our regulars, maybe even some Koreans as well, Nightmare, Keen, Björn, Kior. They've competed in our events in the past. So yeah, in less than 24 hours, we are hosting our own weekly tournament, weekly open cup called the Sparkling Tuna Cup. We're wondering, why is it a sparkling tuna? There's a story behind it. That's all you need to know. But we are hosting our events before HomeStory Cup tomorrow. So before day 3 of HomeStory Cup, we're going to be live on the channel. And we aren't casting day 3 of HomeStory Cup anyway. But because it's earlier, it does mean that I need to sleep earlier as well. I might be dead for tomorrow's cast. I might be out of energy and sleep deprived. It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be beautiful. Look forward to it. Look forward to it. I might have choked on his ramen. I actually ordered some Korean fried chicken. I had some pieces of Korean fried chicken during the break, during the intermission between groups. I could have made ramen though. The thing is, I didn't know how much time I had to boil water and make the ramen. And I needed something to go, something to go. But for now, vetoes are underway. Vetoes are currently underway. And once they do wrap up, we're going to be following Trigger into his next series. I guess until then, we're going to be going on a short break. Going on a very short break. When we return, we will have the remainder of Group D. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to HomeStory Cup 25 Group Stage, day number 2. I apologize for the delay. I apologize for the extended break, but we have returned with the remainder of Group D. I'm, of course, Shows Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players as we dive into our next series, our second best of 3 of the group. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our Canadian Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. Let us go. Again, we were just waiting for round 1 to complete. For those that are maybe unawares, round 1 did just conclude on the mainstream with Drogo versus a Laser. Drogo and a Laser just wrapped up their series, which means it's the green light for round number 2. We're here, we're back, we're on Amphion. As Mixu is opening up with a bit of an extractor trick, just going for a hatch first opener. Imagine into that spawning pool thereafter. Meanwhile, Trigger going for a gate expand. Everything looking pretty normal from the side of our Protoss player. Nothing too crazy for the time being. Again, Amphion is an interesting one when it comes to the new map pool. There are many maps with unique features, as we do have a pool follow-up. Interesting. Was a 15 variation. I believe it was just a 14-15 opener out of Mixu. But when it comes to Amphion, again, a lot of these new maps, they have some new features. Of course, one of them being these mineral walls here on the left side of the map to gain access to a very secure third base. This third base is quite difficult to really apply pressure to and be aggressive on, just because you have to knock down rocks or mine through your own minerals to gain access to this location. So as a result, we've seen a lot of defensive play. We've seen a lot of 3 to 4 bases and a very difficult to break Protoss in the PvZ matchup. This is also why we've seen a rise in popularity in Spire play. Like Spire and Mutas, they can kind of work around all the terrain that can otherwise be difficult to work with and try to bypass that, get across the map, get damage done. I'm curious where Mixu takes this, as we are already mining through those mineral patches. Okay, mineral patches are being worked on as we speak. Mixu is going to be gaining access to this side of the map just in case, just so we can apply some pressure and look to delay the third, as Trigger is setting up back at home, soon to be going for his tech of choice. We have our initial Stalker on the way. Interesting, going Stalker first, not Adept, and we're going for a Robo Opener. Okay, Trigger, he's cooking. I'm curious where this takes us. A Robo Opener is very unique. It is not very commonplace in the meta. And I'm reminded of NA Protoss players. I'm reminded of Nina, Estrella. They are willing to embrace something crazy like Colossus drops or Disruptor drops. That's what I'm leaning towards. With a fast Robo Opener, it can lead into a Prism, with a Bay, into Warp Prism Speed, into Disruptor drops, or again, Colossus drops if you want to be a little bit spicier. So I'm curious if that's where Trigger is taking us. Oh, as we do get a couple of hits in. Overlord Scout is going to be denied, and Mixu will be in the dark as Mixu expands, takes the triangular third base on the left-hand side, is taking his third, is happily joining in. Yep, there's the Bay. The Bay is on the way. We are getting into drop play. Observer into Prism, into Warp Prism Speed. Because it's Warp Prism Speed, there should be Disruptors, but again, I don't want to put Colossus off the table just because, look, hey, if players like Nina and Estrella do it, Trigger is one to embrace it as well. Very cheeky way to open up here. Now, this opener can leave you quite vulnerable, just because we're lacking much of a map presence, but specifically on Amphion, because of how secure we are, you can see here a full wall off. We have a full wall off, and we should be able to expand on the left-hand side. Like, we're under really no big danger here outside of an all-in, which Mixu is not going for. So we can cut corners, we can skip warp-ins, we can get away with this. On another map, we would be vulnerable, we'd be exposed. That is not happening here, as there's warp and speed on the way, and we're going for, okay, the Disruptor drop. Likewise, we don't even mine through the mineral patches, we just drop over the wall. Okay, Trigger, I see you. You have my attention. Meanwhile, that's an early roach warning. Ooh, that was around a 4-minute, maybe 350-ish roach warren timing. Very early roach warren out of Mixu. I'm curious if we plan on being aggressive or if maybe Mixu is concerned. I would imagine he's concerned, bearing in mind that Mixu, his scout was denied. He did not know if there was a Stargate or not, so it looks like a safe roach warren here out of Mixu. In case it was Adepts, for example. Like, if there were Glaive Adepts, we would need roaches ASAP. Meanwhile, third base is confirmed. The Observer takes a couple of hits. Robo falling back. We have 4 Adepts on the ground, and Disruptors are soon to be loaded up and soon to be dropped across the map. Now it's going to be all about how well Mixu can split. Whether or not we can avoid these Purification Novas as the Prism is about to zoom across the map. And again, likewise, Adeptoras as well. Roaches are amassing as we speak. They're going to be able to zone away the Adepts. Adepts do shade on back, and this is a really awkward position here as both Mixu and Trigger have expanded on the left-hand side. And Mixu can counterattack quite quickly and knock down this third base. Meanwhile, Prism is here. Disruptors looking for a way in. So far, so good. The Queens do zone the Prism away. So far, these Disruptors have yet to pay for themselves. I'm loving the Spore position as well. Just a really solid anchor point here to zone away the Prism. And we may as well go for the Queens. It takes 2 shots, and the Queens pull back in time. Oh, so far, no big connections. Rocks are being knocked down, and what is dangerous here is what we just mentioned. We are like a screen away from base to base. It doesn't take long at all to get across the map to hit the third. Roaches are amassing. Rocks are knocked down. Trigger does rotate over towards the mineral line. Going for the drones. Up. We do split, but workers are going down. We get just 2 drones. One Nova to connect, the other a little bit lackluster. Nice splits here out of Mixu. Does avoid those Novas, and here come the Roaches. Interesting that we're not going on the left-hand side. We're knocking down these rocks, avoiding the Observer. Trigger, he doesn't see. Trigger doesn't see, he doesn't know. Rocks are being knocked down, but we have Immortal production. Like behind those Disruptors, we have Immortals on the way, but a supply block with 2 Immortals already. Shield battery overcharged, sentries, force fields. Additional shield batteries and pylons. We're getting ready. We're amassing an army. Are amassing an army. Disruptor turning back around. So far, again, no big connections yet. Mixu does back up. Behind this Mixu, he's saturated 3 bases. He's at 62 workers. So 3 base saturation. We could be seeing a 4th for Larva, but for now, we're making nothing but Roaches. Infestation Pit on the way. Okay, Mixu is not going for an all-in. We are investing into tech. We're thinking further ahead. Looks like Mixu is not feeling too confident about pushing up a ramp into Immortals and Disruptors. Moves out. Mixu is vulnerable. Here come those Novas. Nova goes up. So far, good reaction out of Mixu. He does pull away in time. Once again, no big connections. We'll have 1 Nova left. At the same time, Roaches, they try to push in. Trigger in position. Nova goes up. Up. Oh, no connection. Disruptor barely goes down in time. Mixu does snipe it. Trigger pulling back. So far, good trades here out of Mixu. Minimizing losses. Mixu is about to max out. There's that 4th on the way. Taking a 4th base. Hive in production as we speak. Fossil range about to finish. Roach speed about to finish as well. Impressive that even with that Roach speed, we have avoided those Novas. Mixu has just been so careful with his control. At the same time, Trigger has been building up a solid Immortal count in a head-to-head fight. Even though the numbers are in favor of Mixu, this is where the soup does lie. Like, the supply here is inflated for the Protoss player. Nova's going to be going up. Only getting 2 drones. But Immortals, they are just so efficient against this Roach-based army. And we're just holding on, we're defending, we're hunkering down on 3 bases. The creep is looking solid here from Mixu. Storm is on the way. Question becomes, can Mixu contain? Can he deny the 4th? Bleeding out a couple of Roaches. Adepts being shut down on the right-hand side. At the same time, we can see Trigger applying pressure, trying to delay the 4th base of his opponent. And we're pushing in! Mixu, he's maxed. He's knocking down the front door. Gateways are falling. Trigger, he does have time. Again, the gateways, they bought enough time for the army to rotate over. That is 6 Immortals. Oh my god. Jesus. And honestly, this army pushing up this ramp into a concave of 6 Immortals, it's not going to end well for Mixu. He knows that. Well, the army a bit out of position. We do slip in. Miles not quite going to be connecting. Overcharge is popped. Once again, nice splits here out of Trigger. 1 Archon goes down. We do take some blasts on the face. We can see the force fields are insane. We cut up the army. Roaches and Ravagers are falling. Roaches did slip into the mineral line. At the same time, we have Zelts across the map. But the Prism went down. We're going to clean... No, sorry. Prism did survive, but the Disruptor goes down. We clean this up. We get 5 probe kills. And now Trigger is pushing out. He breaks free. He expands. And Trigger takes a bit of trade back at home. Across the map, he delays reinforcements, but he doesn't get much done. 2 drones fall and not much else. Solid defense here by Mixu. What's scary though is that now we're getting onto even bases. Mixu's on 4 hatcheries, Trigger about to be on 4 nexus. And again, Trigger, the quality of his army is getting better and better. He hasn't lost any immortals. He has plenty of High Templar for Storm. Archons are amassing. Prism still threatening a dive into these bases. Meanwhile, the Hive is done. We're getting ready for Lurkers. Longer Tech is on the horizon for Mixu. We're done with Roach Ravager. We're getting ready for Hydra Lurker Viper. Until then, this Prism doing quite a bit. We get into the mineral line. A gas mining drone's going down. 9 worker kills at the same time. Roach counterattack. Not getting much done. The roaches across the map are being shut down. We get 11 drone kills. And Trigger, he has scouted the tech. He's aware of the Hive. He's aware of the Viper. Yoink is coming in. Oh, can we yoink? Not quite. The Prism does escape, but he's fully aware of the potential for Lurker tech. That's where Immortals, they come into play once again. We've seen time and time again, Archon Immortal can deal with a decent amount of Lurkers. Eventually, we force Skytoss, and we should be thinking about a Skytoss transition, but until then, Trigger can hold his own. He can hold his own, and we don't even have that many Lurkers. We have 1 on the way. A Spire here in production for Mixu, just in case Skytoss were on the horizon. We're just pushing forward. Not quite getting much. And Lurkers on the way. Storm going to be stoning back Mixu. And Trigger, he wants to deny those Lurkers. Very precarious position here for these Lurkers as they do morph in on the front lines. So far, only 1 Lurker. Viper's coming in for some abductions. Not quite connecting. 1 Lurker's exposed. 1 Lurker goes down. We're going for the rest, and oh, the Roach army backs up. 3 Lurkers do fall at the same time. Prism into the main base does distract the Roaches. But Mixu does at least punish this somewhat, catching an Immortal. Oh, the feedback's up. Ooh. Catch High Templar. At the same time, Zeltz is still across the map. They're still in the main. 10 workers go down. We catch some Queens as well. Reinforcements. Very nice counterattack here by Trigger. And look at the worker count here. Trigger is on 69 probes. Nice. Mixu down to 72. Mixu still resaturating, rebuilding, getting a 5th. Trigger's holding his own. Looking at the trades, Trigger lost 1 Immortal and 2 High Templar against 3 Lurkers, and lost 2 Archons as well. But he caught 3 Lurkers, a good chunk of Roaches, 12 drones. And the scary thing here is that Trigger's supply is getting larger and larger. And again, the quality of his army is superior, is insane. We need more Lurker tech. We need more Lurkers, Vipers, a solid buffer as well to sustain the army. Mixu's still getting there. Oh, the slow drop, let's go! We got Lurkers on the left-hand side and the Jumper Lord. They'll get across the map eventually, they're on the way. Overlord speed just started. We'll get there. That's halfway done, we're almost there. Overlord speed is halfway done. But that's where Nidus play comes into play, right? Dropper Lords as well, trying to distract and get behind this army somehow, some way into the main, onto the 5th. Bearing in mind that Trigger is taking a 5th base. Dropper Lord, almost there. Trigger rotating around, knocking down creep. Ooh. Yeah, rough pathing there. We bleed out Roaches, we bleed out Hydras. Solid yoinks. Dropped up 2 Immortals. The Blinding Cloud as well, and the Storms are being thrown out, but this is a rough position for the Immortals. Yeah, they do get choked up. And Mixu slicing up the army. Yeah, it catches a good chunk of Immortals on one side and Immortals on the other. This was not the fight to take. Trigger losing so much at the same time. Here comes the drop. Comes the drop. Yeah, gotta shut it down. Doesn't get much done. There was potential, but Trigger did spot it ahead of time. Shuts down the Dropper Lord. But now Mixu has momentum. How many Immortals did we catch? 9. Oof, 9 Immortals went down. And Trigger just doesn't have enough. The Vials, they connect! The Vials connected. Mixu, he's breaking through. Loving the juggling here from Trigger, but numbers are not on his side. We focus out the Prism, no more juggling. The Fungal does connect. And Mixu, it looks like he has done it. He's broken the back of Trigger. Again, that fight earlier was brutal. Just cutting the army in half. with the blinding clouds, with the abductions. And Mixu, he's snowballing fast. Out of control. There's snow everywhere. We do have a line of stack defense, cannons to shield batteries. Overcharge does buy time, but we're down to 1 Immortal, 1 Archon. Mixu is running out of energy, doesn't quite have enough to keep pushing. Here come the reinforcements. They have arrived. Mixu looking to break through, takes down the Immortal. The Yoink barely does not snipe. Okay, Immortal survives. I can say that for one, not quite the other. Did have enough energy for one more abduction. Lurker's on the way. If Trigger can somehow hold on a little bit longer to rebuild those Immortals, then maybe, but until then, the Ling Hydra pushing in once again. Shutting down the Zealots, started stepping forward, we focus on the final Immortal. Only Archons remain, and here come the Lurkers. The Fungal connects! We catch the Archons. Yeah, we're just wedging ourselves in between the third and the fourth. In between the bases, we just cannot engage, not here. Trigger is being just torn apart by the Lurker Hydra army. And once again, tearing down what little is left. Desperately warping in more Zealots, warping in more Archons. We take down the Cybercore. Mixu has done it. He's pushing towards the natural and towards the eventual main base of a Trigger. Pushing over towards the right-hand side. Again, Trigger trying to pull Mixu's army apart, but we have plenty of supply to work with is the problem. We're just looking to overwhelm. Trigger buying time for some storms, pulling back, and I mean the work count is solid here for Trigger. I mean it's okay for Trigger, but it's just gonna take so long to rebuild that army. That's the downside of this kind of heavy tech army for Trigger. GG gets called, just cannot remax in time, and Mixu will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Trigger was holding his own. What I will say, winding it back though, is that the initial opener of Trigger was a little bit lackluster. We needed a little bit of a better trade. I'm referring to the Disruptor drop. If you remember, the Disruptor drop got, what, 6 drones maybe? Like a handful of workers here or there. Nothing too major. Mixu had a beautiful response to it. He reacted quite well. He was able to keep up with the Warp Prism, with the Disruptors, and was able to gain map control. From there, Trigger was able to break out and wrangle map control in a way away from Mixu, so there was a back and forth there in that game as Trigger was getting into a 4th and a 5th base. Things were looking pretty strong for Trigger, honestly, like things were looking good for him, but that did eventually lead into the fight on the right hand side. It led into Trigger overextending, pushing towards the 5th base. He was caught on the map as the Lurkers were able to engage, able to collapse on the army, the Vipers as well with their blinding clouds, with their abductions, and yeah, Trigger's army was picked apart. And with that, Mixu takes the lead. Impressive stuff here. A lot of people coming into this, myself included, would assume that Trigger is the favorite player coming into this series, and he is, but Mixu, he's fighting back. Showing us all that Mixu is one to contend against these other top tier players and maybe even vie for a qualification spot for a chance to make it into the playoffs. We'll see. It's still the early games of the series. We're still early on in the group. See if we can close this out or if Trigger can tie this up. The pressure is now on the Canadian Protoss player. We're getting into game 2 on Alkion. Let's go. Let us go. So we are getting into that next game. Spellcasting difference here. Yeah, there were moments where, unfortunately, there were no feedbacks that were thrown down from the side of Trigger. If there were, then suddenly, you know, the Vipers are rendered inert, right? Suddenly there are no blinding clouds, there are no abductions. True, like, there typically is like a back and forth between some of the spellcasters. That's something that we were unfortunately missing in that last game. But now we're getting into game 2. We're settling in and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkion. We have our Canadian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Basilisk, down in this series, looking to tie things up, looking to force that ace match. The pressure is on. It is Trigger. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player representing Berserker Esports from the land of Finland. It is Mixu. Leading the series 1-0, doing Cyril proud, Papi. Let's go. Again, Mixu, Cyril's firstborn. Question mark, maybe. Fellow Finnish Zerg player. Again, there aren't too many pros in Finland anymore. You know, Wellmove retired. Zhuge Liang, I believe, also retired as well. But Mixu has been on the rise. He is looking to, again, have a deeper run here in this event. People were speaking earlier how Zerg representation was lacking in HomeStory Cup. Without Raynor, without Cyril, without Lambo. Well, we got Mixu, Pat. we got Mixu. Looking to prove himself. Still going to be an uphill battle, though. Going to be an uphill battle. We'll see if he can pull it off. We'll see if Trigger can fight back. Personally, I would love to see an ace match. Personally, I would love to see this, regardless of how the series turns out. I would love to see a game 3 between these two players. Can we get there? As a massive shout out to Who's Shang in the chat. Oh my god, Bappy. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Thank you for the support. Hope you enjoy the casting, the content, and the stream. Thank you so much. It's thanks to the support that we get in the chat that we're able to host our tournaments, fund our events, and continue to do this full time. So thank you, Papi, thank you. Hope you enjoy your emotes, your replay packs, and the casting. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for settling in. So now it is going to be a standard hatch gas pool opener out of Mixu. No 15-15 variation. Meanwhile, Trigger this time calming down. Game 1, Mixu was kept saying Mixu. But game 1, Trigger was having fun going for a disruptor drop opener. We mentioned how it didn't really do well for itself. It wasn't really worth it. Didn't really get much damage done. So now we calm things down, going for a much more standard Stargate opener. Are calming things down, and we'll see if Trigger can recover with more standard play. Again, Trigger, he isn't usually too much of a spicy player. Like when I think of the NA Protosses, when I think of Nina and Estrella, they're a lot more chaotic, and Trigger, he's a little bit more standard typically, which is why I was caught off guard last game. I was caught off guard by the opener of choice from Trigger. But you know how it is at HomeStory Cup. You know, everyone's vibing, everyone's chilling. To explore new aspects and avenues of a PvZ. But now we're calming down. And we'll see where Trigger takes us. But now Adepts shed into the main. Ooh. You managed to catch 2 workers. Not bad. 2 drones with 2 Adepts. It's an okay trade. I'm sure Trigger was hoping for a little bit better than a 1-to-1 trade. But hey, we got 5 lings. It wasn't just the 2 drones. As Trigger, he's going for a Twilight Council before the 3rd. Let's go. Do you see what I see? Glaive Adepts. Oh boy, very good. I was like, yo, Trigger, he's gonna calm things down. He's gonna go for a standard game. We're gonna take a 3rd base, run Alcyone. We're gonna macro, take a 4th. Nah. I'm getting ahead of myself here. As Trigger, he chose violence here. Twilight Council will complete. Gateways are finishing up. We have a 4-gate setup. And show us the upgrade of choice. Should be Glaives. We could try to go into Blink, as we have yet to take a 3rd. Blink's taken in. No shot. Do we get into the main base? We go for the probe kills. 2 probes go down, but we don't get into the main. And here it is. Glaives are on the way. There was potential for a Link Scout, but Mixu, he was more concerned with economic damage. He does not check the main base. He's unaware of what's going on. He will delay the 3rd. And Mixu is going for a safe Roach Warren. Thankfully, Roach Warren has been thrown down, so he will have access to Roaches. We've seen in the past players that try to go into Lair Tech, into Ling Hydra, they just crumble against fast Adepts like this. So we do need those Roaches to hold the line. Roach Warren is more than halfway done. Glaives, likewise, halfway done as well. Now, it isn't just about having the Roach Warren, it's about actually making Roaches. If Mixu assumes that it's a standard game, if he drones up too much, if he doesn't make safety Roaches, then we could be in some trouble. Now, a handful of Adepts are revealed. That's going to be 5 Adepts. This is not too much of a tell. 5 Adepts at this stage of the game is normal, but the next wave has arrived. We're shading it across the map. Mixu has his Onaga. He does spot the army. He does confirm. He knows. And immediately 5 Roaches. Roaches are in production. Roaches are on the way. Mixu has the tools to defend, but can we piece it all together? Can we minimize losses as Trigger gets across the map, going for the third, shading towards the natural. At the same time, Link counterattack out. We have Adepts to defend. We have Adepts back at home. 2 queens go down. We're going for the third. Who cares about workers when we can shut down every single queen? Oh my god, 1 barely survives. And we're going for the drones. Yeah, we had a full wall off at the natural base. 2 drones go down, but honestly, acceptable losses. Only 2 workers. We did bleed out 4 queens. But the roaches have arrived and we are shutting these adepts down. At the same time, oh, stasis trap at the natural. The stasis the natural, adepts do shade in. We're still not done. 5 drones go down. But the roaches are keeping up. Oracle towards the main. Adepts are going down. And the aggression has subsided. I say that we get extra 2 drones towards the end. 7 workers in total. Looking at the battle report here, that was 6 drones, 3 queens, 25 lings for 13 adepts. Not a bad trade, but ideally we were hoping to cripple the economy a little bit more here, as the worker counts are in favor of Trigger. Like, Trigger has a comparable worker count, is on 3 bases, no 4th, and Windows, we're still not done. Oh my god. We almost get the queen. Almost. But at least there's no 4th, right? That's the advantage here for Trigger is, again, I would say that Trigger has the economic lead. No 4th base yet from the side of Mixu. Lair just finished. We do have Roach Speed halfway done. Without Roach Speed, we cannot counterattack. We're calming things down. We're settling into a longer game. Trigger didn't do game-ending damage, but I think he did enough. And we're following this up with a gateway explosion. How many gateways do we have? We have 1 extra gateway on the way. 8 gate. 3 base all in. Let's go. Blink is about to finish +1 as well. We have 8 gateways finishing up here for Trigger. Again, Trigger, he chose violence today, Bobby. He shuts down the roaches and we're going to keep pushing. We have the prisoner reinforced across the map. And thankfully for Mixu, he's not droning. He drones up to 67. The Prism. Prism takes a lot of hits. Big overextension out of Trigger. Remember, Trigger, he's all in. Like, there's no further tech behind this. No additional gas. No 4th base. I say that charge just now begins. More gateways on the way. Let's go. And we're pushing. We're committed. Now, as I mentioned before, Mixu has not been over droning, so he is focused on Roach Ling production. Can he hold on though? Can we survive? Ling's being sent across the map. Roaches are vulnerable. They're going down. Expensive losses for Mixu. Lings, they hit the natural. They hit the third. Probes are falling. Poise are being pulled. Mixu, he's in trouble. Doesn't have enough support. Drones are going down left and right at the same time. So are probes. But Trigger, he defends. Adepts are warped in, he does defend. It looks like Trigger has too much. The Prism is vulnerable, the Prism is going to go down. Stasis goes off, the Prism falls, but we have still enough Stalkers. Can we keep pushing? Oh, it's close. Mixu holds, but he lost 20 workers. He lost 20 drones to defense. Snipes a couple of extra Stalkers. Not bad. Does snipe some Stalkers. Meanwhile, Trigger is still committed. The War Prism is being rebuilt as we speak. We're still doubling now. We're still sending everything across the map. Mixu survives, but is he really living? Again, his worker count is in shambles. He can barely afford to resaturate his army or to rebuild his army. Mixu, he's not out of the woods yet. As Trigger, he's not stopping. Like Trigger, he's doubling down. The Queen falls. The Queen does fall, and look at the unit tab. We are up to 21 Stalkers, more Stalkers than there are Roaches. 9 more Roaches on the way. Again, very few Lings, very little support for the Roaches themselves. Expensive losses here for Mixu. And Roaches are going down. Reinforcements have arrived for both players, and it looks like Trigger, he has too much. Yeah, he's broken the back of Mixu. Not enough Roaches, not enough supply. Voids are being pulled in a moment of desperation. But Trigger, he has done it. GG gets called. Trigger takes game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. Whew. GG. GG, well played. We are going all the way to game 3. Again, Trigger opening up with Glaive Adepts before the 3rd base into a 3-base all-in with 8 gate Blink Stalkers. A very aggressive playstyle here out of Trigger, and Mixu didn't lose too many drones against the Adepts, but did lose a lot of Queens. Likewise, 4th base was very late for Mixu as well. That does impact Larva. It isn't just lack of Queens for injects, it's also lack of 4th base for extra Larva as well. So we saw that Mixu just had a hard time keeping up there. Trigger, he went for the kill. Did barely break through. GG, well played. We're going to game 3. We're going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. And really, that's all we wanted. We wanted an ace match between these two players. But who will take it in the end? Game 3 is going to be on Oceanborn. 3 is going to be on Oceanborn. Let's go. So players are ready. And we're loading it. Catching up. Are catching up. In NA standard is weird. True. I mean, again, I'm just used to seeing Trigger play a more macro style, but not here, not against Mixu. He's been wild both game 1 and in game 2. And how does our story end here in game 3? We'll go the way of the Protoss or the way of the Zerg, as spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Canadian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Basilisk, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. Can he go all the way? It is Trigger. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player from the land of Finland, representing Berserker Esports, being forced into the ace match, losing some of that momentum. Can he bounce back? It is Mixu. Here we go. As we are settling in. Macro? Wait a minute. Other players build more than 12 workers? Outrageous. Ahí está. Let's go. Max Packs usually prefers to macro out of it. Yeah, it's I mean, you can go either or. Fun fact, was it ESL Open Cup Americas last week? We saw a similar playstyle out of Max Packs. We saw Max Packs also go Glaive Adepts into a 3-base all-in against Solar. But again, I feel like that's more of the exception to the rule. Max Packs does mix it up from time to time, but usually does macro out of it. You got options. You do have options there as a Protoss player. Can be hard to read from the defending Zerg, whether or not it is going to be an all-in or whether or not the opposing player is going to expand and take a 4th base. Regardless, we are settling into the ace match. For now, Hatch Gas full opener here at a Mixu. Everything looking normal from the side of Zerg. Likewise, across the map, Gate Expand from Trigger. But I feel like my eyes at this point have to be on Trigger, right? Like, my expectations have been have been swiped away. Game 1, we had Trigger open up with a Disruptor drop opener. Game 2 was a Stargate opener into Hidden Glaive Adepts into a 3-base all-in. So what do you have for us in Game 3? Void Ray opener? DTs with into an Archon drop? Potentially. Like, again, Trigger has options. Options that I wasn't so certain he would have available to him, but clearly, he does. Clearly. So, what do you have for us, Trigger? What do you got? For now, take of choice, Stargate. It's going to be a Stargate opener out of Trigger. Would you have the beginnings of a standard game to get into an Oracle, into triple Oracle, into a 3rd base? But that is not something that we've seen yet out of Trigger this series. As we saw in the previous game, just because it's an Oracle opener doesn't mean that Adepts are not off the table. Or not on the table. Where's the table? I don't know. Step shades out. Dipping into the main. Queen's in position, links as well. Looks like the Adept is going to be shut down. Can we escape? Barely not. Adept does fall. Good pick off here out of Mixu. Second Adept dips in. Does take down the lane, but can't really threaten the mineral line anywhere near as much. Oh my god. This region will not get a drone. Meanwhile, it's going to be an Oracle opener, not a Void Ray. That was another option available here to Trigger, is to go for a Void Ray opener into Hidden Tech. Instead, it is going to be the Oracle. Probe goes down. And we have a 3rd base. We have a 3rd Nexus. I don't see a tech structure. I don't see a Twilight Council. It looks like a standard game. He's crazy. Triple Oracle into a third. Let's go. We're expanding. We have map control, moving out to harass the mineral lines. Likewise, Mixu is joining up. No early Roach War, no early Lair, no early tech. Let us go. Interesting. As the Oracle takes a lot of hits, that's a fast robo. So we would typically see a Twilight Council and a Forge, but we're getting to a slightly faster robo. But there's the remaining tech. Twilight Council and Forge on the way. Likewise, 4-minute 30 timing for the Roach One. A very safe timing here from Mixu. It looks like he doesn't want to get done dirty again. This tells me that he's a little bit afraid of potentially another Glaive of Death build. So the Roach One is nicely timed, just in case we do need to invest into Roaches. So a very safe play out of Mixu. Lair is now on the way. And yeah, I was curious why we had such an early robo. We see why. Fast Immortal. This could be not for Blink, this could be for an Archon, for a Templar Archives. I'm curious if we're headed into Archon Immortal. Yeah, there we go. Charge on the way. I'm getting some Christiana vibes. For those that don't know, Christiana, he's very fond of Charge or Archon Immortal. He does things his own way though, and he does typically, delay his third base and invest quite quickly into Archon production. For now, no Templar Archives in sight. Gateway Explosion, that's a lot of gates. 4, 6, 7. Oh my god, calm down. The probe is stuck. No, we locked the probe in. He tried to make another gateway. Free him, Papi. It's okay, here comes the Prism. Prism is coming. We'll get you out. It's okay. We'll free you. As across the map, we're going to be harassing the mineral lines. Oracle's keeping Mixu busy. We'll save you, Papi. Don't worry. We'll save you. Prism, please. There we go. Stasis Trap in towards the natural. Oracle towards the main. Decent reaction, but ooh, 3 workers to get. No! Late reaction out of Mixu. 4 in the main, 3 at the natural. Oh my god, a second stasis! We catch almost the entire mineral line. Calm down. Unfortunate reactions there out of Mixu, and here comes the push. Here comes the 3-base all in. The probe is still stuck. We've left him behind. We're going for the kill. How many gateways? We have how many? 9 gateways done, soon to be 11. 11 gates. It's going to be a 3-base, 11 gates all in. That's a lot of gateways. +1 is still not quite done. We still need a couple more seconds. It's being chronoed as we speak. Ooh, and are we a little bit premature? Zalse dive forward, only 1 immortal so far. Reinforcements still on the way. We do catch Queens. And Queens are going down. Still a very chaotic push here at a Trigger. But can he break through? The initial wave of Zealots are being cleaned up, but here comes the second wave. Second wave has arrived. We have the Prism to juggle. We need to save that Immortal. Roaches are amassing. Another Warpin coming in. The Biles will connect. But only 2 Biles. 2 Biles not enough to bring down the Prism. Prism survives. We juggle back the Immortal, and we've done it. We've broken through. The Queens have fallen. The Ravagers as well. And Trigger, he's snowballing out of control. He's busting into the third, in towards the natural. With only a single Immortal. He's crazy. Again, I was a little bit concerned that he came in too soon and the Immortal is going to go down. But we don't need it. Not anymore. Because we have a massive amount of Zealots. I mean, I say that the Roach count is getting a little bit higher. Is building up. We only got 5 worker kills. Mixu, we're holding on. We are holding. We do have a backup Immortal on the way. Mixu, he's surviving. Oh my god. And hey, we saved most of our drones. I was concerned that we had broken the third base and killed all the workers, but no, Mixu, he did pull away in time. We did preserve them. And now we have a Roach army. An army to contend with. Oh, the Warpins are insane. 11's outside time. We deny the Warpin. Warpin is denied. Run by comes into the natural. Or comes into the third. Into the mineral line. We are forced to recall that Immortal. And Trigger, he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam. He's running out of time. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Mixu. Trigger, he has no longevity here. No gases at the natural. No gases at the third either. We're not ready for a long game. We will snipe the fourth. Not bad. And we get into the mineral line. We need more damage. This is a good start, but we need more. As Elsa headed for the third. Drop towards the natural base. Mixu getting pulled apart. He's going for a big counterattack. Drones are finally going down. But back at home, we take down the Artosis pylon. Getting on top of the Immortal. Massive pick up the Zealots. We're asleep. We need to engage. Immortals come back home. Trigger will defend, and he gets 17 drone kills across up. Do we get the third? We're so close! Oh my god, the third base will barely survive. Mixu, he holds on to his third. 3 base versus 3 base. But Trigger, we're bouncing back. We got the fourth. We killed 17 drones. We do have a Roach army, but we're now back up to 2 Immortals. Do we have the Prism? No, the Prism will snipe. 3 Immortals now. With the help of shield batteries and an overcharge, can we survive this? Just a very tense situation here for Trigger. We rotate around, we're going for the 4th Nexus. Looking to force a cancel. Hey, if Trigger got this up and running, that would have been huge. Alas, it does fall. Trigger trying to catch the Roach Ravager. The Vials! Don't quite connect. Stellar Runby is moving out across the map. Getting the third. We do have reinforcements. We keep up. Can we get the base? He's going for it! He right-clicks the hatchery. The hatchery goes down. The third base is sniped. We have a 4th on the way, but now Mixu knocked down to 2 bases. Trigger, he's still in this map. He's still in this. We have 34 roaches though. That's a lot of roaches. 34 roaches, 3 ravagers. Can we hold? Can we survive this? There are 2 shield batteries at the third base. No shield batteries at the natural. Mixu does rotate around. He's going for the natural. Trigger out of position. Misses the main army. We do catch 3 ravagers though. A bit of mispathing out of Mixu. 3 ravagers go down. Roaches, they bust into the natural. They catch an immortal. Forcing Trigger to split up. Catching another Ravager. At the same time, Ling Runbite hits the 4th. Hoping to contain Trigger to 3 bases. The Roach Runbite is being cleaned up. Trigger rotates around. Can he catch these Roaches? He can! The Roaches are going down. Can we even save the 4th? It's gonna be close. The Lings, they're putting in the work though. Are putting in the work. We will save the 4th base. No shot. The 4th is saved. The Roach army forced back. We cannot engage. Not with all these Immortals. Not head on. Mixu knows that. Trigger saves the 4th. Preserves his Immortal counts. Building up his Zealots. Blink is on the way. We're taking gases. We can afford Stalkers. And Mixu's in trouble. Suddenly, Mixu, he's down in economy. He's down in workers. The quality of his army is being outscaled. We mentioned before on Amphion, the soup does lie. Sure, Mixu is ahead in army supply, but that is inflated here with these Roaches. The Mass Immortal can have its way with this Roach army. If we're in position. We're in position here. Mixu going for a split push. Moving out towards the natural. Once again, catching an Immortal. That does force Trigger to rotate over, which means we expose the 4th. Immortal goes down. Trigger does leave an army in position. No shield battery. Uh-oh. No shield battery, but we do warp in time. And Trigger, he holds onto the 4th. At the same time, cleans up the army at the natural. Trigger does split up his forces. Meanwhile, Mixu's working on +2. Still trying to resaturate, getting up to 65 workers. 3 base saturation out of Mixu. God, it's hard to call just because it's been this game has been so chaotic. it's been a roller coaster ride of emotions, Papi. Going one way and then the other, but now we have Blink, now we have +2, soon to be +3 on the horizon for Trigger. He's also got +1 armor. Archons are building up. Yeah, you can see the quality of this army is getting out of hand. I'm so impressed that Mixu survived earlier, but the window, it's closing. The window where Roach Ravager is viable. Queens are coming to the front lines. We might have transfuse potential with the next fight if we do keep spreading creep. Oh, but we catch the Ravagers. Oh, brutal force fields. Oh my god. 5 Ravagers and 3 Roaches for 1 sentry. The efficiency is insane. Catch out the Ravagers. The Queens, they're walking. We're pulling back. We're calming down. Likewise, more Ravagers on the way. We could potentially set up a surround. A surround would be ideal, but likewise, Trigger has a secondary force as well. Ensuring that doesn't happen. Not pushing deep onto creep. Trigger has to be careful. Mixu is set up. He's maxed out. And we're collapsing in. Yeah, we do collapse in, but again, Trigger, he was ready for it. He does protect his flank. Immortals are going down. There's no Prism to juggle. The Prism is late. We're down to 3 Immortals. 3 Immortals left. It looks like we break the flank. We barely have any Roaches left. And Mixu was maxed, but Mixu, he crumbles. GG gets called, and Trigger will take the series 2-1. Taking down Mixu. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Again, that was maybe the best case scenario for Mixu. He had a surround set up, he was maxed out at 200 supply, but alas, he just could not contest against that many Immortals, against the Archons as well, against the upgrades. Of course, let's reiterate as well, we had 2-1, soon to be 3-1 upgrades for Trigger, just an insane upgrade lead as well. The quality of his army was insane, and that was just a wild game. GG, well played, very back and forth. Initially with Trigger hitting his charge all in, which didn't quite break his opponents. Mixu suddenly gaining map control and going for his own counterattack. Trigger barely holding on. That was beautiful. That was StarCraft. GG. GG, well played. Trigger takes it in the end. And Mixu will be taking a loss here, but we're still in the early rounds of the group. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. As we do head on over to the Liquipedia page and catch up on what has been going on in the second round. Okay, looks like we have some updates here. We have, of course, Trigger taking down Mixu, which we just did cover. Over on the mainstream was Big Gabe. Hero Marine took down a Petit Drogo 2-0-2-0. Very strong result here out of Hero Marine, does take a win. Meanwhile, a Laser versus Holy Hit is currently finishing up. Oh, they're out of game. They are out of game, which means, let me just refresh. Yeah, okay, just finished. I was a little bit confused. I'm like, I can see the players out of game. What's going on? They finished. A Laser does take down Holy Hit 2-0. And our 3 favorite players still looking strong. Trigger, Hero Marine, a Laser. I say that a Laser, we didn't even get to talk about it. A Laser took a loss to Drogo, which is a pretty big impacting factor here in the group stage. A Laser was poised to threaten the upper echelons of this group, but losing a game to Drogo, losing a series to Drogo, does put that into question, and now suddenly things are looking a little bit more up in the air here. Things looking more favorable for Hero Marine and Trigger. Still early on though, still early on. Up next we have round 3. Up next we have the third round. We have Big Gabe versus Trigger. Ooh, that is a spicy series. If you want to check out Hero Marine versus Trigger, that is going to be on the mainstream. So do check out Take TV or twitch.tv/Take TV. They got you covered with Big Gabe versus Trigger. I'm sure it's going to be a banger of a series. Scrolling down, we have a Laser versus Mixu in a ZVZ and Drogo versus Holy Hit in a PvP. Mirror matchups galore. You can imagine what we are going to be covering next. It is going to be the PvP Drogo versus Holy Hit coming up next. Again, just to reiterate, in case people are just now tuning in, mainstream have priority. Mainstream, they do pick the series that they so choose first. They also pick a second series just in case. So mainstream have dibs on Hero Marine and Trigger alongside Laser and Mixu. So we will be covering Drogo and Holy Hit, and once we wrap up, if this is a fast series, we might be able to catch the tail end of a Laser and Mixu. We might be able to catch the tail end. It's possible. It's possible. Whew. Oh god, my heart's still racing. Calm down. Yeah, that was a wild best of 3. GG, well played. I'm just catching up. Observer needs to chill and zoom out. Oh, look, it's the Max Pax impersonator. Calm down. Also, if you're curious, I'm observing. I am observing. Appreciate the use of names. Oh. And here we go. We are going to be settling in. just want to see more Z games. We'll get there. We'll get there. Until then, we are going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a break. We're going to be allowing, of course, Holy Hit and Drogo to get their vetoes underway. And once they're done, we can jump into our next series. Again, there's only 3 rounds left in tonight's broadcast. It feels like today is going a little bit faster than yesterday. I say that, it's been 7 hours. Unironically, time flies by. I remember yesterday I looked over and I saw that we'd been streaming for 10 hours. And it was only when I looked at the time that's when the fatigue started setting in. That's where I was like, oh my god, it's been 10 hours. That's crazy. Likewise, it's already been 7 hours. It doesn't feel that long, but yeah, that's what casting StarCraft does. Time flies, time flies. But now we're going to be going on a short break. We'll be back soon with our next series. Take care, get some snacks, get some water, take a break, stretch, posture check as well. Make sure there's no slouching in the chat. Look after yourselves, and we'll be back soon with our next best of 3. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to HomeStory Cup 25, day number 2 of the group stage. We are diving, of course, into Group C. We have our next series, we have our PvP, and we are jumping right on in. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our French Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself, his old clan, Team Alter. It is Petit Drogo. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the German Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. It is Holy Hit. Let's go our second PvP of the group. Earlier we did, of course, cast Holy Hit versus Trigger, and now is up against Drogo. And Drogo is doing surprisingly well in this tournament. Again, Drogo, he's not the most active of players anymore. There was a time where he was a very strong contender as one of the stronger European or stronger foreign players out there in the StarCraft scene. Definitely back in the heyday, when he was at his peak, he was one of the best, and has since, in most recent years, kind of stepped away from the game a little bit. He still does compete in DreamHacks, in these regional qualifiers, every now and then a HomeStory Cup, but he's not a full-time player like he once was. Regardless, still a massive part of the scene. The community is still always there. A lot of his friends, of course, he is still good friends, that's what I was looking for. Still good friends with a lot of the European pro gamers as well. And fun fact, he took down a laser. Earlier today in this group, he took down a laser. The strongest Zerg player in the entire tournament did fall at the hands of Drogo. Drogo, in the winners interview, did say that he had no big expectations. Like, he didn't expect to go far and to even hold a candle to a laser, but after bringing him down, he has a chance, he has a shot to make it out of the group. It was something that he wasn't really thinking of, but I mean, after that first series, after bringing down a laser, suddenly there's a strong chance. But we'll see. Again, just because Drogo is not the most in form at the moment, I mean, anything could happen. Holy Hit, likewise, has a chance to cause an upset and to try to stop the kind of road to the playoffs before it really does begin for Drogo. We shall see. As for now, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Drogo, 2-gate opener out of Holy Hit. What I will say, even if we're out of practice, even if we haven't played too much as of late, mirror matchups haven't changed too much over the years. Mirror matchups, I mean, TVT has. I mean, it changed, then it didn't. TVT was drastically changed in the last patch with the Cyclone buff, right? When the Cyclone was buffed, TVT had a drastic moment where we had Mass Cyclone versus Mass Cyclone more often than not, but that change has been reverted in a way, so, I mean, now that's not really a thing anymore, so now it's back to the way it was. Likewise, PvP was impacted by the Sentry buff, and now we have these safer Sentry-based openers, which is why we see Holy Hit getting up to 3 Sentries. Likewise, Drogo, he's aware of the memo, you know, he was told, and he did likewise open up Sentry Stalker as well. For the time being, Drogo does delay the expansion, going for the pylon, going for a cyber block as well. Massive delay here for Holy Hits across the map. Drogo expanding quite freely, going into his tech of choice, going for a Twilight Council opener into Blink. Meanwhile, Holy Hit's expansion is heavily delayed, and we make up for that by throwing down a Robo in the main, our own tech of choice, which is immediately scouted. Here by the hallucination. Again, this is the power of the Sentry in PvP, and why we see so much of it, and why it's so common. Scouting. Scouting is so crucial. I mean, in every matchup, in every game, of course, in StarCraft, scouting is just one of the most valuable things here in StarCraft, and now we can almost free scout, non-stop scouting here with these hallucinations, making sure that neither player gets a leg up on the other. Something like DTs, an Oracle-based opener, an all-in. It's on both Holy Hit and Drogo to ensure that nothing catches them awry, nothing catches them off guard. For now, hallucination dips in. Does get eyes on the army. Does get eyes on the natural. Likewise, I believe Holy Hit has already seen the tech. Yeah, we have already gotten eyes on that Twilight Council as well. Hallucination is denied. Nice pick off there at a Holy Hit. Oh, but the force field, remember, there's no blink. One Stalker goes down. Did cost a lot of energy. But not a bad pick off, getting a Stalker and an Adept. Adept commits to Shade. Does get a probe kill in the natural, looking for a second probe. 2 probes go down, not bad. Not a bad trade out of Holy Hits, but he has to retreat, has to back off, and suddenly Drogo has map control. And look at the units tab, look at the army size. Drogo, he's on 7 Stalkers. Meanwhile, only 2 for Holy Hits. Barely has an army, but does have the overcharge. We fall back to the safety of the natural, force fields are thrown down, Drogo does escape, and as he's applying pressure, as he's threatening the natural, we expand. We expand as we are containing Holy Hits. Holy Hit stuck on 2 bases, we're denying any kind of would-be third, and just expanding and macroing up behind this. Now, because of all these force fields, we have yet to scout the main in quite some time from Drogo. Does push forward, Blink is done! Blink has completed, poise are being pulled, overcharge already running out, and Holy Hit is in trouble, leading out a lot of probes. Stalker count still in favor of Drogo. And he's pushing through. He's breaking through the defensive line. We barely have anything left. We were going for a Dark Shrine, but we cannot. We didn't have enough time for that. No time, no room for DTs. The first DT's on the way. But we've lost the entire army. At the same time, DTs across the map. Probes are going down. And where is the detection? Has the Invisible Man done it? No Robo. Cannons are on the way. Can we shut it? Can we deny the cannons? Cannons are in production, and if we can deny them, we can end the game with DTs. A second DT on the way. Looks like the cannon will finish, but we're getting a lot of damage done. 11 probes going down. The cannon is going to be shut down. The prism falls. We deny the first cannon and the second. Meanwhile, another cannon in the main. We have more cannons in the main base, but the natural is forfeit. Third base is safe and sound. 2 cannons there. And these DTs have done a lot, but alas, now we have detection. We have stationary detection. The main base and the third are safe and sound. This is giving Holy Hit the time he needs, though, to recover. Ooh, as the detection is stationary, which means we can get a kill on the natural. We can go straight for the Nexus. The Nexus, Pappy. Go for it. But now shutting down pylons. Still gaining value with that 1 DT. We got 1 pylon. We should get another. The Robo is still on the way. Again, no observers in sight. We're going to get both pylons. At this point, I don't think we can get the Nexus anymore, just because an observer is soon about to spawn in. We could have gone for it, but we get the pylons. We still get damage nonetheless. Prism's on the way for more DTs. And back at home, Holy Hit is expanding. And it has a worker lead. Working towards Immortal production. Blink. Building up those Immortals, building up the Stalker counts. Now going for the Nexus, and we do strip its shields. The Observer is on the way, and we will defend. But we got it halfway down, and if we had avoided the pylons, then maybe we could have gotten more damage done. DT shuts down the cannon. And Drogo has defended. Drogo, he's now got in control of his bases, his 3-base setup. Across the map, Holy Hit keeping up in the economy. Holy Hit was up against the wall. Things were looking dire for the German Protoss. But we hold. And now we have a game. Oh, the Prism! The War Prism! Oh, we do escape. We do get away. The War Prism does slip away. Back at home, Holy Hit still building up more Immortals. Getting up to 3 Immortals. Archon production as well. And this Immortal push, can we break through? Can we do something with this? I mean, we still need reinforcements. The Prism is stuck out on the map. Looks like it has broken free. Looking at the units tab, we have 15 Stalkers from Drogo. Meanwhile, we have 4 Immortals from Holy Hit. Immediately 1 Stalker goes down. I do think Holy Hit still needs a buffer, though. He needs something to support his Immortals. Ideally, additional Stalkers. So we do ferry them over. DT's waddling in from the left-hand side. Archon under fire. Ooh, nice juggling here out of Holy Hit. Still save the Archon. Economies are comparable with each other. Drogo with a slight worker lead. Up 7 probes. Main armies do clash. Immortal goes down. The Prism a little bit too slow, a little bit too late. DT's bust into the natural. Distracting Drogo, and they catch the cannon. And it goes down. DTs are being cleaned up. We push towards the 3rd base. We have the overcharge. And with the help of the overcharge, it looks like Holy Hit has overextended. The Immortals are going down. The Stalkers as well. Holy Hit does not have enough. The DTs did well for themselves, but alas, we just don't have enough of an army here. GG gets called, and Drogo takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. I mean, Drogo is coming in as the favorite player, but Holy Hit did hold his own. Those DTs were getting so much done. There was potential to kill the Nexus. Alas, we just weren't aware of the timing of the Robo and when the Observer would arrive, so Holy Hit was playing it safe, went for the pylons instead, was trying to macro up back at home, but alas, Drogo did recover and did stabilize. GG. GG, Drogo does take a lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Are getting ready. Are getting ready here. Did he even need to do that? Things are looking even. I would agree. The worker counts were pretty comparable, even though holy, oh, my apologies. I joined the wrong lobby. I joined the wrong place. Even though the economies are looking comparable to each other, and even though the store count was in favor of Drogo, Holy Hit had a higher immortal count, and that can make up for that, especially defensively. I imagine that Holy Hit most likely was feeling pressured just because he most likely doesn't favor himself against Drogo in a longer game, so I'm sure he felt the need to go for the kill and to go for an all-in and try to shut Drogo down before the game went any longer. So I understand the rationale there, but I do agree that we could have potentially tried to macro from there and calm things down and go for a longer game. I just assumed that, you know, again, maybe Holy Hit wasn't feeling too confident about his chances. Regardless, here we go. We're getting into game 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our French Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself and his old clan, Alter. It is Petit Drogo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the German Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Down in the series, but he didn't look too bad in game number 1. Can we bounce back? It is Holy Hit. Is Holy Hit the biggest live VIP fan of HomeStory Cup? Is he? I don't know. I don't think Holy Hit watches us too much, just because of time zones. I don't know. Maybe. Like to believe. I haven't seen Holy Hit on camera yet, but I did hear that Holy Hit, he was rocking a blazer, like a pink blazer and some sunnies, and you know, he was embracing the theme of like the Oscars. So I need to check out the mainstream later. I need to see what Holy Hit looks like. I need to see his drip back, his fit. Gibbs. You'll see yesterday. Oh, okay. I missed him. Oh, in the chat. Yeah. He was in the chat. It's in the chat. Here we go. We do have our 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Drogo. 2-gate opener out of Holy Hit. So far, so good. Everything looking as it should. Everything looking as it should as Drogo does dip into the main. Just scouting each other, making sure that there is no proxy pylon. Second pylon has been thrown down next to the gas for Holy Hit, and the same can be said for Drogo. So no proxies, no shenanigans here at least in the start of game 2. We'll see where this takes us. Shall see. As from here, we could end up going for some hidden tech. We could try to play on 2 base. We're loading into Golden Aura. The rush distance by ground is quite short. I say that, but the 3rd base is quite defendable. It's a very narrow ramp leading into the 3rd base. So quite difficult to push in, quite difficult to really be too aggressive on. Might decide to calm things down. Likewise, I appreciate what Holy Hit did with DTs in game 1, but it's hard to rely on that multiple games in a series, so I expect something quite different. I'm not really expecting more Dark Templar play in the rest of this series, at least from Holy Hit. But we'll see. As we have a tech of choice, Twilight Council. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Drogo, Robo opener from Holy Hit. Very similar to the last game, if you to recall. Very similar to game 1. Meanwhile, sentries are building up. Once again, scouting is going to be imperative. You have Drogo checking the main, does confirm the robo. Likewise, Hallucination also moving out for Holy Hit. Moving out, Pat. Moving out. As it is Blink on the way. Technically, we could have gone for something crazy like a DT opener, a Dark Shrine as well, but Drogo playing it safe, playing it standard. Not spicing things up too much. As Holy Hit does confirm the Twilight Council. Does confirm early game Immortal production has begun for Holy Hit. Once again, we have that dynamic where Drogo will have the more fluid dynamic army with Blink Stalkers. Meanwhile, Holy Hits will have a more robust army with the higher Immortal count. We'll make up for the lack of Stalkers. And I'm curious if we just try to catch up with Blink with this Twilight Council. Technically, we could go for a Dark Shrine, but no, we're going for Glaive Adepts. Okay, very aggressive here from Holy Hit. So we're going to be doubling down with Immortal Adept. This looks like the beginnings of a 2-base all-in. We saw a lot of this last night, actually. Who were we casting yesterday? With the non-stop, like, 2-base all-ins. Immortal Adept. Was it Hydra and Mana? No. It was Skillus and Sebestus. That's it. I think it was Skillus and Sebestus yesterday. Yeah, it's coming back. It's coming back. Went all the way to the ace match. I do recall. As we have a gateway explosion again, we have 4 gates on the way, 2 gates already on. It's going to be 6 gateways on 2 bases. Holy Hit is going for the 2-base all-in. And Drogo is expanding. For the time being, Drogo unawares, but he does catch some Stalkers. Stalker goes down. Ooh, picking up a second, and the Sentry as well. Very nice start here for Drogo. Meanwhile, he has not checked the main. He is unaware of the gateway explosion. Still in the dark. But he confirms no third. Does check no third base here on the left or towards the north. Drogo is aware that something is amiss. And the Holy Hit does push. Is moving out back at home. Shield batteries are on the way. Just the one for the time being. Just the one shield battery. Strong gateways as well. Holy Hit reinforcing with as many adepts as we can warp in. As many adepts as we can afford. And here we go. We do push forward. Drogo able to keep up with the main army. Does catch the Stalker. Blinks back. Sword Force do catch 4 Stalkers here of Drogo. Overcharges pop, 3 Stalkers go down. Not a bad catch there from Holy Hit. But a second shield battery has completed. And we're running out of force fields. Yeah, Holy Hit is running out of NG. Does juggle back. Drogo dancing with the army. Immortals are pushing in. And boys are being pulled. We have to. The first shield battery goes down. But we dive on the Immortals. We dive on the Prism. The Prism, it goes down. The Prism pulls the Immortals as well. And it looks like we do shut down 2 Immortals, but there's still 1 left. 12 probes fall. Holy Hit, can we pull this off? There's still an Immortal left, and soon to be another. And with 2 Immortals, we can break through. Holy Hit is so close to breaking through this army. Shield battery goes down. The workers, the Stalkers, they cannot contend. They cannot touch this Immortal army. We have to back off, and the third base is going to fall. But we need more than just a third. We need to keep going. And we have an offensive Immortal. Drogo, he now has his own Immortal. Does come in. On top of the army, diving on that Immortal. It's targeted down, and we're running out of steam. We're running out of units. Second Immortal falls. Holy Hit, he's lost the backbone of his army. Shades into the mineral line. Probes are going down. But remember, Holy Hit was all in, and he did not kill the third. He needs more damage. He is getting it. 8 probes. Do you manage to get 8, 9 probes now as we dive into the main? Say 9, 18. Oh my god! 25 Glaive Adepts, they're cracked. In a matter of seconds, 25 workers go down. Oh, but we sniped the Prism. The Prism falls, the Immortals as well. In a head-to-head fight, Drogo has the advantage, but we're getting so much economic damage done. 31 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. More adepts are arriving. Holy Hit takes a worker lead. And Drogo, we gotta go. He's going for a big counterattack. There's soon to be one Immortal to reinforce. Holy Hit does shade across. Once again, going for the mineral lines. Now, Holy Hit can always recall back home. Drogo going for the base trade. But we have an Immortal and a shield battery. Holy Hit. Bappy, he's doing it. We probably overcharged. GG gets called, and Holy Hit, he does it. He ties up the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Oh my god, a very, very tense all-in there again. Drogo did not see it coming until it already hit his face. If you recall, Drogo did not scout the main. He was not aware of the gateway explosion. Did have his shield batteries getting up, and Drogo had a bold move, if you remember, when he dove on top of the army and when he sniped the Prism. Did snipe the Prism, but it took 2 volleys, and he lost so many Stalkers in the process. In the end, that was the moment where Holy Hit took a fight, where he retained his Immortals, and when he gained momentum. That was the moment when the fight started to turn in favor of Holy Hit. Drogo maybe becoming a little bit too overeager there in that moment and did overextend. And with that, Holy Hit ties up the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. Let's go. We are going all the way. And how will this story end? Does it go the way of Drogo, or does Holy Hit win his first series? Can he take it, Bobby? Can he take it? Okay, we have our lobby. We have our lobby. We're getting all of our casters in. Getting all of our players. And game 3 is going to be on Oceanborn. Here we go. Catching up. Oh my god, I'm catching up. When it comes to the overall group stage, I'm actually going to double check here. Yeah, Holy Hit has yet to win a series, but he is so close. This is actually his first win of the bracket as well. His first win of HomeStory Cup. His first map, I mean, in his favor. And now we're getting into the ace match. Getting into game 3. Again, Drogo, he started the night off taking down a laser, which was insane, but now struggling against Holy Hit. Can he go all the way? You can hear the beeps, so we're getting ready for the ace match. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our German Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing himself, but leading the series 1-0. Wait, sorry, I just... leading the series, sorry, in a tied-up series 1-1 is what I meant to say. I'm sorry, I was just a little bit distracted. Catching up with the chat. We have our German Protoss player. It is Holy Hit. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the French Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing his old team, Claire Malter. It is Petit Drogo. Let's go. Again, as a reminder, Holy Hit in game 1 did go for some cheeky DTs, and they did some damage, but alas, it was on Alcyone, they did some damage, but alas, things fell by the wayside. Holy Hit went for a pretty committed push on 3 bases, did overextend, did lose his army, and things went the way of Drogo. In game 2, we doubled down into a 2-base all-in with Immortals, with Adepts, did catch Drogo a little bit with his pants down, was able to break through, and now it all comes down to this. It all comes down to the ace match. Now, I said earlier that I didn't feel any fatigue yesterday until I looked at the time, and similar things happening right now. Where I was fine, and then I looked over and I was like, oh, it's been 7 hours, and now it's weighing on me, man. It's weighing on me. I gotta refresh. Gotta refresh. Hold on. I have some coffee. I'm good to go. I'm good to go. So we're settling into our openers. It's going to be 2 gateways here out of Holy Hit. Likewise, 2 gateways out of Drogo. Those curious, it is 4 a.m. 4 a.m. in the morning here in the land of Oz. But I should be good for at least a couple more hours. I'm strapping in, Pac. I'm strapping in. We're ready. Meanwhile, second pylon has been scattered. We have our second pylon in the main for Drogo. Likewise, second pylon in the main base for Holy Hit. So no initial proxies. No proxy Robo, proxy Stargate. No one base all-ins. Not yet. Both players do confirm. As we have our Sentry Stalker opener from Holy Hit. Likewise, interesting. We do cut some corners here, going for a faster expansion. Again, it was a Sentry expand from Drogo. But Holy Hit not too far behind. Not too far behind himself with his expansion timing. Both players prioritizing their natural bases. And the turns have tabled. Drogo opening up Robo. Is going to be a Robo opener out of our French Protoss player. Likewise, mirrored builds out of Holy Hit. Both players opening up Robo. Let's go. With this, we do gain access to faster Immortal production, War Prism to harass across the map. We do have options available here. And our hallucinations will confirm. Drogo gets across the map, does get eyes on the Robo. Likewise, we should soon be seeing the same from Holy Hit as well. Checking his vision. Yes, we have gotten eyes on the Robo of Drogo as well. So both players fully aware. We do have our Immortal first from Drogo. Curious if Holy Hit goes in a different direction. If we go for a War Prism. There it is, a War Prism on the way. Twilight Council alongside it. Now with this Prism, our goal should be to warp in some Adepts and to get into a mineral line to get some economic damage done. Meanwhile, Drogo is building up a stronger force of early Immortal production. Hallucination doesn't quite confirm. Unlike other buildings, the Robo doesn't tell you what's coming out, but we do camp the Robo, and the Hallucination does get eyes on the Immortal. Are fully aware. Are going to be aware. Adept threading a shade into the natural. Getting one probe. Just the one worker for the time being. Adepts are forced out. Here comes that Prism. Making its way across the map. Likewise, War Prism out of Drogo. Holy Hit going for the Dark Shrine. Okay. I assumed that this Twilight Council would be for Blink, but at least for now, that is not the case. DTs. This is actually looking very similar to Game 1. This is looking like a very similar setup here from Game 1, but Adepts say shade in! Boys are being pulled. We try to deny the scouts. Probes are going down. We do throw down the force field. Holy Hit doing the best he can to deny the scouts, and he does shut down the Adepts. Did cost him 3 probes and lost mining time, though. Did cost him quite a bit. Meanwhile, do we have detection? The answer is no. We do have a Robo, but no detection. Interesting. We could even try to snipe the Robo itself. We could try to dive on the Robo and focus it down. That is an option for Holy Hit, depending on how many DTs we have. At the same time, Immortal drop moving out across the map. Holy Hit is aware, is getting in position. Dark Shrine is now done. Meanwhile, Drogo taking up. DT's warping in. Just the 2. Okay, we're going for some economic damage. DT into the natural, DT into the main. Drogo is forced out. Meanwhile, no detection. DT's going ham with the Prism. Prism does escape. Probes are falling. We're getting so much done here. 6 probes already going down, and they made it back over. No, it's not safe. They come back in danger with the DT. 12, 13 workers go down. Observer does spawn in. And we can shut down the DTs, but the damage has been done at the same time. The Immortal drop across the map does hit the natural. But Holy Hit is keeping up. Does keep up. Bleeds out a Stalker. That's 15 probe kills across the map. The Prism will be recalled. And we only lost 1 Dark Templar. These Immortals have potential. And they do manage to catch some probes. Oh my god. Oh my god, no! Calm down. The prism does back off. It is so low. It is so close to going down. Deep in the red. But does survive. If we had lost this prism, that's game. Like, there's just so much value in this prism with 2 immortals inside. We cannot lose it. We cannot afford it. Back at home, we do see Drogo stabilizing. And Holy Hit, likewise, is staying on 2 bases. Oh, there we go. Now we take a third. A bit of a later third base out of Holy Hit. A little bit later. As a result, the worker counts are actually quite similar. Looking quite similar with each other. And the scary thing here is, tech-wise, Drogo, he's got quite an advantage. Drogo, he's got Charge, he's got Immortals, Archons. Everything he would need. And is now moving out. Prism did recall back home, we did save it. Now we can push. And Drogo's got quite an army. He's up in Immortals, up in Archons. Down in Stalkers, that's the one advantage that Holy Hit has. Shield batteries are on the way. Drogo does have an Observer with his main army. Holy Hit does think about going for a counterattack with the Prism. Would be ideal back at home. This charge is done. We're diving on the army. Shield batteries are ready though. Overcharge is popped, but the shield battery goes down instantly. Oh, we lose an Immortal. The other is saved. Force wheels aren't looking too bad, but Drogo, he's gaining ground. He's pushing on top of the army. Gets another Immortal. We're down to 1. And 1 Immortal left. We do save it, but the Stalkers, they just cannot hold their own. Not against this Immortal charge on composition. And Drogo is breaking through. Shuts down the pylon, shuts down the army. He's actually going for the third base. He's going for secure damage. Third base goes down. And Drogo expands back at home. Drogo does expand. And honestly, we can keep pushing. Like, there's not much stopping Drogo from just pushing forward into the natural. Drogo just playing it safe, waiting for reinforcements. Holy Hit going for a drop across the map. Drogo can push in. Once again, denying the third. That's all he needs to do, but now he's going for the kill. There's a world where maybe we can snipe the Observer. Maybe, but even then, we snipe it. Observer goes down. No detection. We can warp in defensive DTs, but even then, there's just an overwhelming army. GG gets called, and Drogo will take the series 2-1, taking down a Holy Hit. GG. GG, well played. Drogo did come in as a favorite player and he will take the series, but a shout out to Holy Hit because he was popping off this series. Whether it was game 1 where he was able to break his opponent with the 2-base all-in, or whether it was even, sorry, game 2 where he broke his opponent with the 2-base all-in, or whether it was game 1 or game 3 where he was able to incorporate DTs quite nicely and get a lot of damage done. Did deal quite a blow to the economy of Drogo. Unfortunately, Holy Hit didn't really have, wasn't able to take advantage of that, right? Like, there was a late third, so he couldn't get ahead economically. Likewise, there was no further tech on the way. We were busy trying to keep up with the Immortals, and yeah, in the end, Drogo, he was still able to stabilize, and I mean, I say stabilize, fall back on a 2-base all-in. Had a gateway explosion, charge, Immortals. Just too much to handle in the end. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Drogo. With that, that wraps up round 3. Let's have a look at what else has been going on in the brackets. Where are we at? Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Let's head on over to round 3. It looks like we have wrapped up. We have a Hero Marine, took down Trigger 2-0. That was over on the mainstream. Again, Big Gabe is the biggest player in the group, and he is the one to beat, looking to come out in first place. Can anyone stop him? We're here to find out. Scrolling down, we have a Laser, took down Mixu 2-0. And Drogo took down Holy Hit 2-1. Now, with these results coming in, it looks like both Mixu and Holy Hit are confirmed not able to advance out of the group stage, so that is a little bit unfortunate, but I mean, there are some big names in this group, so it is hard to contest against them, and we had some amazing series already featuring Mixu and featuring Holy Hit, so hope they're not feeling too disappointed about that as we're getting ready for round 4. getting ready for round 4. Up next, we have a Laser versus Trigger, Hero Marine versus Holy Hit, and Drogo versus Mixu. I believe a Laser versus Trigger is happening on the mainstream. I believe that is being covered by twitch.tv/taketv. Meanwhile, Hero Marine versus Holy Hit is going to be up next. Up next on the channel, we have Big Gabe for the first time. We have avoided Big Gabe for most of this broadcast, but now we're able to embrace him, and Holy Hit is looking to redeem himself and go up against Big Gabe. Best of luck. Best of luck. So we have Big Gabe versus Holy Hit. The mainstream have a Laser versus Trigger, and if we wrap up our series a little bit sooner, we can jump into Drogo versus Mixu. We can jump into that if we're a little bit faster. We'll see. We'll see. And then we have, of course, the final round, which we can get into later on down the line. For now, we're going to be going on a short break, just trying to catch up in the chat. Just catching up. I wish we could have Drogo versus Mixu. I mean, I think that's being covered by the mainstream. No, sorry. The mainstream is covering Hero Marine versus a Laser. Yeah. And we might be able to catch Drogo versus Mixu. We might be able to catch them, but we'll see. We'll see. So the lesson is to never look at the time and never go to sleep. True. That's how it works, right? Just trick the brain. Make it look like it's always daytime, you know? It's always time to wake up. Is it wrong to spawn 5 zealots before Cybercore? Well, like, ethically? And when are you going to spawn in 5 zealots before Cybercore? Are you going for the flower? Are you going for a proxy 4 gate? Might get some odd looks. A little bit. But with that, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will be coming at you with round 4. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, take a break. We'll be back soon with the rest of Group D.
And trying to show off his biceps and his gains. Not needed. Keep your shirt on for football. Cuckoo, keep your shirt on for football. We have one more game left. It's Belgium versus Romania. Let's check in with Cuckoo first, actually, because did you watch Romania in the first game?
I actually watched Romania Ukraine. I mean, the boys had a pretty good game. They 3-0.
No, nothing but bangers.
Yeah, this is gonna happen tonight as well. 3-0.
You think Romania is gonna 3-0 Belgium?
No, I don't think. But I think we win.
All right.
Like 1-0. Maybe a draw, 1-1, but I don't think we lose.
I love it. Hydra, Netherlands played yesterday. We got robbed. Should have been a 1-0, turned into a 0-0. Yeah. But instead of the Netherlands, you will be repping Belgium here in the segment. How are you feeling about that?
Pretty good. Have to be confident, right? Not gonna say that I'm very good, but...
I mean, our southern neighbors need a bit of help because they did lose the first game, so you're gonna have to give them some confidence.
Alright, I'll do my best.
Alright, you guys know the drill. First 3 shots, 3 attempts in the bottom right for 1 goal. After that, we have 3 attempts in the top left. Who wants to go first? Hydra goes first for Belgium. Our southern neighbors need to score a couple goals tonight. Let's hope Lukaku... Oh, well, that looked like Lukaku. Alright. Cuckoo, your boy scored nothing but bangers in that first game. 1 goal was more pretty than the other. How will Cuckoo do? That does not count. What a good effort, Cuckoo. Good effort. Hydra, attempt number 2 in the bottom right. 0-0 score. 1 goal for the bottom right. Nope, that is not it. Yeah, right height. Cuckoo with his second attempt. Cuckoo, you're cheating, mate. That ball almost lays in the goal, amigo. Is this the Romanian way?
We beat Ukraine.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my God, there's a wasp. Oh no, sorry. Ooh, Cuckoo off the post. Hydra, one more attempt in our bottom right to get our first goal on the board for Belgium. They desperately need it. Channel your inner Kevin De Bruyne. Well, you gotta go full Kevin. Cuckoo, that's not nice. Yes, you distracted him. Dirty, mate, dirty. Okay. 0-0 or 1-0 going into halftime. Cuckoo's final attempt in the bottom right. Yeah. Make Haji proud. Oh, he made Haji proud. Romania takes the 1-0 lead. It's okay, Hydra. You can still save the day for our southern neighbors. Yep, just one time. That will get you 2 points on the board. 1-0 halftime score for Romania. We're going to see that tonight, Cuckoo?
I'm more than sure.
He's more than sure. Oh, good effort, Hydra. Good effort. 2 attempts left for Hydra. 3 attempts for Cuckoo in the top left. Cuckoo, nothing but bangers for Romania. It's unbelievable. Oh.
3-0. I told you, man. That's gonna happen tonight as well.
I mean, Musti was the best so far, but Cuckoo, you're looking mighty fine, I gotta say. Good effort, Hydra. Shame. At 3-0 is already pretty brutal. Can we make it 5? We are not making it 5. Yep, that is your absolute last effort. Belgium can no longer win, but they can still get 2 goals. And that could be important, finishing in the 3rd place of the group. Hydra! Ooh! Unlucky, Hydra. A couple good shots, mate. Cuckoo already scored an absolute beauty. Can we do it one more time for Romania and the boys? Nope. Yeah. All right, Cuckoo. You predicted a 3-0. Then you said you were joking, but you're kind of confident in the boys. This got to give you some extra confidence.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna watch the game tonight. 3-0 is coming. I can feel it. The same as Ukraine, you know. Nothing else.
What is, by the way, true about you distracting Kalazur while he was playing his matches?
Okay, so first of all, I did not notice that first time I actually went and to get lunch, forgot the door open. Second time I went to the bathroom, forgot the door open again, and yeah, that was it. I actually asked him after if it really bothered him, the door. He said no, but I think he was just nice.
Yeah, Diego's a very nice guy. All right, Hydra, any final thoughts about our little footy segment? You did your best. Couple good shots. You got close.
Yeah, sorry for disappointing, but I tried my best, and that's it.
You think Belgium has a shot at redeeming themselves tonight?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
All right. Hydra is confident in Belgium. Perhaps Big Rom and Kevin can turn it on. This was our 3rd and final footy segment of the day. Let's go back to the mainstream and watch some StarCraft 2.
welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the HomeStory Cup 25 Day 2 Group Stage. I'm, of course, Shows Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by all these amazing players in Group D, as we've already wrapped up with Group C, and now we're at the tail end of Group D as well. 2 rounds remaining. And up next, we have a TVP featuring this Terran player here for the first time in tonight's broadcast on the B stream. Spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the biggest of Terran players, the Red Terran from the land of Germany, representing Team Mouse. It is Hero Marine. Big Gabe himself. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the German Protoss player, forcing Drogo to the ace match in the previous series, having a banger of a PvP. Looking to flex his PvT. It is Holy Hit. Go. Again, Hero Marine, he, for the most part, has been featured on the mainstream as of late, going up against some of these other big players, and Hero Marine has found himself at the top of the group. At the very top of the group. No losses yet. No blemish on Hero Marine's record. Everyone else, a Laser, Trigger, and all the others have all been dropping maps and dropping series. Hero Marine has not. Not yet. Is Holy Hit the one to knock him down? I mean, I feel like he already did quite well for himself and exceeded expectations in his series against Drogo, but that was a PvP, that was a mirror matchup, and mirror matchups in general can be a lot more chaotic and can be a lot more, yeah, I think chaotic is probably the best word to place there, especially in a PvP. We'll see if Holy Hit has anything special in store for us in this match. For now, Gate, Cyber, expand, standard setup here out of Holy Hit, looking to expand and get into his natural base. Likewise, Hero Marine going for a double gas opener. Double gas leading into a faster factory into a... Wait, what? Oh, where? We're having... okay, that was a bit odd, and hopefully everything is okay, as we almost even get an SCV kill. Again, the reason why I stopped speaking for a moment there, because if you saw, we started an eBay for some reason. I do think that was a bit of a mistake. Hopefully everything is okay. I mean, yo, I don't blame Gabe. Clearly, he's up against Holy Hit, a titan, a beast of a player. Nerves are a factor, you know, where we need to calm things down, though. We need to strap on in, and Hero Marine able to throw it in his factory. Later than normal is forced to expend some minerals and get our builders a little bit off as a result, but we're calming down. We're settling in. It's okay. I understand. He's intimidating. Holy Hit is a little bit intimidating to say the least, so it makes sense. Cap. As Reaper does dip into the mineral line, we do knock ourselves over. No, we do not. We shut down the Reaper. The Sim City looking a little bit too good, and the tech has been thrown down with the death of that Reaper. That means that we do not see the tech. We are unaware of whether or not this is going to be a Stargate, a Robo, or a Twilight Council. Gabe is in the dark. So far, so good. So far, so good here for Holy Hit. We're able to shut down the scouting. We're able to disrupt the opener. And now we're moving out with some Adeptor ass. Again, this should be a Blink-based opener, but where do we go from here? How many gateways? 2 Gate Blink, 3 Gate Blink, or 4 Gate Blink Stalker. We'll see how aggressive, how macro Holy Hit wants to be. Let's go. Let us go. Ooh, as the Cyclone does get the lock on, and the Adept takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. The Adept is going to be going down. Solid pick up here from Gabe. Second Adept does escape, but nonetheless, that was a good catch from the Terran player. Now we're starting to recover, making up for some of our earlier losses. Blink is in production, as we did mention. We do have an additional gateway on the horizon. Again, so far, just 2 Gate Blink here at a Holy Hit, but with that patrolling probe, we intend to throw down another. And there it is, 3 Gate Blink. The probe still sticking around, okay, going for the pylon, but 3 Gate Blink, nonetheless, this is a way to gain map control. This is a way to be a little bit more assertive here on Crimson Court. But we still have to wait for those gateways to kick in, and here comes Hero Marine already with a handful of units. Bit of a kitchen sink, we got the Cyclone, Marines, Widow Mines, Medevac being rallied across the map as well. Gabe being hyper aggressive here with these early game units, and can he break through? Full of potential with that Widow Mine. Widow Mine goes down. Good pick up. Widow Mine is sniped. Gabe rotating around, threatening a drop into the main. Oh, we do pick up, but Blink isn't done. The Stalkers are just a little bit too late. The Medevac will slip in, but we will have weapons available. And shield battery in position, Stalker as well. We do threaten the main, but Gabe is forced out. Marine gets picked off. And we're going for the pylon. And we're going for the pylon. Ooh, Cyclone getting very low. We do pick up, we get the hell out of there. Gabe will back off. Likewise, Gabe also scouted the tech. Remember earlier we didn't get eyes on whether the Stargate or the Twilight Council was thrown down. Now Gabe knows. Here Marine is aware. Back at home, we're settling in, working towards a tank and Banshee production. We spoke earlier when we saw this at a Cuckoo, but this has been very common as of late, very popular in TVP, in the Terran meta, to go into a tank and Banshee composition. First Banshee's already moving out. Cloak is about to finish up. The Observer did not confirm. Now we do. Now we get eyes on the Researching Tech Lab. We're aware of what's going on, and back at home, we need detection. We have a second Observer. Oh, it's moving out. Holy hit, threatening a dive into the main. Tank is exposed. We can focus on the tank. Oh, not quite. Tank does siege in time. And the Stalkers, 2 of them go down. Oh my god, there's some brutal losses. Stalkers did fall. Banshee still building up. I believe we're waiting for the second Banshee. Yeah, second Banshee's going to be meeting up with the first. 2 Banshees do one-shot probes. Holy hit dipping back in. Likewise, here Marine going for his own drop, which is spotted by the Observer. Observer does spot the drop. Holy hit getting behind the mineral line. Stalkers SCVs are going down, but so are Stalkers. Here we go, we're pulling the trigger. 2 SCVs fall. Now we have the drop into the main. Double Banshee into the natural. And are we ready for this? As we're looking to pull Holy hit apart. There's a shield body, there's an overcharge. There is the overcharge. Meanwhile, 6, 7 probes going down to the natural. These Banshees, they go ham. They shut down so many workers. And this is becoming a bit much. And the main base still not cleaned up, going for the Twilight Council. It's going to be 19 probe kills. And we come back. No, too soon. The probes, they came back. 22 workers go down. The economy in shambles here for Holy Hits. I was not ready for the Banshees. I did see the tech lab researching earlier, but maybe thought it was going to be Matrix, like Interference Matrix for Ravens. Maybe did just misread the production. As we drop in towards the third base, we're still not done. 28 probes go down. Twilight Council is depowered. The Atosis pylon fell. We do shut down the medevac at least, but this is just becoming game-ending damage. Too much, too quickly. 31 probe kills, delay on the tech, on the production. And we're going to get even more probe damage. 33, 34! 34 probes. The Marine's still standing strong. Banshee finally goes down. Oh, can we get one more probe? No shot up. We don't quite. Thankfully. We don't quite get an initial worker, but there we go. 35 worker kills, and that was merely the beginning. That was only the initial harassment force of a Hero Marine. That was designed to harass. It was designed to keep the army busy, not designed to kill 35 workers. And now here comes the main army. We got how many tanks? 4 tanks, Mass Buyer, Marauders. Holy Hit has eyes on this, and Holy Hit is pretty all in. Like, his economy is in shambles. We have to go here and now. It's a difficult position to be in, but what else can we do? Do catch a tank. Not bad. For the Observer. Observer does go down. Gabe aware that there must have been vision. No! Second Observer does barely escape. Army sims on forward. Catching an Immortal. And Immortal goes down. Unfortunately, no Prism to help save it. Nova goes off. Big hit. Oh my god, massive connection. Holy Hit. Takes down a massive chunk of the bio. The drop does, or the Prism does save the Disruptor only for so long as we hunt it down. The Prism does fall. The tanks are exposed. Holy Hit. He's holding. He's holding back. We still have a long road here to recover. It's still not going to be an easy game at a Holy Hit, but hey, he does hold on for now. Got a good connection. Forces back the tanks. Gabe has to retreat and just consolidate his army, gather his forces. Does need to take a moment here. Well, Holy Hit has a Disruptor. Now, okay, there's a world. There's a world out there as kind of where we can connect with some of these Purification Novas and we could take a fight. But these Novas are so crucial. There it goes up. Once again, massive connection. Okay, we're just taking Novas to the face. Oh, Disruptor goes down. Second Nova goes off. We'll connect with the tank. We do catch a tank, and again, Holy Hit taking the best fight he could hope for. But still trading against the army. Gabe does have to retreat. does pull back. And again, without these disruptors, the game would have ended by now. Like, unironically, it would be over. It would be over at this point. But holy hit, we're holding. Prism to harass. Additional disruptors on the way. Oh. The main army is spotted. We are aware. Unfortunately, no disruptor to go up. Not this time. Holy hit getting in position. And how many disruptors do we have left? We have 2. Scan does reveal the army. Never goes off. Connects with a Widow Mine. It's an okay connection, but we need something more. We do overshoot. Yeah, the splits are too good. We're diving on the army, and it looks like Big Gabe finally has enough. Across the map, Zealots, they're harassing. They're doing some damage, but alas, it pales in comparison to what Gabe has across the map. As he shuts down the third base, the Nexus falls. And we can keep pushing. GG gets called, and Hero Marine takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Hero Marine does take the first game. Was not the cleanest of games. We did take some Novas, a handful of Novas to the face, more than one, with some juicy connections, and with that, Holy Hit was able to hold the line a little bit further there against Big Gabe. Likewise, was able to catch some tanks unawares as well. There were some moments, but still earlier there was game-ending damage. That's the problem, is that sure, there was some nice moments for Holy Hit, but Gabe did kill 35 probes at the start of the game. That's a lot of probes. A lot of probes. If Holy Hit can tighten things up early on, have a cleaner early game, and a cleaner avenue into the mid-game, then I'm sure we can make a series out of this. We'll see if we can. So getting ready for game number 2. As we dive in, a big shout out to Zergburger 007. Shaken, not stirred. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás, papi? Thank you so much for resubscribing for 4 months. Thank you so much for all the support. Quack, papi, quack. Do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your emotes, the content, the casting. Thank you. Thank you. As we're settling in. We are settling in. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have our red Terran player from the land of Germany, representing Mouse, leading the series 1-0. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the German Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing himself, looking to tie things up. Again, had some moments in that last game. Can we bring it back? It is Holy Hit. Well, let's go. Let us go. We are going to be selling additional gases on the way. Once again, Hero Marine looking to take additional gases and go for a factory follow-up. He's looking to go for that factory follow-up and settle on in. 5 minutes too late, GG. Oh, the Terran GG timing. Nah, it's okay. Hero Marine didn't have to GG. Este Defi. I would, of course, ask you to calm down. Of course, respect the players. Even if a player stays in, there's always a chance to fight back. Well, you didn't want to see those juicy Novas on the Terran army? Papi, you wanted to deprive us of that? Este Defi. Calm down, Papi, calm down. Shaking my head. As we have that factory follow-up. And with this, we could go a couple of different directions here. This should be leading into a CC follow-up. We could try to double down into a one-base all-in. We'll keep an eye on how Hero Marine does follow this up. Either Reactored Reaper Hellion, Cyclone, Widow Mine drop. We have options. We have options here for Big Gabe. As Reaper is moving out. Reaper is moving out across the map, skirting around the edge, avoiding the main Salnaga tower, and headed for the natural. Meanwhile, there's a CC on location, has been thrown down. Holy Hit did hide the probe successfully, and does confirm the expansion. Holy Hit does confirm, coming in for follow-up scouts, dipping into the main, gets eyes on the factory, lack of add-ons. Meanwhile, across the map, Reaper is almost caught out. Will manage to get away. Interesting, and Holy Hit is going for a robo opener. Let's go. It's going to be a Robo, not a Stargate or a Twilight Council. This is seen a little bit less often, but this is a very safe way to open up. Does give you access to fast Immortal production. Also allows you to rush into Colossus with a fast Bay into Colossus. Could see that on the horizon here. Meanwhile, no add-ons, going straight for the starport. We do have a decent amount of Reaper Hellion to work with. The goal here is to catch out some of these gateway units, bust into a mineral line. The shield battery's not done! Uh-oh. Shield battery's not done. Adept does go down. Ay, ay, ay. The unit falls and we bust into the main. Again, we have the high ground. Focus out one of the probes, and now we're going for the mineral line. Holy Hit does reinforce just in time, and it looks like he will shut down the Hellion. Not before we get a full scout and we get eyes on the tech on the Robo. Nice scout there from a Hero Marine. Meanwhile, the Reapers are getting to the mineral line. We're pulling Holy Hit apart. 4 probes go down. Reapers will escape, and Holy Hit will reestablish control of his bases, and we are getting into the Bay, into Colossus. We spoke earlier, this is one of the strengths of this opener, of this build, is to get into fast Colossus to shut down bio-aggression, but until then, we do lack map control. Like, the downside of going for a Robo opener is no Phoenixes or Blink Stalkers to shut down drop play. So suddenly, Hero Marine has the opportunity to be active on the map, but now still settling into add-ons and just being active with Reapers. He has yet to confirm whether or not there even is a Bay. But he soon will. Following this up with a Mind Drop, we mentioned earlier this was one of the possibilities of a follow-up here with a 1-1-1, or with a double gas opener even. With a Mind towards the main. And this isn't just to deal damage, this is also to get eyes on the tech of choice, on the build of the Protoss. Redmac dives in, we get eyes on the Bay, we're fully aware of the Disruptor. What? Oh my god! Okay! Mind shots going off, not quite, we do on Burrow. Do preserve those mind shots at the same time. Reapers, they do threaten the natural, they're going to be deflected. 3 probes go down. But I just assumed this was going to be Colossus, but no, Holy Hit, spicing things up. Going full NA here, pulling a bit of a trigger and going for Disruptors instead. We have more Prism Speed and Disruptors on the way. I mean, we saw how well Holy Hit handles his balls in Game 1. And we did see quite a number of them hit Hero Marine in the face. We'll see if he can replicate that success. Can he do it again? Let's go. I'm ready for it. Meanwhile, the Mind Drop has returned. We got 3 probes earlier, and now we hit the natural. We do respond in time. We pull away. One Mind Drop going off. Second Winter Mine should be able to scuttle. Oh! Getting an extra probe. 3 probe kills. 6 in total, not bad. War Prism does zoom across the map. Do we have anything in position? We do have a tank. Tank in the main. Raven as well. Tank in the natural. Viking towards the natural. Not going to be quite in position. There is no disable. And what can we go for? What do we connect with? The tank is unsieged. Prism rotating around. Going for the natural. And we unsiege. We unload on top of the tank. The nerves go up. Not bad. Force reason, no, we leave a Disruptor behind. No, we leave one behind. 4 workers is good, but at the cost of a Disruptor, not quite worth it. Meanwhile, at the same time, Widowmine Drop comes back into the natural base. Reapers into the main. Oh. Catching 2 probes. Reapers being shut down. We do get eyes on the eventual Colossus production. I did like the idea of Disruptor drops, but so far has not been worth it. Not yet. We still have potential. We still have 1 Disruptor left. Never going up. Up! Shaving off Marines. That's 2 Marines going down. It's value, but still looking for more. So back at home, Holy Hit is taking his 3rd. Throwing down shield batteries, setting up with, of course, soon to be overcharged. Prism does take a lot of hits, but of course, with more Prism speed, we can outrun a Viking. We do get away. Do manage to back up. From here, the game is going to be settling. Hero Marine with an economic advantage. He's already got a 3rd base. It's already saturated. A Terran player with an economic lead is a terrifying thing. And with that, Gabe is going to be able to build up his army and look to push out. Speaking of, double drop on the left-hand side. Unfortunately, very little to really get eyes on this. There's no spotted pylons or probes or zealots. There is a prism, but we may end up losing it.
Complete.
As the drop is spotted. Holy Hit does respond. And he is in position in time. Never gets off. Ooh, a pretty nice connection, actually. Takes down Marauders, takes down Marines. Holy Hit does defend. That was the best connection we've had so far. We'll see if we can get another. As Gabe is pushing through the right-hand side. Drop at the same time. Again, the problem here is the supply. We just don't really have that much army to work with to split up between our bases. Holy Hit trying to read the movement of the army. Doesn't quite connect. Drop into the main. Overcharge is popped. And here Marine sneaking up on the natural. And what do we go for? We can shut down the upgrades. And tanks do siege. 3 probes go down. And we're going for the forge. Going for the forge. Going for the natural. Nova going up. Connects and grazes the tank. 1 tank goes down. But yeah, we deny our upgrades. Gateways are under fire. Alas, Holy Hit is up against the wall. We have left units in position for the double drop at least, but we have another double drop on the right hand side. Gabe with just too much to work with here. He's going for the third. All 3 bases under fire. And Holy Hit just cannot keep up. Not anymore. Working towards the mineral line. Probes are going down. Holy Hit having a hard time splitting up his army. That's going to be 15 probe kills already. No, Disruptor goes out. No! We're bleeding up Disruptors. And here Marine behind this is maxing out. Collapsing on the natural. Colossus doing what it can to hold on. But shield batteries are running out of energy. Overcharge was already popped. Is on cooldown. And here, Marine, he loads up and he drops in the main. And with that, Gabe has yet to drop a series here in Group D and will look to continue that as he pulls Holy Hit apart left and right. Still a single Marauder in the natural, doing what it can, rallying across the map. As here come the reinforcements, here comes the rest of the army. Gabe going for the kill. Going for the throat. Again, in a head-on fight, maybe Holy Hit would have had a little bit of better standing against that army, but was just pulled apart left and right. Had a hard time keeping up with the movements. Third base under fire. GG gets called, and Big Gabe will take the series 2-0. Again, keeping that perfect win streak going. GG. GG, well played so far. Big Gabe undefeated in the group stage, but there's still another round ahead of us. Gabe is going to be going up against a laser in round 5. Oh boy, that's going to be a juicy TVZ, Papi. I do look forward to it. I imagine that's going to be on the main stream. Meanwhile, we wrapped up with our first series, and the question becomes, Drogo versus Mixu. Are they mid-series? Can we catch them? Potentially. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back at yourselves. Let us head on over to the brackets, and it looks like our series was the fastest. It looks like both a Laser and Trigger and Drogo and Mixu are both also in game 2. Which means if Mixu wins game 2, we can catch the ace match of Mixu versus Drogo. So there is a chance. There is a chance that we can cover the ace match here. Meanwhile, the mainstream have a Laser versus Trigger. A Laser is leading that series. I do recommend checking it out. Check out the mainstream for some Laser Trigger action. Meanwhile, we might be able to catch the tail end and the ace match of Drogo Mixu. If there is no ace match, then our next series is going to be Holy Hit versus Mixu in round 5. Holy Hit versus Mixu is our last confirmed series for the B stream. Again, we might be able to catch other matches depending on how fast or how slow other series are. For now, we're lying in wait. We're waiting for a potential ace match. Otherwise, we can chill. We can chill, Papi. We can chill. Just catching up in the chat. Just gonna be catching up, and oh, it looks like we have an ace match. Oh my god, not the ace match we were hoping for, but Trigger versus a Laser is going to game 3. Let's go. So best of luck to Trigger and a Laser. They're getting into the ace match. We are still waiting though for Drogo and Mixu for that potential series. Until then, I guess we're going to be going on another break. Again, I do apologize for some of the downtime that we're having here, but you know, we just have to wait for some of these players and wait for matches to open up. It's all good. It's all good. Again, I'm sure everyone's having a great time at the event itself. Do recommend it. Open up some tabs, check out the main stream. It's great to see that they have had some kind of out of game content as well. Take TV, they've been showing their documentary, which was a little fun, very nostalgic about the origin of Take TV. Likewise, they've got their player shootouts going on top of the roof, which I think they just finished. They do have the shootouts going on. I'm still waiting for. I may have missed it. You can keep me informed, but I'm still waiting for the trophies to be distributed, and I don't know if they've mentioned if there's any criteria. They spoke about how they have a bunch of Oscars, right? They have a bunch of like Kerrigan Oscars. I mean, right there. They have all these Kerrigan Oscars, but I don't know if they stated if they have things planned, like, you know, best cheese or best macro or highest APM, or I don't know if like how they're gonna hand them out. I don't know if they've mentioned. Let us know if they did talk about it. So we can see the ceremony, the Oscar ceremony. They're all drunk, they are. They're all drunk, Poppy, all of them. All of them. Should make the trophies out of chocolate. Oh, then they could eat it. Could put it in their mouths. It'd be beautiful. All right, they also showed off. If you missed it, they showed off a video of them making the trophies. They 3D printed. They're all 3D printed, and then they were sprayed and colorized, which is really cool. It's really really fascinating video. As it looks like Mixu and Drogo are out of game. Ace match, let's go! Let's go! All right, we're setting up. We're setting up, Pappy. We're setting up. I need a moment. All right, we have confirmation. Mixer vs Petit Drogo has made it all the way to an ace match. Let's go. Again, we missed out on game 1 and game 2. We don't really know what transpired there, but we have confirmation that we're getting in game 3. Beautiful. And honestly, Mixer vs Drogo could go either way. Like that's gonna be quite a close series. I mean, has already gone to the ace match, but I'm looking forward to see the conclusion, the climax, the finality of Mixed with Drogo. It looks like they're asking for a small break. They're asking for a bathroom or a bio break, so more than happy to oblige. Which means we are indeed going for a small break, and when we return, we will have Drogo versus Mixu. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We have something special. We have a treat. Typically, we weren't going to cover any more of round 4, but we have an ace match. We have an ace match between these two amazing players. Drogo and Mixu have been duking it out while we were covering Gabe versus Holy Hit, and they're tied up 1-1. They're going all the way to game 3. It all ends here. It all ends on Oceanborn. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our red Protoss player from land of France representing his old team Alter. It is Petit Drogo. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. Yeah, we missed out on game 1 and game 2. If you would like to tune in, or if you'd like to check out some of the VODs, I believe Funka, it was covered in French. I believe Funka has been following Drogo throughout the course of his matches. So every single Drogo match, I believe, was casted by Funka. Likewise, I believe Indy was following a laser and casting all of his matches, whether they were on the mainstream or not. Indy was following a laser, and Funka was following Drogo. So do love to see it. Those VODs, I'm sure, are going to be available on his channel. I believe on Comeback TV. So now we are settling in. Mixu going for a hatch first. It's going to be hatch gas pull out of Mixu, standard opener. Forced to take the unnatural natural, but a standard opener nonetheless. Meanwhile, Drogo across the map going for a gate expand. Bearing in mind that Drogo started the night off by bringing down a laser in the ace match. Now, I missed the games myself. They occurred over on the main stream while we were covering our first series, so I wasn't able to quite cover or get much of what was going on there. I did hear that Drogo was talking about the match afterwards in an interview. He was referring to how he was able to kind of like settle into Sky. He got ahead and he was able to just settle into Sky Toss and close things out from there. Was a longer macro game between Drogo and a laser, where Drogo was able to come out on top. A laser, I believe, was stuck on Hydra Lurker Viper, and not the best kind of composition of Hydra, or yeah, not the best kind of setup of Hydra Lurker Viper either. And Drogo was able to take it from there. And we'll see if we can embrace that kind of late game Sky Toss, or if things end a little bit earlier, if we're a little bit more aggressive. We'll keep our eyes out. We'll keep our eyes out here. Eyes peeled, eyes open for any earlier attack. It's going to be a Stargate opener out of Drogo. Everything looking standard for the time being. Based on what I heard from Drogo and the laser, I assume that it is going to be a standard opener. We're not going to deviate too much, but we'll see. Mixu is saturating his bases, working towards link speed. Third hatchery is on the way. And we're still waiting for our first unit of choice. 2 links do slip in though. We get 1. 1 probe goes down. Can we get a second? Oh, not quite, not yet. There we go. Second probe falls. At the same time, Adepts, they do shade in across the map. They threaten the mineral line, but we have Queens to defend, and we will zone that Adept away. Adept is forced back. I believe the link in the main base to get a scout of the tech. We have eyes on the Stargate. And it's going to be an Oracle opener. Oracle first by Drogo. Mixu is aware. Mixu should soon be looking to build up our queens, go for our spores, and build up. Okay, so it'll be 2 queens in the main, 2 queens at the natural. We are ready. We are secure. We'll see what Drogo goes from here. See, Mixu trying to get eyes on the would-be third. Is going to be zoned away. It's going to be shut down. First Oracle's moving out. We have a second behind this. And we'll see if we go for a third or if we go for some faster attack. Oracle heads for the third base. We do manage to catch a couple of drones. 3 drones go down. Not bad. 3 workers do fall. Third base is now being taken. A second Oracle does spawn in. And there it is. We have a third Oracle on the horizon. Drogo is doubling down on this. Getting into what looks to be a normal standard game. Oracles, they keep your third base safe from link run-bys. They harass across the map. They scout. And they allow you to take up into a Forge and a Twilight Council. Oracles do go for a bit of a flyby. We take a lot of hits. But the Oracles, they barely do escape. 2 more drones go down. The Oracle backs off, races back home. The other does hit the natural. No spores in position. We get 4 drones, but we bleed out the Oracle. The Oracle falls. Still a decent trade in Oracle for 7 drones, but ideally we did want to keep it alive. We did want to preserve it. So a rough loss for Drogo. We could have gained so much more value out of that Oracle. And now Drogo back at home is taking up a Twilight Council, Forge, Robo, additional gateways. Should be working towards Blink, but we'll keep an eye on Drogo. Meanwhile, Mixu back at home, throwing down his own Roach Warren at around the 5-minute or 4:40-ish mark. Is building up towards Roaches. Once again, still no support. The natural. Get another drone. Oh. And almost another. There we go. 2 drones go down. A 3rd drone goes down. Very crisp control there out of Drogo. Very close. Almost does bleed out another Oracle, but we do manage to escape. We do get away. And I was curious. I was curious as to the follow-up, especially with the faster Robo. We're going into not Blink, Charge. Charge and +1 on the way. Templar Archives for Archon production as well. It's going to be Charge or Archon out of Drogo. No Immortals, not yet. It's a very solid, very beefy composition here. We'll see if Drogo can make use of this charge timing. Oh boy. We shall see. We saw Trigger playing similarly earlier. I say similarly on this map. Trigger did go for a much faster Twilight Council, rushing into charge and going for an all-in. This isn't quite the same build out of Drogo. He's building up and saturating on 3 bases. Immortals are on the way, additional gateways as well. We're setting up for a longer game. And here comes the Archon drop. It is a delayed Archon drop, not the same as, or a little bit later compared to, for example, a Dark Shrine opener. So a later Archon drop, but we can still hunt down Overlords, we can threaten mineral lines, can get damage done. Meanwhile, Mixu going for Swarm Host, let's go! Against charge on composition, Swarm Hosts do quite well.
Swarm forces.
And I'm impressed that Mixu was able to get a read on this. I'm curious if we did spot the army earlier, and even then, it would have been hard to deduce. Unless Drogo has been playing this style all day. Possible. We missed out on game 1 and game 2. Yeah, Swarm Hosts have arrived. For those curious, the reason why Swarm Hosts do well against Charge or Archon is because there are no Blink Stalkers or really any Sky Toss. The army of Drogo is a little bit less mobile, which means it's harder to punish the Swarm Host. Harder to punish and harder to counterattack as well. Here we go, the first wave of Swarm Hosts are on the way. We're headed for the natural. We could even dive on the Robo. What do we go for? The Robo or the Nexus? You have to make a choice. Archon job still being active. Roaches are keeping up. And here it comes. The Locust Wave into the natural. Do we go for the production or do we go for the economy? And we go for some units. There we go. We're going for the Nexus. Nexus is under fire. The Nexus will go down. Just too much DPS. The natural falls. A solid start for Mixu. At the same time, Roach counterattack catches Zealots. The job was shut down. Wait, did we? The Prism was killed. The War Prism went down. Aye. Drogo a little bit distracted, as were we. But the Prism did go down to the Queens. It's a big loss. That's 2 Archons. And that Locust Wave is about to reset. And the question becomes, do we go for the army or do we go for another base? Looks like we're going for the army. Stasis Trap is up. A massive connection. Massive stasis here on the army. Lurkers, they do dive on top of the Protoss. They're cleaned up. A couple of storms were wasted from Drogo, as storms connected with the stasis army, which unfortunately has no effect. See Mixu rotating around, still has potential. Yeah, he's just going for the 4th. Going for the 4th base, turning back around and catching Archons. Even the Queens have arrived. The splits, Papi! Oh my god! We avoid the storm. And Mixu just stoning Drogo away. The 4th base is going to go down. Now we have another Locust Wave. Here comes wave number 3. It's almost overextending for a moment, but we catch another Archon. We're running out of storms. Overcharge is popped, but we barely have an army. Oh my god, the storms are brutal. We stand in the storms. Extra damage is dealt. The Roach army is crumbling, but hey, we catch Immortals. We do catch 2 Immortals. They both fall. With the reinforcing Zealots, it looks like Mixu has to back up, but at the same time, we're in the mineral line. 23 probes go down, and that's a kill on the 4th. Drogo has almost nothing left. Across the map, going for a Desperation Zealot counterattack. We can afford to lose a hatchery. And there's no guarantee that we will. No more transfuse. Oh, we have one more. Not quite. The base does go down. Not a bad Zealot run by, but here comes wave number 4 of the Locust Wave. And now there is no Storm, no High Templar, no Immortals. We're going for the Archons. They're taking a lot of hits. And Mixu, he's snowballing out of control. GG gets called. Mixu will take the series 2-1. We'll take down Petit Drogo. GG. GG, well played. Oh, that was, again, a wild game. Drogo embracing Charge the Archon. Mixu identifying that quite early on. Again, I'm curious if Drogo played this same style in the last 2 games. Curious if that's the case and if Mixu did adapt over time. But again, Swarm Host, they had their place in ZVP specifically against this composition. You saw that Locust Wave after Locust Wave did connect, and we just weren't able to punish the Swarm Hosts. Every time they were able to escape, able to get away, and get ready for another wave. Likewise, the Archon drop did fall on its face. We didn't see it ourselves, but we saw the units lost tab as the Locust Wave was getting across the map. The Prism went down, the Archons went down. With the help of the Prism, that's a way to try to punish this. Like, for example, if the Prism was kept safe and came back home, then we can, you know, load in some Immortals, load in some Archons, and try to chase down the Swarm Host, try to punish the army in some way. Alas, we couldn't, and GG, congratulations, Mixu takes it. Does take the series, and with that, that wraps up round 4. That does wrap up round 4, and we are nearing the end of, oh, never mind. I was gonna say we're nearing the end of the group. As you can see here, a Laser took down Trigger 2-1, went all the way to the ace match, but Laser did take the series, and with that, it looks like even if a Laser loses, even if Trigger wins, it looks like things are set in stone. It looks like both Hero Marine and a Laser are confirmed to make it out of the group. Unfortunately, again, especially because a Laser did win the head-to-head, if it did come down to head-to-head between Trigger and a Laser, it would go in favor of a Laser. So yeah, Trigger is in a rough position, and that means that there's a little bit less on the line in these upcoming matches. But regardless, I'm sure they're gonna be playing their hearts out, and we will be embracing that. Up next on the main stream is gonna be Big Gabe versus a Laser. I do think that first place is still on the line. If a Laser wins, if Hero Marine loses, then a Laser may be able to overtake him. Not quite. As I think with the scoreline, I think Hero Marine will still come out in first place. Even with the 2-0, I think, yeah, Hero Marine will still advance on in first. But regardless, they're going to be playing it out. Do recommend it on the main stream. Trigger versus Drogo is going to be happening off stream initially. And we have Mixu versus Holy Hit. Another ZVP. Going to be following Mixu into his next opponents. And again, if the series is a little bit faster, we might be able to catch the tail end of Trigger versus Drogo. Otherwise, we could be getting ready for the final series of the night. And again, today's groups have been much faster. Much faster compared to last night. Last night, for Group A and B, it was an 11-hour cast. 11 hours to cover all of Group A and Group B. It was wild, it was crazy. Here, Day 2 for C and D, we're almost done. We're almost done, and it's only been just under 9 hours. Which is still a long time. It's like only a 9-hour, only a 10-hour. It's probably gonna be 10 hours. Only a 10-hour cast. Oh, that's nothing, Poppy. Copium. So it looks like it might be a shorter night here for us, which I am okay with. I said this before, but we do have another cast in how long? In 13 and a half hours. In 13 and a half hours. I do have another cast here on the CranKy Ducklings. We're going to be going over Sparkling Tuna Cup. That is our weekly open tournament, featuring many players from Europe, from the Americas, and from Korea as well, Southeast Asia. So we do have a tournament cast in 13 and a half hours. It would be nice to get some sleep before the cast and rest up, so I'm not groggy for the next cast. It would be nice. We'll see. Watch like a 30-minute game up ahead of us. You know, like split map. Sky Toss versus Broodlord Infestor. Let's go. It's possible. It's possible. It is possible. But yeah, we do have another cast in 13 and a half hours, so we'll see how things line up. We shall see, as we will be getting ready for that tomorrow. For those that are curious, our next cast is going to be before HomeStory Cup day 3. So really, we're going to be like the pre-show to HomeStory Cup, and we'll raid Take TV, of course, afterwards, or depending on who else is live. Most likely Take, just so everyone can jump in. So from one tournament straight into the other. There you go. As a heads up, we won't be casting HomeStory Cup Day 3. They only needed to be streamed for the group stage. When it comes to the main event, when it comes to the playoff brackets, the mainstream, they got you covered. They'll be covering the quarterfinals, semis, and the grand finals all tomorrow. So make sure you free up your schedules. Make sure you set your alarms. Get ready for tomorrow's playoffs. Sure, it's going to be an amazing time. And hey, we have a Zerg player confirmed. Let's go. I was concerned with Drogo beating a laser in the first round. I was concerned there would be 0 Protoss players in the playoffs, but sorry, 0 Zerg players in the playoffs, but we got 1. We have a laser. He made it, Bobby. He made it. Let's go. The Zerg hope. A laser. Oh. Regardless, for now, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going on a break. Laser wins the tiebreaker versus Hearing with a 2-0. Oh, let's go. There you go. There you go. You have confirmation. But we're going to be going on a short break. Ooh, sorry. My apologies. I say a short break. It looks like it's going to be an extended break. Guys. Take? Really? We just got notified by the tournament organizers. It's going to be at least a 20-minute break. At least 20 minutes. I think the players are getting food. I think they're having a dinner break. Yeah, I would like dinner. So it looks like they're going for a dinner break. So there's going to be an extended 20 to 25-minute break before the final round. So we might actually make it to the full 11 hours. Again, it's possible. So with that, we'll see you guys soon. Take this moment as well. Hey, the players are eating. Get some food. Get some food, get some snacks, make some dinner. Get yourself ready for the finale of Day 2 of HomeStory Cup. See you soon. See you soon.
3 cocktails.
welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to HomeStory Cup 25, day number 2, the group stage, the finale of the group stage. We wrapped up with Group A and B in day 1. We wrapped up with Group C earlier today, and now we have Group D before us. The final round of Group D, round 5, potentially our final series of the night. We could catch the tail end of Trigger versus Drogo. That's also on the horizon, but now we're focusing on this PvZ and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta. We have our Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the German Protoss player, the Red Protoss. It is Holy Hit. Let us go. It's been a long cast, probably not as long as last night. Today it's only been 9 hours and 22 minutes. It's nothing, Papi. It's nothing. Only 9 hours, just under 10 hours so far, and I'm sure we're gonna hit and reach the 10-hour mark. Last night we casted for 11. Can we make it all the way? I would like some sleep. I would like to get some rest at some point today. Maybe. We'll see. Let's dive in. Let's jump into our series. So far, hatch gas pool. Standard opener out of Mixu, not going for any early gas or any early spawning pool timings. We are settling into our game. Meanwhile, across the map, Holy Hit's going for a gate expand as well. So far, everything is on the up and up. So far, no early tech, no early harassment, no early aggression. We're calming things down. Also, I should not gloss over it too much, but a shout out to Harstem and Alazer for being troopers and being the test subjects of Wardy and Diego's drinks. I was saying in the chat earlier, yo, if you're gonna make a laser drink, you should have had Gabe alongside him. Should have been Gabe and a laser both going ham on those drinks in the lead up to their match. Like, on the one hand, sure, you know, they have to compete and they have to play out their series, but they're both confirmed out of their groups, right? So there's less pressure on both of them, so may as well let loose, Bobby. May as well let loose. It would have been a great, like, pre-match before their series. Then there could have been a little bit of banter as well. Just saying, production team, just saying. You know, if you're going to have some out-of-game content, try to have the competitors, like, you know, the next upcoming matches come up against each other. Maybe for tomorrow. Maybe. Regardless, we're selling it. Regardless, we're settling on in. Again, I'm sure everyone at the event has been having a great time, and we'll see how this story ends. It's going to be a Stargate opener out of Holy Hits. So far, going to be Stargate opener into Oracle, I imagine. We'll keep an eye out for a Void Ray-based opener instead. Still very viable here for our German Protoss player. We'll see what he does. Embrace. Meanwhile, across the map, do thread in the shade. Depths are moving out, getting eyes on our setup. Mixu was taken the triangular third base. Interesting choice here by Mixu, and it will now be confirmed by Holy Hit, taking a different base setup. Likewise, Mixu moving out with his Lings, getting ready for a scout. As the depth moves out, the Overlord will confirm, and the Lings can now move in. So very keen eyes there out of Mixu. Does recognize how wide open the natural is. We'll get a full scout, could potentially even get a probe kill as well. I say that Lings are staying in the back line. The depths are soon to reveal themselves, and once they do, here comes Mixu. And probe is going to be shut down. Oh, we do pull away in time. We will get one probe kill. The other 3 Lings will back off. The initial Ling will dive into the main base. We get a full scout. We get eyes on the tech. It's going to be a Stargate opener into Oracle, and Mixu does confirm. Meanwhile, across the map, Adepts, they shade their way into the main. When it takes 2 Adepts to one-shot a drone, 1 drone, 2 drones going to be going down. Can we get a third? Can we get a fourth? Oh, we can. For 5 drone kills with 2 Adepts. Pretty worthwhile trade. Not too bad. Not too bad whatsoever, as Holy Hit does get some extra kills. Meanwhile, how do we respond? Evo Chamber on the way. Very fast Evo Chamber here out of Mixu, working towards a +1 melee. Link speed is done. Melee should be on the horizon here, just so we can, of course, help boost up these Lings. Give them a little bit more effective firepower here. Meanwhile, Holy Hit, that is a Twilight Council before the Nexus. Third base now on the way, but we did prioritize our tech. What does that mean? We're feeling Adepts. I'm feeling Glaive Adepts, papi. Holy Hit's looking to be the aggressor here. This could also be a Blink-based opener. Fast Blink without the Forge into Blinkstalker Heavy Aggression to a 3-base all-in, but I'm leaning more along the lines of... Actually, never mind. I was going to say I'm leaning along the lines of Glaives, but where are the extra gateways? We should be seeing a 3rd and 4th gateway by now. It is going to be Blink. Okay. Very fast blink here at a holy hit. Now, what this usually leads into, just because blink is so fast and +1 is delayed, is we saturate on 3 bases, but we do not take gases. We don't take gases at the 3rd, and we go into something along the lines of an 8-gate 3-base all-in. We'll see how this all comes together. And this fast +1 melee is going to be ideal for Mixu. If we're up against Mass Blink Stalker early on, I mean, melee is going to be amazing. Lings already do quite well against Stalkers, and now we're doubling down. Baneling Nest on the way. Interesting choice here out of Mixu, going for Ling Bane. No lair yet out of our blue Zerg player. Just rushing out with Lings. Oh my god, we're committed. Yeah, we are committed. Looking to hit that +1 timing eventually. For now, Lings, they do hit the natural. Lings hitting the 3rd base as well. Oracles forced to split up. Of course, the Oracles will be able to defend, but Adepts are going down. We get one. Now we're going for the other. And non-offensive on these Oracles. We're going for the Warping and Stalker. Efficient trades. And Mixu, he's not done. We're still rallying. We're not droning. No drones whatsoever. Mixu is just rallying everything across the map. Meanwhile, Holy Hit is getting up to 6 gateways. It's going to be 6 gateways on 3 bases. But alas, we barely have an economy. We have nothing at the 3rd. And we're looking to knock down that 3rd base. Pylon does fall. Oracle is running out of energy, and we're going for the Nexus, and we should get a kill. And Mixu with the full surround, rallying everything across the map. Now we start droning. And that is going to be the 3rd base going down. Now behind this, we already have a mass gateway set up. We already have Blink, so Holy Hit is primed to go for an all-in. Like, what else can we do from this position? But alas, we don't have the economy to sustain an all-in. We're stuck on 2 bases. 7th gateway on the way. No pylon, no proxy, no reinforcement point. Holy Hit has to try to pull this off, but again, there's just so little map control here for him. As he moves out, he gets surrounded. And he is vulnerable to the surround. Link's collapsing on these Stalkers. They do get one. They get another. Remember, these are +1 melee Lings. We go another Stalker and another. That's 7 Stalkers going down in total. Across the map, Oracle's doing what they can. They catch a Queen. Not just one. Not bad. Ooh, they don't quite get the same. Never mind. We traded Queen for an Oracle. These are losses that Mixu can afford. Not losses that Holy Hit can. As he's still moving out. Again, forced into a subpar all-in. And Mixu is still massing Lings. That's all he needs. Just pure Ling, papi. We don't even need the Bailings. Not anymore. Not against this. As Mixu collapses on these Stalkers. Takes down another. And another. And Lings, they wrap around. They come in for the surround. They shut the army down. And there's still no expansion. There's still no 3rd base. And even if Holy Hit throws down the Nexus, we're not going to save it. We're not going to be able to hold on. We force the recall. 2 Stalkers get away. The Oracles are falling as well. We're down to 2 Oracles left. Barely any HP. And once again, here come the Lings, knocking down any would-be 3rd. There just is no expansion. Meanwhile, Blink is on cooldown. We catch more Stalkers. Overcharge is popped. We hold on to the natural, but we're just stuck at a natural base. We're stuck on 2 bases. We can't expand. What can we do? Meanwhile, back at home, Mixu drones up to 3 bases. Hydra Den on the way. Lair is done. Soon to be Lingbane Hydra. Mixu taking another base. Double expanding. Getting a 5th and getting a 6th hatchery. Mixu in full control here. Is supply blocks. That's the one thing holding him back. But once we break out, we can double down. Meanwhile, Holy Hit is stuck at home. He's stuck at home. Stuck, attempting to expand. Has potential with these Stalkers, that's true, but there's only so much he can accomplish with that when we have so many Lings. Here come the Bailings! They go to knock down the front door, to knock down the gateways. And they're waddling in. Going to have the gateways full. Stalker does stay strong. We're going for the mineral line. We break down the wall. The pylons fall. The Baileys, they connect. They catch the probes. And we're snowballing out of control. We're breaking through into the natural. It is compromised. GG gets called, and Mixu will take game number 1. GG. Let's go again. Mixu able to rush into fast pulse or melee, able to flood Lings across the map. Holy Hit, if you remember, he was going for his own all-in. That's why there was no forge, no upgrades, no tech. Holy Hit was going for a fast blink-based build into a 3-base all-in. but Blinkstalkers struggle against Mass Lings. If we had Adepts, Glaive Adepts, additional Oracles, could be a different story. But against Mass Ling like that, Holy Hit just could not really contest against it. Both players kind of went for their own builds, went for them blindly, and Mixu did come out on top. Holy Hit, unfortunately, did not have the tools he needed to defend. And with that, Mixu takes a lead. Mixu takes game 1. Takes game number 1. And I'm curious, my eyes are now on both players. Like, we saw really unorthodox builds from both Holy Hit and Mixu. Both players willing to spice things up. So what do we have for game 2? What are we going for? Let's find out. Let us find out. As we're loading into Alcyone. One of the more macro-oriented maps in the map pool. But clearly both players have shown us that they're willing to spice things up and be crazy and be wild. So we'll try to keep tabs on them. Again, Mixu needs one more to take the win. Holy Hit, the pressure is on. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. Oh boy. We'll see if we can. See if we can. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Alcyone, we have our Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Berserker Esports. Leading the series 1-0, it is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the German Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself. Currently teamless, down in the series, looking to bounce back. It is Holy Hit. We go. We go as we are settling in. Once again, gate expand. Once again, a hatch gas pool. Everything initially is looking normal, but we'll keep an eye on any fast Evo chambers, fast Roach Warrens, additional gases, fast layers. Keep an eye on the tech of Mixu. Likewise, Holy Hit. We also saw a fast Twilight Council before third base in the last game. We'll keep our eyes peeled for a similar build, maybe a Void Ray opener. Additional gateways for Glaive Adepts instead. Or even a Twilight Council. We'll see. We shall see. So Holy Hit does move out for a scout, does confirm the opener, does confirm that everything is looking as it should. And Holy Hit just being as annoying as possible. Trying to force some inefficient mining out of Mixu. And so far, yeah, it does disrupt the mining a little bit. Just being as annoying as possible. You see the micro battle between the drone and the probe. Oh, we do mine through the mineral patch. Did get it in the end. Again, for those that are curious, only 2 workers can mine a patch at once. So you can see here, because the probe starts mining, it does kind of knock a drone off of the mineral patch and does force inefficient mining. But now we have mined through some minerals and Holy Hit can get the hell out of here. It's just a little micro battle that does occur in ZVP in the early game. Just to force some inefficiencies. As our players are getting everything up and running. Cybercore is done and we're going for our tech of choice. It's going to be the Stargate. Stargate here from Holy Hit. Once again, looking to go for an Oracle. Everything looking pretty similar to the last game. As it should. Link speed is on the way. We pulled out of gas. No early Evo chamber, not this time. This Holy Hit does dip in between the bases. Link is moving out across the map, hoping to get a scouting information. A Holy Hit this time does keep an Adept back at home. Does fake a move out. Mixu going to be dipping in, but again, there is an Adept in position. And Mixu has to retreat. So nice moves out of Holy Hit with the Mind Games. Just faking a move out. Getting ready for those Lings. Likewise, it's going to be the Oracle of choice for Holy Hit. Going Oracle first. Back at home, Mixu just happily droning, saturating the spaces. Again, no fast Evo chamber. No fast tech yet. And as I mentioned before, Alcyone is known for its longer macro play, is known for more standard play in general. So we could be in for a bit of a longer one. We could be in for a solid back and forth mid game, which I'm all for. Give. Holy Hit is setting up his expansion. Does delay his move out. Make sure he's safe and secure. Wing run by gets shut down. Base on the way. No fast tech this time. No fast Twilight Council. Mixu is going to be zoned away. Yeah, everyone is pushed away. And now we've built up towards 2 Oracles, which we are forced to spend some energy back at home. Less than ideal. That is a fast lair. Hello. Mixu, okay, getting into around a 4-minute 30 lair timing. Okay, slightly faster lair. Now the Roach Warren's on the way. Getting ready to rush into, I imagine, Roach speed and a Roach-based composition, taking gases, droning up. Mixu getting into his build, getting into his game. And a Holy Hit has potential with this triple Oracle. We go for the Queens. And 1 Queen goes down. And can we get a second? No transfused. And no energy available, no transfused. Can we get a 3rd Queen? No, sure, we can. 3 Queens, but it cost us an Oracle. 1 Oracle does fall, and now we can come in with our 6 Adepts. We can threaten the shade. We dive into the mineral line. So far, the Queens hold their own, but drones are being targeted. 4 drone kills. We get 5. We get 6. Oh, this is becoming too much. 9 drone kills. Oh my god. For 6 Adepts. A worthwhile trade. Now we can trade with the Lings. We should be able to shut this down. Some good damage here from Holy Hit. Back at home, working towards +1 and Blink. Again, a standard transition out of Holy Hit. Meanwhile, Mixu, that is a very fast infestation pit. Curious. Remember, we went into a really fast lair earlier. Now we see why it's to rush into a pit before even Roach speed. So this could be okay. I was gonna say I'm curious if we plan on going into Swarm Host again, but no, it is not gonna be Swarm Host. We're going into a Hydra Den. Fast Hive, and we're rushing into Lurker Tech. Bold move. Bold move out of Mixu. We mentioned earlier how this map is more macro-oriented. Basically, the 3rd and 4th base are much more secure. The goal base can be a little bit more exposed, but in general, it's more difficult to move out across the map unscattered. The Zelnaga does help with vision, does help with security. So Mixu, he's embracing the later game here. He's droning up as hard as possible. He's cutting corners and taking as quickly as he can into Hive. And the Oracles will soon scout. We dive into the main. We get eyes on the Infestation Pit and the Hydra Den. Now Holy Hit knows. Now he is aware. And back at home, how do we respond? So far, we're building up Archons, building up Immortals. To have an Overlord drop here towards the left-hand side. And yeah, Holy Hit is just going to be committing here to a ground-based army. We have the option to try to rush into Sky Toss, but it's a risky way to play. So just going to be doubling down on Immortals, on Archons. I would love to see a 4th. I'd love to see us expand, take another base. Recognizing that Mixu is still teching. They're still building up. So we are free to expand. We do open up the mineral path here, so we should be able to expand soon as the Overlord is shut down. Lurker Den on the way. There we go, 4th base now being taken. Again, could have been taken slightly earlier, but regardless, it is on the way. Meanwhile, Mixu is coming in to deny it. And he has eyes on the Nexus, goes with the surround. Army slightly out of position, and can we force a cancel? We can! It's a cancel on the Nexus, big pickup. 4th base was already a little bit late, and now it's going to be even more delayed. And here come the Lunkers. Again, we rush into the Hive as quickly as possible. Lurkers are already here. A massive power spike for Mixu. And we're pushing. And how many Lurkers do we have? 9. 9 Lurkers against 2 Immortals. Now, Storm is done. Storm is going to be a big deciding factor here, whether or not Holy Hit can defend the 4th. Storm's going to be crucial here in that defense. Lurkers loading up. You know, Lurker drop towards the main. Revelation on the main army. We do pull back. Doing a pulling back. Prison towards the main base as well. See both players threatening drops. And Holy Hit did catch wind of the drop. He's ready for it. I mean, Holy Hit so far with good map vision and map awareness. But we're not done. Okay, so we have one drop lord on the right hand side, another towards the left. It is spotted by the Observer. Likewise, Nidus Swarm as well, which have we spotted the Nidus? We have not. Drop lord gets shut down, but we do borrow in time. Oh, do we? Up! One, both lurkers going down. Massive pickoff here for Holy Hit. At the same time, you can see Holy Hit getting ready for the second drop. And Mixu, that big lurker advantage, I mean, sure we have them, but we're not able to make use of them. Holy Hit is keeping up. Is keeping up with his army. Drop is in position. How many lurkers do we have? 10! Soon to be 16. 16 lurkers. I guess 14 with the main army. 2 in the drop. So the Rabbi does get into the mineral line. Our Spine Cool is in position. He's going to be able to defend. Likewise, main army knocking down those drugs. Pushing towards the natural. Holy Hit rotating over, getting in position. Pushing up the ramp into lurkers. He's caught out of position. Spine shots going off. Army zoned away. Gonna make a break for the natural. See the drop lords were dealt with. And then pushing up this ramp, it's not going to be easy. Oh, massive spine shots going off. We take down High Templar, we take down Immortals. Again, the concave a little bit too good. Just a brutal position for Holy. No, not again! Oh my god. Yeah, there's no pushing up this ramp, and now we're making our way towards the natural. Holy Hit, he's just cut off from his own natural base. He cannot push in, he cannot engage. Now rotating around. He lost so much already. At the same time, lurker drop into the main base. Storms going off. Decent storms on the Hydras. But what about the lurkers? Oh my god. What about the lurkers? So we deny the base on the right hand side. Lurkers are pushing forward. We can gain ground. Can keep pushing. The storms will connect. At the same time, Link counterattack here on the right hand side. Breaking through the side defense. Pushing in. And there's one storm remaining. Oof, that's the final storm. I say that, never mind. we have more High Templar warping in. Another 4 behind this. Holy Hit is holding on. The downside is that there's no saturation. There's no saturation, or barely any saturation at the 4th. Nidus Swarm into the main. Mixu rotating around. Observer does confirm this. Holy Hit is aware. Oh, he was aware, but the Observer gets found out. Going for a Link counterattack here once again. Again, Holy Hit survives, but he bled out so much in the process. And if Mixu wanted to, we could even throw down the Spire and get ready for a Greater Spire. Get ready for Broodlords. But now, Vipers in the mix. Vipers have joined the fray. Now we can yoink and abduct these Immortals. Actually going for the Blinding Clouds on the Storms. That's a brutal storm of the ramp. Another insane storm on the Hydras. Holy Hit. Not taking a bad fight. But the Nidus finishes. The Nidus Swarm does complete. Do we have enough Lunkers? Down to 11. But they do borrow. We force a recall. The army does recall into the main. Lurkers, they can even rain down upon the 3rd. 50 workers go down in the blink of an eye. Lurkers, they have established themselves. The SimCity working against Holy Hit. They will get out. Damage was done. 20 probes fell. Now we can just rotate over towards the natural. Spine shots going up. We do get the revelation. These lurkers are looking quite vulnerable. They're exposed. We clean everything up. We shut down every single lurker. Again, lurkers on their own. They melt. Holy Hit does force back the main army. Has storms. Azimuth will use them. We bleed out our Archons. Storm a little bit lackluster. Not the connection we were looking for, we were hoping for. And Holy Hit does have to retreat. Again, in that trade, in that fight, he lost 5 High Templar, most of his High Templar. 1 is left for the main army. Without Storms, there's nothing keeping Mixu back. He can commit. Looks at the Archon. Stutter stepping forward. Who needs Lurkers? We don't need them, not anymore. Not if there's no splash damage. Link Hijack and Stutter step forward and focus on what little is left. The Immortals are holding their own, but they're being targeted down one after the other. And it looks like Mixu has done it. He's broken through the defensive line. And GG gets called, and Mixu will take the series 2-0, taking down Holy Hit. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Mixu will take the series 2-0. Will take down Holy Hit. Holy Hit was able to hold his own. I was very impressed that he was able to keep up with the drop play. The drops weren't getting any damage done. The Nidus Swarms were being denied as well. But the killer move was Mixu out positioning Holy Hit. There was that moment when Mixu got on top of the ramp, outside of the natural, and Holy Hit, he tried to brute force his way up the ramp twice, and he lost so much. He lost so many Immortals and High Templar trying to push up that ramp. That was not the play. That did kind of cost Holy Hit most of his supply. Then eventually he backed off, he rotated around, and there was more of a back and forth, but again, that was just a very cost-efficient trade initially for Mixu, and really difficult for Holy Hit to recover because he didn't have an economy. He didn't have a fourth. He had a fourth base, but he didn't have saturation. So he couldn't sustain those losses, couldn't sustain that many dead Immortals and High Templar, and yeah, from that moment, Mixu was in control. GG, well played. Up until that moment, I do think that Holy Hit was holding his own, was playing quite well. But that was a brutal moment. Definitely a brutal moment for Holy Hit. And with that, Mixu will take the series. Congratulations. And with that, both Mixu and Holy Hit have concluded their run in HomeStory Cup. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Do we have another match ready for us? We do not. Oh my god, that was a fast PvP. That went all the way to the ace match, but catching up in round 5, Trigger versus Drogo went all the way to game 3 and concluded before we even finished our second game. that must have been a very fast PvP. I kind of regret that we missed out on it. Bit of a shame. At least it went to the ace match, but like this was a fast best of 3. My god. A fast series here between Drogo and Trigger. Meanwhile, Gabe and Laser are currently mid-series on the mainstream. Game 1 in favor of Gabe. They're currently in Game 2. If you were here earlier, you would know that Laser was a bit of a test subject for Kellizer and Wardy, and Laser had to drink the abominations that Wardy and Kellizer made. I'm shaking my... I was in shock. I was in shock watching what they were doing to those drinks and what they were forcing down Laser's throats. So, Laser, he's a little bit inebriated right now, coming into that series, but best of luck. You know, maybe it helps take the edge off, and maybe take a little bit more off as well. It's possible. But I'm sure that's an amazing series. And that is the final series of the group stage. And once we conclude the group stage, once we wrap up with our top... I mean, we already have our top players. Laser and Hero Marine will be top 2, regardless of who wins. 1 or 2, they can be a little bit interchangeable, but they will... I think at the moment, especially after the win, I think Laser needed a 2-0. I think he needed a 2-0. So with Hero Marine winning game 1, I think he secured himself as number 1. And we have our top players. We have our top 8. We have Clem, Mana out of Group A. We have Gumiho and Skillis out of Group B. Showtime and Harsum out of Group C. And Hero Marine and Laser out of Group D. So thankfully, we have one Zerg player. We have a bit of representation for Zerg, but mainly Terran and Protoss. Mainly Terran and Protoss here in the bracket. So it's going to be all about how good is your TVP. How good is your Terran versus Protoss, or Protoss versus Terran. And even mirror matchups as well, to advance on further in this bracket. Laser, he's going to be like the lone Zerg. You know, insert meme here with a Laser surrounded by Terran and Protoss on the couch. Best of luck, Laser. Best of luck. As again, we have some of the best players in Europe here, and as well as Korea. You know, we got Clem, Showtime, Skillers, Gumiho, Harslam, Gabe, Laser. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be amazing. The bracket will not be seeded until the group stage is concluded. I would imagine that after the group stage, they will do the drawing live. I imagine so. But we'll see. check out the mainstream. Take TV. They got you covered there with what comes next. And if you happen to miss it on stream, I'm sure they will post it on social media. They'll post a graphic for the playoff bracket for the top 8, and we'll see how this does go down. As it looks like, oh, they just finished. I think they just wrapped up. Yeah, it looks like Hero Marine did take down Alazer 2-0. So Hero Marine does come out in first, Alazer in second. They just finished their series. And I'm sure the drawings are about to begin. I hope. Meanwhile, when it comes to day 3 of HomeStory Cup tomorrow, we will not be there. Oh my god, we won't be there. They only needed the B stream for the first 2 days. We've done our job, done our duty. We casted all the StarCraft, papi, all the StarCraft. And early mark today. Only 10 hours. Only 10 hours. Yesterday we did 11. It's fine. It's fine. If you want some more CranKy Duckling casting, for those who maybe are tuning in for the first time, maybe you are unaware of our channel, Smooch, if that's the case, but we cast StarCraft here on a daily basis, every single day. I mean, if we didn't cast HomeStory Cup, we were going to go over some DreamHack Dallas replays, but every single day we do cast StarCraft here on the channel. We have daily StarCraft on the channel for the past, like, 4, almost 5 years. Been a while. So we've been doing this for quite some time. So plenty of content available if you're interested. So you can follow us here on Twitch. You can follow us on YouTube. We upload VODs on a daily basis. A lot of content available on YouTube if you are interested in VOD content. Otherwise, we're going to be live tomorrow. As I just mentioned, we're live every day. Tomorrow we're going to be live with Sparkling Tuna Cup. That is our own open tournament. If you want to see players like typically Geralt, Cristiano, Iba, sometimes Mixu, Fiant, alongside some of the Koreans like Hon Mono, Keen, Nightmare, Mia Maika, even some Southeast Asian players, Nice as well. They do come together for our online tournaments for Sparkling Tuna Cup. So again, we're going to be covering that in 12.5 hours. 12.5 hours, we're going to be live on the channel. We're going to be live before HomeStory Cup. So it's going to be a bit of a pre-show, I guess, to HomeStory Cup Day 3. We're going to be live on the channel, and then we'll raid HomeStory Cup once we wrap up and once HomeStory Cup gets underway. So back-to-back StarCrafts, we got you covered with all the content. Meanwhile, if you're curious about our schedule, Monday is going to be ESL Open Cup Asia, Tuesday is going to be ESL Open Cup Americas, Wednesday is Kung Fu Cup, Thursday is WTL. As a bit of a PSA, World Team League is usually Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, but World Team League this week is on Thursday instead. So just a day before that, it is pushed back a little bit, or pushed ahead. So Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, I think, is World Team League, WTL. Let me just double check. Let's see. It's going to be Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. Okay, they're skipping Saturday. So it's going to be Thursday, Friday, and Sunday is going to be World Team League. Saturday, we're going to be covering Masters 1 Open. That is our monthly amateur tournament for Masters players. So if you're a Masters player out there, if you want to compete in a tournament that is restricted by MMR, then we got you covered with the Masters 1 Open. And intermingled into all of that, we have KSL replay casts on Tuesday. We have Sparkling Tuna Cup on Sunday as well. So Tuna Cup into WTL. We have Infolet Monthly Cup, a Polish tournament, on Thursday. And yeah, a lot of StarCraft. So we cast at least once a day, sometimes multiple times a day, as we are this week. Looks like 1, 2, 3 of these days we have 2 casts. Let's go. 2 casts a day. Yeah, that's our usual schedule. So every week, that's kind of what it looks like with ESL Open Cup, with Kung Fu Cup, WTL, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and KSL, and everything else. A lot of StarCraft action. So thank you so much. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. As a reminder as well, in 2 weeks' time, the Esports World Cup will be hosting their qualifiers. In 2 weeks' time is going to be the qualifiers for EWC, Esports World Cup, and we will be casting that on our channel as well. I mean, I don't have confirmation, but we always cast the qualifiers for DreamHack and everything else. Stars War 11, so we'll get in touch and we'll most likely be covering the qualifiers. That's going to be on the weekend of the 8th of July. So the 8th, the 5th. So 5th is Friday, so 5th, 6th, 7th, that weekend of July, we do have EWC. What else is our calendar looking like? So I should be on this other scene. Cheeseadelphia is also on the weekend of the 13th and 14th of July. Cheeseadelphia is a LAN happening in the Americas, and we might be involved in that as well. And of course, all the other events that we do usually cast. So yeah, look forward to it. It's gonna be a busy month, busy time here on the CranKy Ducklings. So if you're interested, follow us: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. Where we are all things CranKy Ducklings. ! Socials in the chat if you are interested. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow in 12.5 hours with Sparkling Tuna Cup. See you then. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego.